And welcome to the Ageas Bowl. Slightly later than we anticipated. We should have started day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Northamptonshire at 10:30. There was an umpire's inspection due then, and then it rained. That's disappeared, and it looks as though we are set for a start in 5 minutes' time. So that will be at 11:15, so we've lost more overs in the game. We've lost, over the course of 2 days now, 80 overs. The situation in the match is that Northamptonshire, replying to that Hampshire total in the first innings of 400 for 9 declared, Northants are 77 for 1. They've had 26 overs. That was last night, before bad light sent the players from the field of play, with a potential 14 overs left in the day. So I think it's going to be very much an on-off day. We'll have to wait and see. Your commentary team for day 3 a little later. You'll hear from former Hampshire batter and former Middlesex title-winning head coach Richard Scott. Yes, he's still hanging on to that, even though that was some 6 years ago. And taking you through this first period of play, hopefully with the hover cover going, so that's good news. Is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Northampton, Andrew Rad. Andrew, good morning.
Morning, Kevin. Morning, everybody. It's nice to see a bit of sunshine after what's been more heavy showers last night, more this morning. I just hope we can get through now for the rest of the day without any more interruptions, but I think that may be a little on the optimistic side, which is not like me at all as a rule.
Yet again, when we have a quick look at what's happening around the country, this is the only game not taking place. That's happened 2 or 3 times. We're obviously in the wrong part of the country this week, but Hampshire in a huddle at the top end of the ground at the pavilion end, very much hoping that they can keep this game moving forward, as they did yesterday with the bat. Just faced 28 overs yesterday before they declared on 400 for 9. They added 171 in that time, and Noreen Donald 94 of 84 deliveries, leading the way. Kyle Abbott 57 not out of just 45 right at the end there. And Noreen Donald saying they were happy with the way that they kept things moving with the bat. Maybe not, well, he didn't actually say it, but I think Hampshire will have been a little disappointed with the way they initially started with the ball. But that's not taking anything away from the 3 Northants batters that we've seen so far. I thought they applied themselves very well, Andrew.
They did, and it took a good ball to get Will Young from Kyle Abbott. I don't think it was any disgrace in getting out to the delivery that Will Young did. Yeah, I thought Emilio Gay, we were talking yesterday about how he's maturing almost in front of your eyes, game by game. He's just ratcheting up in the right direction in terms of his career. And that again was a serious test last night against, as we've been saying, 3 of the leading bowlers in Championship cricket this season played pretty well, left well, which is something that, say, batting coach Ben Smith's big on. So from Northamptonshire's point of view, they'll be hoping they can carry on more of the same this morning in this, what will be a relatively short session, I suppose, an hour and 25 minutes.
Yeah, you would have thought with all that time lost. They might have a longer one, but of course, I don't know, I think they have some sort of rules, I don't know, that means you've got to do this then and that then.
Lunch is a fixed feast, but tea isn't, I think is the sort of the general rule on these things.
So lunch is set for 12:40 at the moment, tea 3:30, but you just get the feeling that things will change throughout the day as we get 1 or 2 showers passing through. And as I look over, just slightly to our left, over the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand to the left of the pavilion as we look, that's where the weather's been coming from for this game, which is more slightly to the right of the pavilion normally, but that's maybe why we're getting so many interruptions. It looks like Keith Barker is going to get things underway. James Vince is having a look at the ball. Sure, we'll get that at some point during the day when it stops swinging and seaming. We'll wait and see. Keith Barker, 7 overs, none for 22. For me, he was one of those bowlers that just in his first 2 or 3 overs looked like he was just spending a little bit of time really readjusting to playing again after, well, not quite a month off, because he did play 3 Royal London one-day cup matches, but it's a long time to have off in the middle of a season. And I thought also Abbas, who went back to Pakistan for a month, again 2 or 3 overs really before he settled down as well. So I'm sure the chat in the dressing room overnight will be, let's get right back on it, as they were in the Championship. That's what's got them to this point. They've been 3 of them have given absolutely nothing away game after game. We'll wait and see. 77 for 1, the sunshine's out for now as Barker comes in and bowls to Luke Proctor, who has a bit of shape outside the off stump. Proctor leaves alone. Proctor's had a good season, hasn't he, so far this season?
He has. The catalyst was John Sadler's decision to push him up to number 4. The first couple of games, he'd been batting down the order. That had save at 4. Didn't work out. He just was struggling a little bit. Put Proctor up to 4 at Chelmsford against Essex, made 100 and hasn't really looked back since then. 815 runs in the season, 300s, 350s.
Yeah, sort of slightly crouched stance, quite open as well, as that's outside the off stump, and he leaves that one alone.
We're talking about adjusting and the bowlers. I had an interesting chat with Ben Sanderson last night. While we were trying to sort of shelter from the rain down below, and he was sort of saying that they'd actually found it quite difficult, and he suspected that the Hampshire bowlers had the same issue, trying to find what is the length to bowl on this pitch. I'll come back to that in a second. Yeah,
it's a good point as well. It's worth having a listen to what's coming up as Barker bowls. Proctor's trying to work that on the leg side, gets a slight leading edge, goes out on the off.
Because I was interested to ask him about that point, because we discussed it so much on commentary in the first couple of days, and he said, first thing, the pitch hasn't done as much as they thought it would. It did enough on the first day, but they thought it might do a little bit more. But he said the difficult length as far as batting is concerned is when it's a little bit short of a length. And we did say, Jack White in particular on the first day from this end, if bowling a little bit back of a length was getting the odd one to fly.
Comes in again, Barker to Proctor. Proctor gets wrapped on the pad, trying to turn it on the leg side. Not out, says the umpire.
So he said, in other words, in order to get the maximum amount of help, you just need to pull your length back a little bit. And when you bowl full, because there's not a lot of pace in the pitch, then it's relatively easy for the batters. So he said, you think your instinct is, well, if it's doing a bit, we need to pitch it up. So you do pitch it up, and it doesn't do a lot. So you then drag your length. And he said they found it quite difficult to find what was the optimum length to bowl. Yeah. And he feels yesterday that Hampshire perhaps were searching for the same thing.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting. Proctor just prods forward there, a bit of shape on the ball as it straightens on him, goes out square on the offside. Yeah, I think that's really, because when you look at the wicket from here, it's pretty much green all the way through. You think all you've got to do is just bowl slightly fuller than you would do normally, but obviously what Ben's saying is that that's maybe not the optimum length. And of course, if you then pitch it a little bit shorter, when it does do something, it does too much.
Yeah, exactly.
Beats the outside edge.
Yeah, which is well, he's always interesting to talk to about the techniques of bowling.
Yeah. Here's Barker again and bowls. Proctor gets one down the leg side. Good athletic stop there from Nyreen Donald down the leg side. End of the first over of the morning. It's a maiden. Barker's bowled 8 overs, none for 22. Northampton 77 for 1, 323 runs behind on the first innings.
That said, he was also full of praise for the way Nyreen Donald played. Not surprisingly, because that was a wonderful innings yesterday. And he's saying about the game moving forward, it was an awful lot down to, well, initially to Nyreen Donald, and later, of course, to Kyle Abbott with that little cameo of 57 not out off 45 balls. What a knock that was. Some spectacular stuff, and entertaining little last wicket partnership of 46. Well, entertaining from up here. It probably wasn't entertaining if you were having to bowl to them. It is going to be Kyle Abbott to open proceedings for this third day's play from the pavilion end. Still a lot of cloud around, and just hoping that we're going to get away with it. The radar that we're using just suggests that there's not a lot. There's perhaps 1 or 2 in the vicinity now, and then there's not a lot coming up behind. So let's hope that's the case, and we do get a good whack of cricket today. It's been frustrating because there's 2 good sides out there, and we've seen the cricket we have seen in the first 2 days has been absorbing, and we've seen some wonderful individual performances. Mentioned Donald there and Abbott. Some good bowling as well. Here's Abbott. 4 slips in place. He bowls to Emilio Gay, who's onto the front foot, pushing it up to mid-off, and there's no run. There's a little bit of sun just billowing across the ground. There's that sort of dappled sunshine when you've got clouds blowing. Quite a stiff breeze. As Kevin was saying, the weather's coming from, if you imagine Kyle Abbott running in from the pavilion end from sort of over his right shoulder, over the back of Telegraph Wood. So just about from the sort of the southeast maybe. Here's Abbott running towards us. Bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Not a great deal of bounce there. It goes through, just dying a little bit before it got through to an Aaron Donald. Kevin mentioned about what's been happening elsewhere, and we are, as he was saying, the only game that's been substantially delayed. I think they had a little bit of a delay, lost a couple of overs down at Taunton this morning between Gloucestershire and Somerset. Somerset been bowled out for 248, so Gloucestershire there with a first innings lead of 95. They've just started their second innings. Abbott round the wicket bowling to Gay, who's standing tall, just running that down to fourth slip, where it's fielded there by Ian Holland. It was a great moment last night, wasn't it, when they would, obviously the umpires had said to James Vince, you need to put some slower bowlers on, so we saw a little bit of Liam Dawson. They put Ian Holland on from this end to try and, you know, sort of make sure they stayed on, and the first ball almost went up Luke Proctor's nose, just flew off that, again, that little bit of a back of a length we were talking about.
Yeah.
Great moment. Not for Luke Proctor. Here's Abbott in again, bowls to Emilio Gay, who covers up, plays it straight back down the pitch, and when I say straight, it was straight because it just ran into the stumps at the non-striker's end, giving David Milnes a little bit of work to do. In the Roses match up at Old Trafford, Lancashire 276 all out, Yorkshire 168 for 6 in reply, so Yorkshire still trailing by 108. Kent still toiling away in the face of that huge Essex total of 573 down at Canterbury. Kent are 105 for 4. Abbott again bowling to Gay, again rocking onto the front foot, playing it up to Barker at mid-on, and there's no run. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire have declared at 390 for 7, so Leicestershire set 499 to win, are 57 for 1. Also in Division 2 at Cardiff, Glamorgan 146 for 4, replying to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared. Abbott round the wicket again, bowls to Gay, and that's the first run of the morning, first runs I should say, because it's turned out through the vacant mid-wicket area, and there's a couple of runs to be had, 2 more to Emilio Gay, and that's the end of the over as well. 33 to him, 7 to Luke Proctor, and Northamptonshire are 79 for 1. Abbott's bowled 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28, and in the other match, Division 2 at Derby, Durham bowled out for 223, so Derbyshire getting a first innings lead of 83, and in their second innings 17 for no wicket, so Derbyshire exactly 100 ahead.
You're up to date. The sun's somewhere. I think it was just out for a minute, but then it's disappeared. It's going to be like this. In fact, a distinctly autumnal feel to this game. As Barker starts a new over, runs away from us, left arm over, bowls way down the leg side. Orthodox take this time from Donald, moving slightly to his right. And it's quite interesting, 2 left-handers out there, and both with completely different stance as they wait for the bowler to come in. Very orthodox. Emilio Gay stands fairly tall and keeps fairly still. Luke Proctor seems to try and get as low as possible and very open. It's almost as if he's facing a bowler coming in from wide mid-on. As Barker bowls outside the off stump. That's a good carry through to Donald. If you're watching the live picture feed, you'll know what I mean. It's almost as if Barker's running in off camera.
He has been described as Oldham's answer to Shivnarine Chanderpaul.
Yes. Oh, was there something there about Barker's follow-through? Just noticed the umpire.
Lizard Williams was fell foul of Steve O'Shaughnessy. He was very twitchy for much of his bowling from this end.
Barker comes in, looks like he's slightly wide. He's beaten on the drive. That ball just pitched and left Proctor. It lured him into the drive. Played and missed at that one as it went through to the keeper.
I was saying about Kyle Abbott produced a Jaffa to get Will Young last night, trap him LBW, but I thought overall Barker was probably the pick of the bowlers once he got through, and you made the point, once he got through his first couple of overs and he just worked out a little bit the length to bowl. I thought he was that towards the second half of his first spell, he was absolutely superb.
Yeah, got some good shape on the ball, just like that last delivery. There's good shape, but it's a little wider this time, so Proctor doesn't have to play at that one. Shaughnessy's think he's having a look at the follow-through, but not too concerned. Since a couple of balls ago, Barker does get his follow-through looked at consistently. There's Felix Organ, the off-spinner, and Rob Keogh as well. Won't mind that too much. That'll be an area they'll be looking to pitch it into later as Barker bowls. Again, there's good shape on that, but it's a little wide. Again, Proctor doesn't have to play at that one. 79 for 1, just 2 runs added this morning.
Yeah, it was one of those frustrating mornings. I thought when we got to the ground, looking at up on the gantry, we thought that we may possibly even get away on time, and then just a shower came in around about 10 o'clock, wasn't it? And just they started to get the covers on, had to put them all back again.
Annoying.
Very.
Well, again, for the second night running, there's been a whole load of rain falling. As Proctor gets wrapped on the pad, they're trying to turn it away on the leg side again. There's a little bit of shape on the ball to end that over from Barker. 9 overs, none for 22. Northampton 79 for 1. Trail by 321. Yeah, there's been. Shaughnessy is having a look at a follow through again there for a moment. But yeah, 2 nights running, there's been some humongous rain. And we were talking just before we came on air, before the start of play, that I think in certainly last year, the amount of rain that's fallen on either of those 2 nights, I think would have caused a lot more delays on this ground than this year. There was a big effort last year at the end of the season to put a lot of sand on this ground. The whole outfield just looked like the Gobi Desert for a while, and I think it's done the trick.
2 slips in a gully in place as Abbott comes in and bowls to Gay, who's in behind that, playing it up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run, fielded by Ian Holland. I say 2 slips in a gully, it's almost like 2 slips and then a 4th slip rather than a gully, but there's a little bit of a gap between 2nd and 4th. Yeah, Northampton, they did a lot of work on the outfield, mostly relayed it pretty much a few years ago, and it's again seems to have had the desired effect. We seem to lose far less time. It usually drains pretty well if we do get rain. Here's Abbott round the wicket again, bowls very short to Emilio Gay. Doesn't really need to worry too much about that, just sways rather than ducking underneath it, goes through to an Iron Donald, and it certainly has made a big difference. I think it was the match, first game of the season about 6 years ago, something like that, when they played Sussex and lost 2 whole days to the weather when there was actually no rain falling, and I think that sort of rather concentrated minds, and the work that they've done has certainly made a big difference. Here's Abbott in again, bowls outside the off stump, good carry, and just shaping back in again to the left-handed Emilio Gay, who goes down and gives the pitch a slightly suspicious prod. Worked hard for these 33 runs. Emilio Gay's been out there since the start, faced 98 balls. Good start, good platform set by Gay and Will Young yesterday, before Young was trapped LBW by a beauty from Kyle Abbott. Went for 27, that was 68 for 1. And here's Abbott with a bit of sunshine out. Bowls to Gay, who's stretching forward, plays it down to backward point, as he often does. Just takes a couple of steps down the pitch and thinks about a single, but a stentorian cry of no from the non-striker's end from Luke Proctor sends him back into his crease. So if you're just joining us, lunch today will be at 12:40. Tea around about 3:30, but it could be any time between about, I don't know, 2:15 and 7:30, the way things tend to work out these days. Here's Abbott in again, bowling to Gay, who once again plays it down to backward point. Fielded there by Nick Gubbins, and there's no run, stays at 79 for 1. I think one thing in our favour today is that, as yesterday, there's quite a stiff breeze blowing down the ground, so Kyle Abbott has it pretty much at his back, and hopefully that will mean that if we do get any showers, they will blow through fairly readily. You can see the trees over to our right, just at the back of the scoreboard, tossing in the breeze. Outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Once again, not a great deal of bounce on that very full length. And Aaron Donald taking it down by his bootstraps. Maiden for Kyle Abbott, 9 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 28, and Northamptonshire 79 for 1.
Yeah, it just looks like the pitch is losing a bit of pace, doesn't it, as it often does here throughout the game. John Hooper has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com, says, I'm more than a little surprised that you're playing at West End when it's pouring down with rain in Winchester, which is only 12 miles away. No wonder that I'm still at home, says John.
Yeah, well, in fact, if you look on the radar, there is a huge blob just to the south of Winchester.
Barker to Proctor, leaves alone outside the off stump.
Which Mr. Hooper presumably is underneath at the moment, but we have managed to avoid that.
Localised showers.
It is, but I mean, judging by the colours on the radar, if you do get one, it's there's a bit in it.
Struggling to get out. 79 for 1. England have announced their 11 for the final Test match. That starts tomorrow, doesn't it?
Tomorrow, yes, that's right.
Harry Brook in it.
Is he?
Yeah. I'll read out the 11 names after this from Barker. Bowls to Proctor. Proctor forward, pushes that up towards mid-on. Alex Lees, Zach Crawley, Ollie Pope, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Ben Stokes, Ben Folkes, Stuart Broad, Ollie Robinson, Jack Leach and James Anderson. There's the 11.
Okay. So Brook for Bairstow at number 5.
Yep.
I'm glad he's got a good chance. He's looked hugely impressive. You've seen, obviously, played against Northamptonshire in the championship match early on in the season and played 2 very contrasting innings that just showed his class, I think.
Scoring runs for fun, wasn't he, early on in the season? That's turned away by Proctor down towards fine leg. And runs the first one quickly. Oh, and he falls over there, Abbas, on the outfield. Well, he's still sat down. Don't sit down for too long, you'll get wet. Just made a little divot on the ground as well. He hasn't repaired it. I'm sure Simon, the groundsman, is looking at that saying, I can see the divot from here. I'm sure Simon can. He's thinking, Mr. Abbas, please replace that divot.
Carry one of the little pitch mark repairer in his pocket, do you think? That should be issued to the players. Yeah, Brook in the championship match earlier in the season, first innings when it was doing a bit on the first morning, they were 20 for 3, went in and made 84 and dug in and played really well.
Not bad. Since Barker bowls short, outside the off stump. Gay pulls out of his hook shot.
In big partnership with David Milan, and then in the second innings when Yorkshire were looking to press on and build a lead and go to a declaration, 77 not out off 63 balls, including 4 fours off successive balls from Simon Kerrigan. So you saw in that match, in contrasting innings, just the quality of Harry Brook and the versatility of Harry Brook.
Barker, left arm over, bowls, whipped away in the air, caught mid-wicket. Felix Organ, mistake there from Emilio Gay. I think his eyes open wide there with a slightly fuller delivery there from Barker. Didn't get over the shot. And Gay goes for 33, 80 for 2.
Yeah, a loss of concentration there, wasn't it? As you say, I think he saw the half volley. Hasn't been, again, Northamptonshire have been out there for what, this is what, the 5th over of the morning. They haven't had an awful lot to hit, just 3 runs added, and as you say, I think Emilio Gay thinking, right, there's a scoring opportunity here. Didn't keep it down, regulation catch to Felix Organ, and Hampshire have got the breakthrough they wanted. Shame for Emilio Gay, battled really hard, 103 balls for his 33 runs, but unfortunately from Northampton's point of view, he goes, and I think this looks to be Rob Keogh coming out now.
Wicket number 44 for Keith Barker this season. I think also that probably emphasises the slowish nature of this pitch. Quick 30-second update coming up with and you join us just as a wicket has been taken this morning. We didn't get underway until 11:15, so a 45-minute delay in play, but Hampshire have just got rid of the other opener for Northants, Emilio Gay, who's just chipped Keith Barker to mid-wicket, taken by Felix Organ. So Northants are now 80 for 2, replying to that Hampshire first innings total yesterday of 400 for 9. I think we're going to have the showers coming and going. We already had one this morning. We get a bit of sun and then we get some cloud, but we'll have to wait and see. But Hampshire have Northamptonshire 320 runs behind. They'll be desperate to take as many quick wickets as they can. 80 for 2 Northants.
Now this is interesting. I thought it was Rob Keogh. it isn't Rob Keogh, it's in fact Josh Cobb coming out at number 4, which is certainly the highest he's batted, pretty sure, in the championship this year. He's tended to bat down at 6. I know Ricardo Vasconcelos obviously is going down the order for this match because he's keeping, but that is an interesting call.
Here's Barker, who's round the wicket then. Bowls, Cobb forward, pushes that into his pad. It goes out square on the offside, and there is no run. And that is the end of the over. Barker now, 10 overs, 1 for 23. Northants 80 for 2.
Yeah, although not a keen follower of the 100, as regular listeners will know, I think it's probably fair to say Josh Cobb hasn't had a great tournament with Welsh Fire.
45 runs from 7 innings.
Yeah, which is extraordinary, as we were saying on the first day, considering he's had a good nick for Northamptonshire, certainly in the T20 Blast. Made runs pretty steadily, and he's also, when he has played in the championship this year, and he's played in a number of championship matches across the season, I think he's down at 6, has done a really good job. He's made, a couple of 50s, and often made runs when they were needed. Finds himself in the non-strikers end at the moment. 4 slips in as Abbott comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and Proctor not having anything to do with that. Watches it go through to an Aaron Donald.
I must admit, when I was looking at the sort of stats a bit before the start of this game, I mean, I've always thought of Josh Cobb, although I haven't seen a lot of him. I always thought he just looks class. He looks a classy player. And yet, for somebody that's played, this is his 133rd first class, he averages 26.
Yeah, which is
for him is ridiculous. He's 100 times better player than that.
Agree entirely. Here's Abbott running in towards us, bowls to Proctor, full, driven away through extra cover for 4. Even though the outfield isn't particularly quick, it's still enough behind that to race away to the boundary just in front of the hover cover. Parked in front of the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, and that's 4 to Luke Proctor. He goes to 12, and Northamptonshire to 84 for 2. Yes, I mean, I think it was largely I think he was always keen to play more red ball cricket. Maybe the previous coaching regime were perhaps a little bit less keen on that. Here's Abbott in again, bowling to Proctor, covers up, pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. He's had more opportunities in red ball this year, and I suppose in a sense the departure of Adam Rossington has perhaps opened up that little slot at 6 for him, to somebody who can go in and counter-attack if necessary, and so I like him in that position in the order. I think that works well for him, but this is an interesting move. He's certainly got every opportunity now to bat long. Here's Abbott running in, bowling again to Proctor, who pushes it up to mid-on. Barker fields, and there's no run. But as you say, his record in red ball cricket is
poor.
Well, it's
for him
pretty ordinary, isn't it? Really,
he's just,
to be honest.
I've always thought he looks at the crease, a classy player.
No, he is, and he's a wonderful striker of the ball, and it's interesting. I mean, I think I was on with Melissa, I think yesterday, and was saying when he picked up that wicket at the back end of the Hampshire innings, he's taking so few red ball wickets. Here's Abbott in again, bowls to Proctor, who on drives away through mid wicket. Certainly a couple of runs for him here. I think that's all there'll be. Chased back towards the Shane Warne stand, and 2 more to Proctor, who goes up to 14, and Northamptonshire to 86 for 2. Yeah, when he got the wicket of Will Rhodes of Warwickshire earlier this season, the championship. That was his first championship wicket for 3 years, and of course he got one in the Hampshire innings here.
Does he not want to play? Is he not that bothered about
well, I think he is keen to, was keen to. Here's Abbott in again, bowls to Proctor, pushes it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. Nick Gubbins coming round from cover to field. End of the over, 86 for 2. Cobb yet to get off the mark. Proctor is on 14. Kyle Abbott, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 34. It's interesting, at the back end of last season he came into the side, the last match of the season against Essex, and probably didn't do himself a huge amount of number of favours. I think he was out for 0 and 1. He had mind you, he wasn't alone. Northampton's batting in that in that match was a serious horror show, and hence the fact the game was over before lunch on the second day. But as I think he's really found a role for himself in this side, which is why I'm surprised. I know that they wanted to drop Vasconcelos down the order because he's keeping, but I'm surprised to see him at 4. But hopefully from Northampton's point of view it'll work.
86 for 2 is Barker around the wicket to Cobb. Length ball, Cobb drives, pushes it back to the bowler. And there is no run. 3 slips for Josh Cobb, who's 32 years of age now. Been around a little while. Remember him at Leicester?
Yes, that's right. Well, he's
like his dad.
The great story was when he came to Northamptonshire. Of course, he still, and he may still be, for all I know. I haven't broached the subject with him. A Leicester Tigers rugby supporter, and of course, that is in Northampton with the Saints. That is just heresy.
Is that right?
Yeah.
You can't say it too loud. Barker bowls full down the leg side, and it beats the diving Anarian Donald. That was wicked because when it pitched, eventually it went straight along the floor. Donald had no chance. No. And that is, I think, 4 byes signalled, which again is rather harsh on the wicket-keeper. 90 for 2. Yeah,
well, Anarian Donald, I'm sure Ricardo Vasconcelos up in the dressing room is saying, "Welcome to my world, Anarian Donald," because he had a couple of in the Hampshire innings that were called as signalled as 4 byes, and there was absolutely no way he could have got anywhere near them. But yet the story is that when he arrived, I think he'd got a pair of Tigers socks in his sort of training kit.
Barker again to Cobb. Cobb on the back foot, pushes that back up the pitch.
And Alex Wakely, was then Northamptonshire's captain and a very keen Saints fan, either burned them or threw them away or disposed of them in some manner, which I'm sure every Saints fan listening would think is entirely appropriate. But a huge East Midlands rivalry between the Saints and the Tigers. That is the game of the season.
Is it?
Or games of the season.
The game. Barker again runs away from us and bowls. Cobb gets one that keeps a little low, plays it into the ground, maybe off his toe, and it goes out just behind square on the offside. Weatherly Fields.
But Josh Cobb, another one of those that's committed himself again to Northamptonshire. An awful lot of players out of contract at the end of this season, and he's another one that's re-signed for another couple of years. So that's good news.
Just needs to push up that average.
Yeah.
Still over 5,000 runs, nearly 5,500 runs. Edge short of second slip, short of Dawson. Played it with soft hands, ball didn't carry.
Yeah, he signed up, just checking, it's extension, it's a new 2-year deal basically, so he'll be with Northamptonshire at least until the end of 2024. White ball captain, of course, or T20 captain, hasn't been around for the Royal London Cup for the last couple of years because he's been involved with 100.
Does he play a bit of franchise cricket around the world, or as Barker comes in, Cobb forward wants a single, but Fuller is in from point. End of the over, 90 for 2.
No, I think he's got particularly involved in that. I tell you, there is no one who knows more about, with the possible exception of Simon Kerrigan, who is we talk about cricket badgers, and they both love the stats and love to follow what's going on around the world, and know far more about the various franchise competitions than I do. But they always say about Simon that if there's anything being played anywhere in the world that's actually being streamed somehow, or on some obscure cable TV channel, he'll be there watching it, and inwardly digesting. 90 for 2. Some behind cloud at the moment. 4 slips and threatening formation behind Luke Proctor, who's facing this next ball from Kyle Abbott outside the off stump. Left alone, goes through to Anarian Donald.
It's a little bit disappointing. The ball hasn't done that much this morning, really.
No, it hasn't, has it?
We haven't seen too many sort of bounce a bit off a length, which we've seen from time to time. We haven't seen a lot of shape on the ball. Barker's got 1 or 2, but yeah, nothing to, from a Hampshire point of view, to get massively excited about.
Yeah, I think the dismissal of Emilio Gay, with all due respect to Keith Barker, was sort of pilot error, really, wasn't it? Yeah. Here's Abbott in again, and that's driven crisply up to mid-on, but only as far as Keith Barker, who skips across to his right to field and cut off any possibility of a single. Not too many in today, although I'm sure if hopefully the weather plays ball and we get a decent run of cricket I'm sure a few more will drift in this afternoon. But watching intently, good contest. Northamptonshire, I suppose, first task is to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on, get to 251. Oh, a little way off yet, 90 for 2. As Abbott comes in and bowls to Proctor, who's in behind that, nudges it into the onside. Very Proctor-like stroke, and this time Barker can't stop the single. One more to Proctor, who goes to 15, and Northamptonshire to 91 for 2. I don't think I'm doing him an injustice if I say that an innings of Luke Proctor's not always the most aesthetically pleasing. He's not exactly like watching David Gower, let's say, but he has been monumentally useful for Northamptonshire in the last few seasons, and David Ripley always referred to him as one of the unsung heroes, and this year really coming into his own, particularly with the bat. And another one who's also extended his contract, Cobb, facing this next ball from Abbott outside the off stump, left alone, goes through to Donald.
I mentioned yesterday, didn't I? He had a biggish innings against Hampshire. I think it was up at Old Trafford, if I remember rightly, a few years back. And I thought, yeah, this guy's a really good player. He looks as though his sort of stance at the crease has got more open and more crouched since then, from what I remember.
I think it probably has, yeah. I mean, it's interesting because when he came down to Northamptonshire on a short-term sort of loan thing from Lancashire, and they were just in a situation where they needed an opener. As Abbott comes in and bowls to Cobb outside the off stump, left alone, goes through to Donald, and they sort of decided that well, we're getting him in on loan. We've got nobody else really. We're really short of an opening batter. We'll put him into open. I think it was against Leicestershire, and he made runs in both innings, and the rest, as they say. And Northamptonshire took him on the strength, and he's been a very, very handy cricketer for the club since then. Scored now 830 championship runs this year. Here's Abbott bowling to Cobb. That just nips back on him a little bit, and Cobb coming across his stumps plays it up to short mid-wicket. And there's no run, fielded there by Ian Holland, end of the over. 91 for 2. Proctor is 15, and Josh Cobb yet to get off the mark. Kyle Abbott 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 35.
So just over half an hour's play this morning. Northampton 77 for 1 at 11:15, 91 for 2 now. Emilio Gay out for 33, added just 2 runs to his overnight total. Just looking at the clouds, we're okay for the moment, although the sun has disappeared.
A little bit higher, don't they? It's not quite as threatening as it was earlier on.
They just suddenly appear, although look at the ground staff have appeared from the tunnel to our left. We don't like the look of that. As Barker bowls, again the shape on the ball, it's a little too wide outside of the off stump. Yeah, the ground staff, either it's lunch, yeah, Scotty said exactly the same, either they're rushing, there's only 2 reasons those ground staff rush out of the tunnel. One is when somebody shouts lunch, and the other is that it might rain. Yeah.
Well, I think we need to give them a shout out, because it's been a very frustrating couple of days, and they've done a wonderful job to actually get as much play as we have, I think. So well done them.
Also got to, I can say this now because they're not listening, because obviously they're out by the covers, as that's just bounced a little bit. I know they listen in their tunnel area, but I can say it because they're well outside the tunnel areas. Let's be honest, it's been a summer where if you were a cover remover and putter-oner, you've kind of been half redundant. Yes, that's right, you've got a good tan. So they are actually now making up in these last couple of days for what they haven't had to do.
And they're reclining on the hover cover, some of them as well.
Look, even now, that's right, even now they're laying down. As Proctor does well there actually, because it bounced a little bit, and he still managed to work it down to fine leg. This time Mohammed Abbas doesn't slip as he fields, as though he's still very near that divot. I'm just wondering actually, because that hover cover will actually come over that divot if it comes on. I'm just wondering if any of those grounds people, including Simon, the head groundsman, might just actually quickly run ahead of the cover and just repair that divot, because it's still there and I can still see it. At 92 for 2, Northants trail by 308. Cobb back on strike. They are still around that cover. They're expecting something. As Barker comes in and bowls on the line of leg stump, and Cobb just leans into that, works it behind square on the leg side, organs after it, will pick it up just inside the rope, They may turn for 3. No, Proctor was thinking about it, so was Cobb, but really wasn't 3 there. But nicely timed. Cobb is off the mark, 94 for 2.
I did see Josh Cobb coming across the ground yesterday, and he got one of those things that you have on like a cabin bag with the extended handle that you take
right.
onto a plane. And I said, you know, sort of going to be staying the night or something. And he said, oh, it's going just like going to the office. It was very smart sort of executive luggage that he was carrying with him.
Very nice. Here's Barker again round the wicket. Bowls. Oh, that's nipped back. That's a good leaf though from Cobb. It was outside the off stump, but that nipped back quickly through to Donald. A little bit too paced at times, but generally for me this picture has slowed down a fraction since day 1.
I think it has. We were saying earlier, it's a bit like at Northampton these days, when a lot of the pitches there, if you're going to get anything out of it, you've got to do it in the first sort of session and a half.
Yeah.
After that, it just tends to get a little bit lower and slower.
Barker again comes in round the wicket. Cobb pulls that away, and it's caught at mid-wicket. And that is Ian Holland, who was actually there for the drive because he was fairly short there, and Cobb, really from the crease, no front foot movement, no back foot movement, swatted across the line, and Holland picked it up low down, and Cobb goes for 2. He looks up at the heavens as he walks back. He knows that's a huge mistake, and Northamptonshire lost their 2nd wicket of the morning, 94 for 3.
Yeah, just slightly hard to say anything much about that above and beyond what you've said. We've had Northamptonshire have lost 2 wickets this morning, and they've both been batter error, if you like, and deliveries that didn't look to have any devil in them at all have managed to pick up a wicket, both caught at mid-wicket, one on the whip, one on the pull, and the experiment of putting Josh Cobb in at 4 hasn't worked, and now we do have Rob Keogh coming out at number 5, so it is going to be Vasconcelos at 6, and then after that Sales, Taylor, Sanderson, Williams, White. But that was, well, at a time when Northamptonshire, just saying a few moments ago, need to think and just focus on getting up to 251 and avoiding the follow-on. It's not helpful.
I suppose you could analyse that dismissal till the cows come home, but I mean, first and foremost, he's a class player. We've said that a few times already in the short innings that Josh Cobb had, but a lot of franchise cricket, I suppose you always want to get on with it. It's always in your mind. And again, you know, for me, he's always somebody that seems to pick up the lengths quite quickly.
Yeah.
You know, some players seem to just take that extra fraction of a second to pick up the lengths and so miss out on scoring shots and scores, you know, a little bit more slowly than the guys with flair. I think there's an example of somebody that actually has got a bit of franchise cricket in his mindset, because that was only a fraction short. It wasn't that short. Now, yes, really good players seem to have shots to balls that other players would play defensively to, and I think Cobb there is playing a length there that in franchise cricket you'd have a go across the line there.
Well, he didn't play in the last 2 championship matches. As his first championship match since Canterbury in the middle of July. Proctor facing the next delivery from Kyle Abbott at the start of a fresh over outside the off stump, leaves well alone, goes through to an Iron Donald. Yeah, he played at Canterbury, and on that occasion batted at 7, because Northamptonshire had Vasconcelos and Gay to open. Rickleton, Proctor, Keogh, Jimmy Neesham played probably his only ever championship match for Northamptonshire, which had Josh Cobb at 7 and Lewis McManus at 8. And then he didn't play in the next 2 matches against Lancashire and Gloucestershire. 3 slips in, Abbott bowls driven on the bounce by Proctor and stopped off his own bowling by Proctor, not picked up cleanly, but cut off any possibility of runs. Tidied up there by Joe Weatherly, coming up from 3rd slip. So Northamptonshire losing the wickets of Gay for 33, Cobb for 2. 2nd wicket at 80, 3rd at 94. Northamptonshire still need another 157 to avoid the follow-on. And still, if the weather plays ball, a lot of cricket left in this match. Here's Abbott round the wicket, bowls to Proctor, who's coming across his stumps, just nudges it into the onside. and picks up a single because Barker has work to do just to come round towards mid-wicket to cut it off. Proctor to 17, Northamptonshire to 95 for 3. Rob Keogh, 611 runs in the championship so far this season, couple of hundreds. Very good one in the first match of the season against Gloucestershire, and also a very good one in the home match against Warwickshire, when Northamptonshire made 420 for 6 on the first day. Here's Abbott over the wicket to the right-handed Keogh, who's pushing forward up to mid-wicket, and there's no run, fielded there by Ian Holland. Took the catch to dismiss Josh Cobb just a few moments ago. 95 for 3. Just having a look at what's happening elsewhere. We were saying earlier that we just seem to have been a bit unlucky here in terms of losing time. I think everyone else has had pretty much a full morning. Gloucestershire 24 for no wicket in their second innings against Somerset down at Taunton, so they're 119 runs to the good now. Here's Abbott in again, bowls to Keogh, nips back, hits him high up on the pad. Not exactly an appeal, more expression of interest, I think, from Kyle Abbott. Just runs down into the offside, and no run. In the Roses match at Old Trafford, Yorkshire was putting together a bit of a partnership, 192 for 6, so 84 runs behind Lancashire. And in the other Division 1 match, Kent looking grave danger of following on against Essex, replying to Essex 5-7-3 all out. Kent 134 for 7, so they're still 440 odd runs behind. Abbott in and bowls to Keogh, and that's a beauty. It bounces, it left him and beat Keogh outside the off stump, goes through to an Iron Donald. Strong finish to the over by Kyle Abbott. Northamptonshire 95 for 3. Keogh yet to get off the mark. Luke Proctor is on 17. I shall go and update BBC Radio Northampton and back with you a little bit later on. And for now, Richard Scott will come in to join Kevin.
Got a tweet here. Ralph Brooker at Solent Sports says, morning all, play at last. That's right, yeah, 45 minutes late, that's all. Saw Mohammed Abbas receive his county cap recently. What is the protocol for earning a county cap in tests? Obviously it's the first test that earns a test cap. Well, I guess it's mainly that it's acknowledgement that you are a regular member of the side, and should, barring real problems, continue to be so. I think that's basically what your county cap is. I mean, I know Abbas will play every time he's around, but I think it's just it's a symbolic, really. As Barker comes in, bowls to Proctor, who drives up to mid-on, doesn't quite time it, and there's no run. Morning, Richard.
Morning, Kev.
How are you?
All good, thank you. Yeah, good start from Hampshire.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Sorry, just very quickly, the county cap. I think that's what it is, isn't it? Have I got that sort of right? Is that? Did you cap many players when you were head coach at Middlesex?
I did, yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Grudgingly. One or two.
More dosh.
That's right. Oh, that's the thing, isn't it? I suppose it is, isn't it? In a lot of circumstances. Here's Barker. Gets one that bounces. Proctor plays that back off the top part of the back to the bowler. Yeah, has been good so far, isn't it? And Hampshire are now starting to get to a point where they were when the championship suspended. Well, they've just had a break at the end of July where they don't let the opposition score too many, even if they're not taking wickets.
No, both bowlers, Barker and Abbott, probing, aren't they? They don't give the batters much respite, and that showed in the dismissals, I think, to Luce's shots, but they didn't have much to feed on.
No, exactly right. Gay for 33, Josh Cobb for 2 as Sunshine comes out again, probably briefly, as Barker comes in outside the off stump and Proctor leaves that one alone. Yeah, so in the... What have we had? Almost 45 minutes of play this morning. Northants have gone from 77 for 1 to 95 for 3. So what have we added? 18. And we saw this time and time again, didn't we, in the championship games that Hampshire were playing in up to the end of July, where this is pretty much how oppositions were scoring. And then you're just waiting for the next wicket to fall, really. Proctor works that to mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's not just the dot balls, it's the probe in lengths, always asking questions of the batter's techniques. You know, Barker swinging it from this hotel end, and, you know, Abbott bowling with good pace from the pavilion end, isn't he? He's coming over and round the wicket, and there's not much respite for the batters. Run rate at 2.6, and Northants up against it.
That's right, yeah. Hampshire scoring at 6 and over yesterday. Northants considerably down on that, but that really reflects the situation of the game as Proctor pros forward and it goes out square on the offside. I've got an email here which I must mention from John Bootland, solentcricket@gmail.com. I had a quick read of it before I'm reading this one out. I think I know exactly what John feels about the different forms of the game. He says, "Hooray, cricket is back. It's only for a month, but better than no cricket at all. My main worry, however, is that teams playing for prizes are likely to have their hopes dashed or frustrated by rain and bad light over the next month." I think that's always been the case, isn't it? We've always played cricket in September. Maybe not quite as late in September, as Proctor works that away square on the leg side. End of Barker's over, 13 overs, 2 for 26 for him, 95 for 3. But that's only to be expected as long as the powers that be arrange to play the final 4 of 5 county games and test matches during the football season rather than the cricket season, a situation which isn't going to change for the foreseeable future. Bums on seats, the lining of the appropriate pockets and all that. Perhaps a bit less of the constant reference to the slogging garbage that replaces county and test cricket by the media, TV and live streaming may help in getting the priorities right and may put pressure on rulers of the game to play more county cricket during the summer. Keep up the excellent commentary though, fellas, says Guy. I wish he wouldn't sit on the fence with that.
Abbott charging in from the pavilion end to Keogh. Really hard length there. Keogh stuck on the crease, just eases it back into extra cover and there's no run.
We like a bit of slogfest in a way. I mean, you think in a way, I mean, it was a championship day yesterday, but Hampshire scoring 170 odd in less than 28 overs. I mean, you could arguably say that's
hardly boring.
No, that's more getting into the realms of one-day cricket, isn't it?
Also, with the hot summer, they haven't lost hardly any cricket, so they're a bit ahead of the game in terms of the cricket played in Championship.
Yeah. There's been lots of cricket. In fact, a couple of people have said to me there's almost too much cricket now.
Abbott in again to Keogh. That's left outside of the off stump, goes safely through to Donald.
Somebody said to me in the office, who doesn't follow cricket particularly, other than that it's sort of his job to cover the sport, said to me, he said, "There's been so much cricket this summer." He said, I don't know whether I'm coming or going. I can't keep up with it, or what's going on, what format, what competition, which team, international, domestic, women's, men's, under 18, under 19. He said, I can't follow it all.
Abbott running in again. Keogh ready. Pressing forward there, hard length again from Abbott.
He's into a groove, isn't he now, Abbott?
He is.
Especially against the right-hander. I feel that the right-hander, he's just got into that groove. He's bowled well against Proctor, but you sometimes know with Abbott when he's really right on it. And I think as the season's gone on, he's produced more and more of those spells where you just feel the wicket's not far away.
Yeah, great for Hampshire, isn't it, having a bloke like Abbott to come back refreshed. Didn't play, well, he's played hardly any cricket at all in the last 6 weeks. Looked after himself, no doubt, and full of energy as he comes in again. Another good length ball. That's well played by Keogh. Pushed hard back down towards mid-on.
Didn't he play for Middlesex when you were there, head coach?
He did. He had just a very short spell in the T20. Really nice fella and really good pro. Looks after himself. Bowls a very heavy ball, doesn't he?
Yeah. It's quite interesting because Hampshire don't use him for the T20s. And what did you see in him for T20s?
Oh, a lot of good variation. He bowled a good Yorker actually, and like I say, heavy ball as he comes in again. Keogh on strike, forward defensive again to extra cover. Organ field.
So purely because he bowled a good Yorker and a bit of a heavy ball, so you thought we'll have him for T20?
Yeah, spearhead the attack.
Yeah, I remember him playing against Hampshire for you guys at Lord's.
Yeah.
Quite weird, really. Yeah.
There was talk recently that South Africa, he might go back and play Test cricket for South Africa, but
well, I asked him that when it all changed because of Brexit. I actually did ask him that question.
Last ball the over as he comes in again. Keogh on strike. Oh, that was tight leave, tight leave. Really good length ball that jagged back, and Donald more or less took it over the line, a leg stump in the end. Really good delivery.
Certainly is. He's bowled 6 overs in this spell, and you just feel you'd want to give him another over, but do you?
Yeah.
Do you keep him going? I suppose, certainly if Keogh's facing, I think I would.
Yeah.
But you don't want to over-bowl him. Yeah, no, I did. So that would have been, what, the winter before last, I think, something like that. And he's quite good. But, yeah, I think at that stage it was all pretty new. You know, I think it's when we all suddenly realised, oh, actually, all these guys that have been playing as cold packs are now suddenly overseas, and which technically means he's eligible again to play for South Africa. Of course, Riley Russo played for South Africa again, because Russo joined Hampshire here when when Abbott was back here, at the same time. Here's Barker, bowling to Proctor. Proctor forward, turns that towards mid-wicket. 1 or 2 in the slips, got excited by that. Proctor seemed to play it fairly easy. Minimum of foot movement, lets the ball come onto the bat, but almost allowing the ball to move on him a fraction. But yeah, he was a bit non-committal then, and I must admit, I don't think I've asked him in the last few months, that's for sure. I get the feeling he hasn't really changed his mind. Maybe nobody from South Africa's come calling, and to be fair, they have got a pretty decent attack. Not sure they're really looking for too many more seamers at the moment, as Proctor pushes out on the leg side again, squarer this time. It's a pretty handy attack at the moment, isn't it, South Africa?
Oh. Yeah. Intriguing test match coming up.
Is it Oval, last one?
Oval, yeah. Start tomorrow.
Yes. Mentioned earlier. England named their 11, Harry Brook in it. I think a lot of people will be fairly happy with that. 95 for 3. Lunch is at 12:40 today. So relatively short session. As Barker bowls, Proctor plays forward, goes out behind square on the offside, fielded by Fuller. Nice stuff here from Barker. Right on the money. Just took him 2 or 3 overs at least last night. Just look, the big 3 of Hampshire: Barker, Abbott, Abbas. For me, maybe not so much Abbott, but certainly the other 2. Just for me, in their first 2 or 3 overs of their spell, looked like bowlers that hadn't done a lot in the last month. Still okay, but you just feel the way right back from a Hampshire point of view to where we were in July. All 3 of them coming at you outside the off stump, and Proctor leaves alone. Hence, the run rate is very slow at the moment, because they did get away a little bit Northamptonshire last night, Scotty. I don't know how much you sort of followed it. You probably didn't.
Yeah,
You're probably on the golf course knowing you. But they did get away to a decent start. Good play, no doubt about it, but they were able to feed off balls not quite in the right areas, but they're right back on it now.
Yeah, and Northampton's going nowhere, and it's a tricky time for Northampton, because even though they're mid-table, they're not a million miles from the relegation zone, so they've got to be careful.
Yeah, they certainly have. Yeah, I know Andrew Radd's been counting every bonus point in this game so far. Just nips back on Proctor, gets wrapped high on the pad. The live table at the moment: Surrey not playing, 209. Hampshire 198, so they've pulled up 5 points with their batting performance yesterday. Lancashire 177, Essex 139. Northants in 5th, which they started this game in 5th. They have 133. But as regards the bottom 2, Somerset 103 and, well, Gloucestershire 68. Yeah. It was a pretty poor return. So it's 103 up to 133. So there's 30 points difference between second from bottom and Northampton as things stand. It's turned away towards mid-wicket. End of the over. Proctor has 17. Keogh yet to get off the mark. Face 9. 95 for 3. Northampton trail by 305.
Yeah, if you look at Northampton's mission, you know, playing Hampshire this week, chasing the title, then Surrey next week, chasing the title. You know, you come away from those 2 games with not a great deal, which could feasibly happen. Yeah. You know, they could be in for a tricky couple of weeks at the end of the season.
That's for sure. I think one thing in Northampton's favour, though, they've got 4 games left as opposed to a few counties 3, so yeah. I suppose that sort of gives you another opportunity. But you're right, 2 tough fixtures to start this September running.
Abbott steaming in again. Bowls to Keogh, he's nicked it, and Donald takes the catch. That was a beauty, wasn't it? Well, just back of a length. Not a lot of foot movement, but that's left him. And you could see that was a difficult ball to deal with, and really good bowling from Abbott, and he deserved that. Yeah.
It was interesting, because on the Isle of Wight, I think it's fair to say Rob Keogh got a bit of stick for giving it away when Northampton were going to win the game comfortably. And, you know, maybe quite rightly in some ways, smacked it straight to mid-off, and Northampton crumbled after that. But I don't think there's any doubt there that that's a great ball.
Yeah.
And I think Keogh, in a way, did well to nick it. So I don't think at all as he walks back, you cannot say, do you know what, Rob, you've done it again. You cannot say that. Because, to be honest, he really has been bowled out there. It's a terrific ball.
Andrew was saying earlier that, you know, the feedback from the Northants bowlers was that, you know, wouldn't have really pitch it up, get the batsman driving. It was more back of a length, nipped a bit. And that was a good example, wasn't it?
Yes.
Stuck on the crease, neither forward nor back, but an absolute beauty that left him.
I agree. And again, just to emphasise the point, you know, and we've seen this I have seen this so many times this year, that they're not the quickest bowlers. You know, Abbott's probably the quicker of the three, but they're not the quickest. But they just grind sides down. And, you know, we're looking this morning now, that's the third wicket that's falling in the space of 15 runs. And the innings is just not moving forward. This is what we've seen from Hampshire. This is why they're in the situation they're in.
Yeah, and if you look at Proctor's innings, you know, he's playing a really good hand for Northants, but he's got 17 runs off 61 balls, which really signify that, you know, they're just not going anywhere. And the problem is, if Enoch then gets out, you know, the players that are coming in have got a big task on their hands.
Yeah.
They'll do well to get the ball off Abbott before lunch, I reckon.
No. Just as well, he was given an extra over, if indeed there ever was a case. 378 runs at 25 for Vasconcelos, playing his 10th championship match.
Abbott reverts to back around the wicket to the left-hander.
Yeah, I think this is playing into Northant's favour. I don't think he enjoys the left-handers so much at the moment.
And he comes bowled, first ball. That's a good drive. That's a crisp drive through extra cover for 4. Good start. Right, Vasconcelos.
Yeah, Portuguese passport. That's how he qualifies.
Vasconcelos.
Yes. But yeah, you know, if I'm totally honest here, I'd love to see 2 right-handers out here. The way that Abbott's been bowling to the right-handers, I wish there was 2. I think he's still bowling well, but I just get the feeling that the left-handers are just finding him slightly easier. Yeah,
but you might argue that Barker might prefer the left-hander in. True. So as Abbott races in again, round the wicket, Vasconcelos plays that well, nudges it into the offside, and he's started well. Crisp drive through the offside to start with, and now he's neatly pushed it into extra cover for a quick single.
He's looking busy already, isn't he?
Busy, yep. Proctor back on strike. So the field is 4 slips, a cover point, a mid-off, mid-on, square legs just in front of square, and a fine leg. Just changing up a little here for Proctor, where they're putting in, looks like a leg gully. So he might be going a bit shorter at him here.
Ooh, worth a try.
Bit of chin music.
Ooh.
Or double whammy. Here we go. Abbott into Proctor, just nudges it into square leg. Fielded by Fuller.
He's also somebody, though, that doesn't really move his feet a lot, does he? So he kind of lets the ball come and tries to sort of close the face of the bat. So I'm just wondering if there's a bit of that as well.
Yeah, that's right. I think you were describing him earlier, weren't you? He's quite crouched, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, and lets the ball come late.
You'd have loved this bowling attack at Middlesex. You'd have won the championship back-to-back.
We weren't that bad. Here comes Abbott. Bowls to Proctor. Strikes him on the thigh. Goes off to cover point. And Gubbins picks the ball up.
So your main performers back in, was it 2016, would have been Roland Jones?
Yeah, Roland Jones, Murtagh,
yeah.
Finn.
Yeah, Finn offered you something different, obviously, but your Roland Jones, Murtagh are a bit like what we're seeing here for Hampshire, aren't they?
Yeah.
Really?
Harris.
Oh, of course, yeah. It's gone back to Glamorgan, hasn't it?
Yeah. Abbott round the wicket to Proctor. Oh. So that's jagged back from round the wicket. Proctor, I don't know whether he played that or not. When left it was pretty tight.
Yeah, just missed the replay on the live picture feed. Of course, you can listen to our commentary on the BBC Sport website and that, but also on the live picture feed, our commentary on that as well. That's going on the Hampshire Cricket website and the Cricket app, and that's also being beamed back to the Northamptonshire website as well. So Yes, accurate stuff from Hampshire this morning. Kevin Jenks has emailed solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, I think we've had a great season all round. This is Hampshire. I enjoy the championship most of all, and we've seen some exciting and entertaining cricket. Certainly have. Seeing the younger fringe players in the one-day competition makes you feel confident about the future for Hampshire cricket. It's quite funny, actually. Well, it's not funny, but somebody asked me about that the other day, about, obviously Hampshire getting through to the semi-finals and actually had the game won against Kent, really, and having sort of won a couple of games they perhaps shouldn't have won in the group stages. Should have actually in the end won it, but gosh, that man Darren Stevens. Anyway, come back to that in a moment as Barker runs in and bowls to Vasconcelos. Pushes forward, bit of bounce, comes off the top of the bat, turns it away square on the leg side for a single. Scored off every ball he's faced so far. Vasconcelos, he's 6 not out now, 101 for 4. That actually now, it's quite interesting, and I guess you would have faced this situation as well. That's been some great performances. Nick Gubbins, right, he's in the side, absolutely no problem there. Tom Prest, big 180 in one of the games, and skippered the England under-19s during the winter, and he's a very good player, not in the side. Here comes Barker, bowls, driven by Proctor but not timed up to mid-on. You've seen John Turner, 2 lots of 5 wickets in the tournament, and you said to me he bowls a heavy ball. We saw that a few times. Did well, but not in the side. You've got people like Jack Campbell, left-arm seamer, who shows a lot of promise, not in the side, and 1 or 2 others as well, who I can't quite think of off the top of my head at the moment. But the trick now is, 1 or 2 of these players have shown promise. What do you do with them over the next year or two? Because this isn't a bad championship side as Barker comes in, left alone outside the off stump by Proctor. Hard, isn't it? It's going to be a tricky situation. Otherwise, you're going to lose 1 or 2 players, I guess.
You could do, yeah. But it bodes well for the competitiveness within the squad in all forms. And also, you always want to see your players, if they've got to move for one reason or other, go on and do well elsewhere. It shows you're doing something right, and certainly the system continues to work really well in Hampshire.
Certainly does. Or just loan them out, still have them as your asset. Proctor's forward, plays that out towards extra cover where fielded by Gubbins, who we've just been talking about. Yeah, that's why I like the loan system, because you can still give players first team experience, but actually still have them as your player.
That's right.
I like that. Was that around when you were head coach, or would that come in after you?
No, it was around.
It was around then?
Yeah. Yeah. Players were soon knocking on the door early season if they weren't in the team. I want to go on live.
Did they really? They knock on your office door? Yeah. Did they really? it's Barker outside the off stump, and that's left alone. 101 for 4 Northamptonshire. That must be a weird feeling, isn't it, when players are coming in and saying, why am I not picked?
Yeah. Well, absolutely. It's part and parcel of the job. Toughest part of the job, leaving people out and, wrecking their dreams or their immediate dreams. But
that's the thing, isn't it?
That's why you have a squad, isn't it? And
did you lose sleep over it sometimes?
Yeah.
Did you really?
Definitely, yeah, for sure.
Wow. In the sunshine again as Barker bowls. That's whipped away past a backward square leg, close infielder. That's Ian Holland. I'd say he was leg gully. He's a little squarer than that, and maybe a fraction deeper. And that'll be a single to end Barker's over. He has 15 overs, 2 for 28, 102 for 4. I think Barker's been on the whole time, hasn't he, from the this end, quietly, without sort of thinking about it. Yes, he's got through 8 overs this morning. Abbott's got through 7 overs. Are they going to keep bowling? They are. Well, Abbott is anyway. Long spells when you could potentially be in the field for a long time, although I suppose you're probably expecting a break or 2 with the weather.
I think so, and strike while the iron's hot. They've still got loads of support in Abbas, Fuller, Holland, Dawson, so I think you would struggle to get the ball off both of them at this moment in time.
And they've had a month off.
Yeah. Abbott into Proctor. Good length ball. Pushes forward. Went to the right of mid-off, and they've scurried through for a single.
Funny enough, actually, I did, because they did a lot of bowling up at Scarborough, which was their last championship match, and I did speak to Kyle afterwards because he picked up some wickets up there. I think he got about 10 in the match or a bit more or something. And I did, and he said, "Oh, yeah." He said, "Thank goodness I've got a month off now." And I said, "Yeah, but you'll pay for that in September."
Yeah.
Sure enough, here we are.
Yes.
He's into his 8th over in this spell.
Abbott round the wicket again. Vasconcelos leaves that. Good length ball, bit of width, so easy leave. It's quite interesting for the strength and conditioning trainers keeping, you know, the likes of Abbott and Abbas ready to play. You know, they'll have rest bite after a series of championship games and when the 100 comes to the fore, but it's very important that they're battle hardened to come back in September. So they'd have been working hard behind the scenes, ensuring they can bowl long spell.
Yeah.
Otherwise they'll break. Right, change of tact. Abbott back over the wicket now. Vasconcelos, so that's a straight ball that he pushes back to the bowler. No run.
I've just seen Abbas do some warm-up exercises.
Yeah.
On for Barker, you think? Or would he come on for Abbott at the far end?
Who knows?
Would you have Barker bowling that? I mean, he's bowled 8 this morning.
He has got long spells in him, Barker, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think he's got an economical run up. Obviously puts a lot of effort in at the crease, but big, strong lad. As Abbott races in again, Vasconcelos on strike. Works one off his hip to a straight-ish mid-wicket and well fielded by Fuller at mid-wicket.
It's quite interesting you say that about Barker. I mean, he is a strong boy, there's no doubt about that. But every time I see him at the end of play, and I don't see him every time at the end of play, but a few times I'll say, "You're all right, you're good." He said, "So I'm absolutely knackered." He's been saying that since about April the 5th. And I worry that, you know, I'm thinking, gosh, he's not going to see out April. Then he goes through it, then May, and here he is still going.
Yeah. Used to be a footballer, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Blackburn Rovers, I think it was.
Abbott into Vasconcelos, who off drives that really well, and he's actually timed the ball as well as anyone since he's come in, hasn't he?
Yep, agreed. Nice shot. Yeah, I haven't seen him do it so often this year. Maybe I haven't looked, but last year he had this lovely little flick with his boot where if the ball came back to him and he was on his follow through and it was sort of on the line of him, he would just put his right foot on the outside of the ball, and as it came through between his legs, he'd get his left foot and flick it behind him, and the ball would flick up to the mid-on.
Skills.
It's brilliant.
As Abbott approaches the crease, bowls to Vasconcelos, who drives firmly through extra cover. That's well fielded. Just got the right hand to it there, diving it extra cover. Can't quite see
Gubbins.
That was Gubbins.
You should know, he's one of your players.
I know. That's unlike Gubbo, diving.
Is that why you didn't recognise him?
Right or left?
I'll tell you what, he dived right in the dirt there as well, isn't he? At the end of the wicket. Oh dear. You can have a chat with him later?
Yeah, I'll catch up with Nick. He's a lovely fella, Nick.
Yeah. End of the over, 104 for 4 then at Northamptonshire, having started at 11:15. Yeah, we had a 45-minute delay because of a rain shower and that overnight rain, which didn't help. Northants 77 for 1 when we started, 104 for 4 now. The 3 players out, Emilio Gay for 33. That's a change of bowling. It is... who's that? Is that Ian Holland? Yeah, so maybe Abbas is coming on for Barker at the far end. Emilio Gay added just 2 to his overnight total. Josh Cobb out for 2, Rob Keogh out for no score. They lost 3 wickets for 15, 80 for 1, 95 for 4. And Northampton still trail by 296. Remember, 251 is the follow-on target. So Ian Holland, who bowled 1 over last night, it was a maiden, as on. And that's turned away in the air, but there's nobody at square leg. Felix Organ's a little in front of square there, runs after it. But 2 runs, pushed at that, didn't he, Vasconcelos? The square leg will have snaffled that up. A bit like Emilio Gay, actually, a very similar type dismissal, but that went straight to mid-wicket. That one's gone square.
Are you surprised Holland comes on before Fuller? Or is it been sort of they just chop and change during the season?
As well as Fuller's bowled, and he has, I think they tend to use him when they haven't taken a wicket for quite a while.
Yeah.
And it's a bit of a different line of attack. That's outside the off stump and that's left alone. I think generally and this is not in every situation, but generally, when they've kept it tight like they have done this morning, and that has been obviously quite a lot of sessions, that Ian Holland comes on to back that up. It's only when they've probably gone a little bit longer without a wicket, then Fuller comes in, bit of extra pace.
Makes sense.
And then
bit of a golden arm
from there. And it has generally worked, not all the time, but generally worked. Outside the off stump, and that's left alone by Vasconcelos. So Ian Holland just really continues in that sort of, accurate, steady, medium pace, really, isn't it? Medium quick in Abbott's case, perhaps, but the rest, it's all steady, medium pace. Keep the batters under your thumb, really, a little bit, isn't it? And let them do something. If they, a bit like a Josh Cobb, if you really want to hit out, go for it. And it didn't work. As Holland bowls outside the off stump, again it's left alone. And it's obviously they're second in the table, and it's worked this season. It's worked very well. Even on flat surfaces, and there's been some. Canterbury, they picked up 20 wickets at Canterbury on what James Vince described as probably the flattest surface he's played on for years. With this attack, basically a bit of Mason Crane, but Mason Crane didn't have a massive influence in the game. Here comes Holland. Well, that's a wide, surely. Is that not a wide? Wow. How's that not a wide? Isn't it? That's too wide.
Just inside the return crease. That
in that 100 competition, which I love, that would have been too wide. It was that wide. Have I said I love the 100? Do you like the 100? You were here for a 100 game, weren't you?
I was, yeah. I did enjoy it. I enjoyed the experience. I just struggle with the run rates when the sides are chasing. In terms of trying to decipher. Yeah.
That's outside off stump, not quite as wide this time. Vasconcelos happy to leave that one alone as well. He's 9. Proctor's on 19. Proctor started the day on 7. So we've had about an hour and 15 minutes, and he's only on 19. 106 for 4. Yeah, well, in terms of what? Just because it's broken down into balls and not overs.
Yeah, and I just being old-fashioned, I divide what does that mean in normal overs? So I try and divide the balls into an over of 6 and say, well, okay, in a T20 game they would need X. Yeah. I just.
But you see, people like you doing that, their game's not for you, is it? Let's be honest. If you're thinking in overs and overs of 6, because obviously they're sets of 6, aren't they? Sets of 5.
Sets of 5, yeah.
Then really, you're not the person they're aiming it at. Is that right?
Probably. Yeah. Probably. And also, what is a good score at half time? I find it quite difficult to work out what a pass score would be because of the different multiples of 5 rather than 6.
Yeah, showing your age.
Scotty. And it's too early in the comp to. It's too early in the comp to find out what a good pass score is at different ground. As Abbas replaces Abbott, he's coming around the wicket too. Proctor's on strike. That's a straight ball. He tries to whip that through mid-wicket, and it goes down to fine leg.
Looks like he's, I don't know, just a bit more aggressive than you had been at Abbott. First delivery.
Yeah, it was a full-length ball. I think his eyes lit up because he hadn't probably got too many half volleys this morning, and just didn't quite capitalise. And he's rehearsed his shot from the non-striker's end now. A bit frustrated with himself. As Abbas comes in to Vasconcelos. Edge caught it, slipped. Dawson, great catch, low down. That was a really good bit of cricket, wasn't it?
I just about saw that. If you're watching the live picture feed, have a look. Here's the replay. Abbas comes in, forward. Oh, that's low down.
Great catch.
Good catch.
He almost had to come forward.
Yeah.
That's a good bit of cricket, isn't it?
He's a good slipper, and Hampshire, I'm afraid, are going to miss him when he goes to Pakistan after this game.
Yeah. They'll be delighted with their morning's work, Hampshire, won't they?
Brilliant. This is how I thought last night would pan out, if I'm honest, but they weren't quite on it. And
well, it doesn't always go to script, does it?
No.
And like you say, they've sort of feeling their way into the game, but they've come back this morning and really put Northampton under pressure, and they are under the cosh now.
They certainly are. So Vasconcelos out for 9. The score then 107 for 5. So when that second wicket went down, Emilio Gay, just after 15 minutes of play this morning, Northants have now lost 4 wickets for 27.
Yeah.
Wow.
Been impressive. Bowling is a unit, Hampshire, aren't they? Which you heard told earlier that it's been the highlight of the season. And you mentioned the flat wickets at Kent. I think the wickets have generally been better this year, haven't they? Certainly Batter's got more runs, and the seam has got less wickets. But the highlight of Hampshire, certainly this morning and for most of the season, from a bowling unit point of view, is they've kept it tight together and bowled as one.
They certainly have. Abbott's figures this morning: 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17.
Fantastic. And he sometimes you feel a bit aggrieved, you know better than me, but sometimes you feel a bit aggrieved that you've probed all morning. Abbas comes on his first over, gets the nick.
That's right.
Thanks, mate.
That's right. You say, what's the problem? Why is it taking you so long? It's taking me 2 balls. You've only got 1 wicket in 8 overs.
I should have been on 5 overs ago.
That's right, yeah. Oh, skip. It is like that. I mean, we joke, but you do joke about things like that out there, don't you?
Yeah.
The new batter is James Sales. We would have played against his dad.
Yeah, he was a fine player, wasn't he?
Yeah. David Sales. Another natural, really, wasn't he, at the crease?
Jumble.
Was that his nickname?
Yeah,
was it? Oh, I can't
Jumble
remember.
Sales.
Oh, right.
Abbas into Sale. Good length ball, really solid forward defensive.
I suppose Andrew's heard that before, hasn't he? Nickname for David Sales was Jumble. You would have heard that. Yeah, he's nodding and almost falling asleep. Said, "Yeah, I heard that so many times. It's not funny." I've only heard that for the first time. I don't know why I didn't hear that when I played against him.
He's stylish, wasn't he? He had a lot of time.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, good player. It's annoying when you're in the field to see a player come in when you know they're naturally gifted. He was one, wasn't he?
Yeah. Abbas again over the wicket to Sales. That's a really good delivery. That's pitched just outside off stump and left him. It's a good lead by Sales. So Hampshire on top.
Playing just his 2nd game. James Sales in the championship. Top score of 71 though. Can obviously play. He's 19 years of age, so he's only playing his 5th first-class game overall. See that Finley Bean got a few runs for Yorkshire. He was the one that made 400 in the 2nd team, wasn't he? He's only young as well.
Abbas to Sales. Onto the back foot. That's
a
good shot. Crisp punch through the offside that's beaten the cover fielder, and it goes through for 4. Classy looking shot.
Yeah. Certainly was. At the end of this over, Scotty, sorry, I'm going to get you to come in my position and I'll get Andrew to come over there. I've just got to do 1 30-second quick update, but so you might just be off just for people won't be able to hear you maybe for a minute or so. No, at the end of this over, we'll do it at the end of this over. But yeah, if anybody could put up with not hearing you for a couple of minutes. So you were saying, Scotty, I've interrupted there.
The lines would be jammed with complaints.
They were saying, where's that Richard Scott? Talks a lot of sense.
That was one of the rare deliveries this morning that gave the batsman a bit of width.
Tim Tremlett's just texted me, former Hampshire all-rounder, who would have played against him as well, saying not much gets past me. He did when I batted.
Abbas bowls to Sales, thick inside edge that they scamper through for 1, but it was a no ball. So Sales has started well. Good back foot shot through the covers.
Yeah.
Nice punch.
All that coaching from all that free coaching from his dad in the garden as he was growing up. I mean, how much would that be worth? Eh? Saved himself thousands of pounds in coaching fees.
Abbas reverts back around the wicket to Keogh. Bowls, and that's a leg glance that's gone fine, and that's 4 runs.
Proctor.
Sorry, Proctor, yeah.
Keogh's gone.
Keogh.
You just described his dismissal for about 5 minutes, saying what a great delivery it was.
Proctor will be a relieved man, won't he?
He's just got a little spurt on, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a bit stuck.
Certainly has. Scotty, I'm just going to get you to take a break for a minute or two. I've got to do this quick 30-second update and I'll get you back on. But Andrew Radd from BBC Northampton is coming back in alongside me until I've done that little burst. And then Andrew and Richard Scott will take you up till lunch. I'll get in first for lunch. And when it's cold, you can have yours. 118 for 5. So Andrew's all right. He's not having fish pie today, so he doesn't have to worry.
We've only got 6 minutes till lunch.
I know. Here we go. Sunshine out. Well, it's been a good morning for Hampshire so far, even though we had a 45-minute break until 11:15. Northants have moved from 77 for 1 to 118 for 5. And they are still 282 runs adrift. Couple of wickets for Keith Barker this morning, one for Kyle Abbott, bowled brilliantly Kyle Abbott, and one for Mo Abbas as well. So 118 for 5 then Northants in their first innings. They trail Hampshire by 282. We've got 6 minutes till lunch.
Yeah, it's going to be Holland running in again from this hotel end in his third over, and that's wide outside the off stump, steered away between third slip and gully down to third man for 4. So once again, as Richard was describing in the previous over, Sales has been giving a little bit of width and cutting that away down to third man for 4 takes James Sales up to 9, 122 for 5. Northamptonshire first target 251 to avoid the follow on. Afternoon, Richard, good to see you.
Good to see you, Andrew.
And James Sales, as Kevin was saying a moment or two ago, came into the championship side for the first time this season in the last match at Cheltenham, which seems months ago. It was actually about 6 weeks ago. Made 71, his highest first-class score, as Holland's in bowls to him, and he's in behind that, playing it back down the pitch for Holland to field off his own bowling. Made his debut, first-class debut last season against Surrey, and had the pleasure of scoring the winning runs as Northamptonshire beat Surrey. Came in on the last afternoon, terrific game of cricket, then made 50 in his second game against Durham, helped save the match. Holland in again, bowls to Sales, plays it back down the pitch, fielded by Ian Holland off his own bowling. And we're talking about getting coaching from his dad David. Jumble, as you say, he was always known around the circuit. Also did a lot of work early in his cricketing life with the late and much missed David Capel at Overston Park Cricket Club. So pretty good pedigree in terms of mentors. Here's Holland in again, bowls to him, and he's playing that up towards extra cover, and there's no run. So yes, I would be at all surprised if David is listening. So morning Jumble, or afternoon Jumble if you are. Still plays at Overston Park Cricket Club in the Northamptonshire League.
Does he really?
James does. David does the ground now at Overston, which is a wonderful ground. Here's Holland hanging that outside the off stump. Goes through to an Iron Donald, and that's the end of the over. 122 for 5. Sales on 9. Proctor on 24. The clock on the scoreboard showing 12:37. What do you reckon? One more, Richard?
Yeah, so I think it's been a great morning for Hampshire. Sales coming immediately, looks well balanced.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got time. Looks, you can tell instantly, can't you?
He's a very talented lad. It was interesting talking to John Sadler, Northamptonshire's head coach, and he said, as a batting coach, which obviously John was before he became head coach, he said you look at all sorts of things, but first and foremost you look at the quality of the ball striking, and he said that's what he sees with James Sales.
As Abbas comes into Proctor, that's left well outside off stump. Yeah.
But yeah, he's one of those. I mean, I think you were talking about it earlier with Kevin about some of the Hampshire players that have had the opportunities in first team cricket in the Royal London Cup over the last year or two, and that was really how James Sales came into the Northamptonshire first team. He'd obviously been around for a while, but he got some opportunities in the Royal London Cup last year, and then finished up making his first class debut.
Abbas to Proctor, who eases that off his thigh. Easy run down to fine leg. Fielded safely, which brings Sales back onto strike. Abbas will go back over the wicket. Yeah, that's been. I think that's been great for the membership of all counties across the country, hasn't it, to see the new talent coming through, and it's been a really good stage for the young players to showcase their skills.
Yeah, very much so. The likes of also Gus Miller at Northamptonshire getting a couple of few chances in the Royal London Cup. Young leg spinner Alex Russell as well.
Abbas into Sales. Comfortably played back down the ground. Nice backward defensive shot. Abbas deploying 4 slips. He's got a cover point behind square. A mid off, a mid on, and a straight mid wicket.
And I'm sure as a coach, Richard, you look at players and you watch them in the nets and see them playing second team, but you only really find out what they're about when they make that step up.
Yeah, absolutely. Abbas comes in to the still sails, and it was a good length ball outside off stump, which is comfortably left.
He certainly sort of experienced the highs and lows. We were saying it's only his fifth first-class match, but hit the winning runs against Surrey on debut, then 50 to save the match against Durham, then went down to Chelmsford to play Essex last match of the season. Kevin and I were talking about it earlier in a slightly different context. And Northamptonshire were rolled over twice and lost before lunch on the second day. So he's seen the highs and lows, is probably fair to say.
Abbas into sail, goes wide of the crease. That was a good delivery, well left. So he's gone wide of the crease, but still jagged away. So it was a good bit of cricket. Batters the two contrasting styles. Sale sets up similar, if I was to describe it, a bit like Jason Roy, really well balanced and orthodox. Proctor, wide open stance as a left-hander, and crouches quite a bit, but he's had a fantastic season in his own right.
Certainly has, yes. We were saying earlier, he has been described as Oldham's Chanderpaul.
Abbas comes in again, bowls to Sales. That's a full-length ball. He drives off the front foot through a sort of wideish extra cover, and it's fielded really athletically by Fuller. There'll only be one run, and that looks like it could be lunch. Can you get one more in?
No, I think
they all head to the pavilion.
Yeah, I think that's our lot, Richard. It is indeed lunch on the third day of this county championship match between Hampshire and Northamptonshire, and as Richard was saying, emphatically Hampshire's morning. Shortened session, and they've already picked up 4 wickets this morning, with Gay out for 33, Cobb for 2, Keogh for 0, Vasconcelos for 9. 2 wickets this morning for Keith Barker, 1 for Kyle Abbott and 1 for Mohammed Abbas. Luke Proctor still there on 25, scored just 19 runs in that mini session this morning, but he's still there as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, which is the main thing. James Sales is on 10, 124 for 5, 127 more needed to avoid the follow-on. That is lunch. We're going to go off in search of ours. Trust you'll have your lunch at home, and we'll be back with you when play resumes in around about 35 minutes time.
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl. The Hampshire fielders walking out to the middle. The two not out Northamptonshire batters, James Sales and Luke Proctor, also making their way out to the middle. The weather looks fair for the moment, and we should get the afternoon session underway. Apologies, I'm a little bit out of breath. We've just come from the other side of the ground and suddenly realised that time was running away from me. So apologies if I sound a bit out of breath for now. So the situation in the game on day 3 is that Northamptonshire, replying to that Hampshire total of 400 for 9 declared, or 124 for 5. And Keith Barker will get the afternoon session underway. And as I say, the situation in the game with Northamptonshire 124 for 5. They are 276 runs behind Hampshire. They started at 11:15 this morning because we had a 45-minute break for rain on 77 for 1. So a good morning for Hampshire. Had to battle hard even to get to that point, Northamptonshire, and they've got a lot more work to do yet. Andrew Radd has made his way back as well from the other side of the ground. Here's Barker round the wicket. That's full, he's bowled. He's gone first ball, he's yorked. James Sales, the 19-year-old, gone for 10. Barker, a bit of a loosener, got it right up there. It went right underneath the bottom of the bat. And Northamptonshire, having started the day 77 for 1, now find themselves as a score
123 for 6.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, we just have to say, what a start to the afternoon session for Hampshire. And James Sales looking suitably mortified. As you say, it was a little bit of a loosener, but it was at least, it did have the virtue of being pitched right up there, Yorker length. It just crept under the bat. And well, what a morning Keith, or day I should say, Keith Barker's having. 3 wickets to him already of the 5 to go. Barker's taken 3 of them. Sales goes at the start of the afternoon session. Tom Taylor coming in at number 8, who is, well, I think you put him in the all-rounder category. He's actually had a poor season with the bat up to when he came back into the side in the Royal London Cup after becoming a father. He'd been about a little period away on paternity leave, and came back into the side and immediately then made runs against Derbyshire in a long partnership with Lewis McManus, and started to play much more like we know he can. After that, of course, you've got really the 3 bowlers, Ben Sanderson, Lazard Williams and Jack White. So Hampshire at the moment will feel they're in with a very, very strong chance of being able to enforce the follow-on here.
Yes, that's for sure. Losing regular wickets now at Northamptonshire. Hampshire having just looked slightly off the pace with the new ball last night, right back on it this morning, putting real pressure on Northamptonshire here. As Andrew says, 3 wickets for Keith Barker today, 1 for Kyle Abbott, 1 for Mohammed Abbas. So Tom Taylor, right-hander, facing Barker, who's round the wicket once more, bowls full but not that full, as Taylor just prods forward and pushes it back to the bowler, no run.
We're making the point just before lunch, I think, when Richard and I were on for that little session, that there's still an awful lot of cricket left in this game, and certainly, well, another 71 overs after this one, as far as today is concerned, and then all day tomorrow. I mean, again, the forecast for tomorrow doesn't look great, but to be fair, ahead of just about every day in this match, the forecasters look bad, and we've managed to get at least some play on each of the first 3 days.
Barker around the wicket again, bowls. Taylor gets right to the pad. That looks close. They're cleaning for a caught in the slips as well. They were going for both there. Inside edge onto the pad. And Weatherly caught it. And they were appealing for the LBW. Unfortunately, neither are out.
Yeah, Keith Barker, I'm not sure how enthusiastic Barker was. I think it seemed more of the interest coming perhaps from behind the stumps. But what a start to the afternoon. And Northamptonshire have got to try and find somebody that can bat with Luke Proctor at the moment, and it's not a problem you would often expect, but he thinks he's actually batting 1 place higher than he would normally be. Usually bats at 4, batting at 3.
Length ball being outside the off stump. What a start to this afternoon. But you're right, batting, giving Luke Proctor some support now is paramount. 276 runs behind is a long way at this stage.
I'd be interested to know, and I'm sure we shall. It'll be a question that should be asked at the end of the day. What the thinking behind putting Josh Cobb in at 4 was. I'm slightly puzzled by that still. I've been trying to sort of think about it, what the rationale might be.
Maybe to get the scoring rate going along a bit more, I don't know. But I guess when he was in, let's play back to the bowler. I guess when he came in, it wasn't too much of a problem, was it really? It's only become apparent as the morning has worn on.
No, and you know, absolutely full credit to the Hampshire attackers. I think you were saying with Richard this morning that the MO of this Hampshire seam attack is he just, as Surrey's seam bowlers are as well, are just relentless, and they don't give you anything to hit, and they wear you down, and that's exactly what Hampshire have been doing today, doing it very, very well.
Yeah, as Barker comes back, but it's wide of off stump, and Taylor leaves alone. End of the first over of this afternoon session. 16 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 28. Barker now on 46 wickets for the season, having come into this round of fixtures, sitting in number 4 in the Division 1 top wicket takers list.
Yes, and you have to say, Northamptonshire, we were saying about the chance of finding somebody to bat with Proctor. It's also, of course, it asks the question and begs the question: how is Luke Proctor going to play? Does he try and maybe force the pace a little bit? Northamptonshire still 127 runs away from avoiding the follow-on, which, talking to Ben Sanderson last night, was clearly and obviously the first requirement for Northamptonshire. Well, that seems now a very long way off, and Proctor's 25 off 74. I'm sure as long as Tom Taylor is in there, he'll think he's got a partner capable of playing an innings of real substance. If another wicket goes down at the other end, it might be slightly different. Here's Mohammed Abbas starting round the wicket and appeals against Proctor for LBW, but I think that clearly hit him outside the line. Wasn't a huge amount of support from behind the wicket, but Proctor now an awful lot as far as Northamptonshire are concerned depending on him. He's certainly been up to the responsibility for much of the season. 815 runs, 300s, including a career best. A long partnership with Ryan Rickleton against Warwickshire, 100 against Essex down at Chelmsford as well. Really is having a very, very good year. Here's Abbas outside the off stump. Proctor lets it go. As much as anything else, and you talk about technical things until the cows come home, but I think as much as anything else, it's a triumph of just level-headed, good cricket sense and temperament from Luke Proctor.
Oh, yeah.
He's just a very, very experienced, seasoned campaigner, unfazed by pretty much anything.
Yeah.
And just brings that to bear on his batting, and Northamptonshire have been very, very glad of it this year.
I'm sure he's even more open than he was before now.
He probably is. Here's Abbas round the wicket, bowling to him, and he just turns that off his hip down towards long leg. They're going to come through for a single, chased down there by Ian Holland towards the main scoreboard. One more to Proctor, he goes to 26. Northamptonshire to 125 for 6, field changing round for the right-handed Taylor. Yes, Tom Taylor's extraordinary. We know, and we've seen in his relatively short career with Northamptonshire, came right at the end of 2020 from Leicestershire, and then last year was his first full season with the club. More than capable batter, but this first half of the season just couldn't buy a run. Here's Abbas over the wicket, bowling to Taylor rather, who's forward, pushing it up to Barker at mid-off, and there's no run. And then it was as though in that Royal London Cup match somebody flicked a switch. It was extraordinary, and he just started striking the ball beautifully. And say he and Lewis McManus sharing an excellent partnership, but from Northampton's point of view, it still wasn't enough to secure a victory in a campaign that started not particularly well and didn't get a great deal better. Here's Abbas in again, bowling to Taylor, who's playing that down to backward point, and there's no run.
Just been, while you were talking there, I've just been calculating up how the wickets have fallen. So since the first wicket at 80 for 2, Northampton have lost 5 for 44, and today lost 5 for 47.
Yeah, that's well, it says all you need to know. And what I think is slightly perturbing, I think Rob Keogh got a good one.
Yeah.
But the first 2 wickets in the day, sadly, were, as we mentioned earlier, pilot error, really. Here's Abbas in again, bowling to Taylor, who's pushing forward, goes past the outside edge into the gloves of an Aaron Donald, and that's the end of another testing, probing over from Mohammed Abbas, who's bowled 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19, 125 for 6. Luke Proctor 26, Tom Taylor yet to get off the mark. We did have a little sprinkle of rain, didn't we? We were actually walking over to the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand at lunchtime to get our lunch. Covers came on, but I think they left them on throughout the lunch interval just as a bit of a precaution. There's still quite a lot of cloud around, but I'm sure from Hampshire's point of view, we just want to try and get as much cricket as they can and get Northamptonshire batting again today, if at all possible.
I'd be surprised to see the lights come on shortly.
Yeah.
There's Barker over the wicket, 3 slips to Proctor. Proctor leaves that alone. Nice shape on that ball, but Proctor's left alone well outside the off stump, particularly to Barker. Sees that ball shaping away and knows that he doesn't have to play at it. Umpire Stephen O'Shaughnessy looking at Barker's front foot now. He was looking at his follow through earlier, so quite a big area that O'Shaughnessy's covering.
Well, he was the umpire who was getting very twitchy with Lazard Williams, wasn't he, on the opening day?
That's true. So yes, fairly dark conditions here at the moment as Barker runs away from us. Starting his 17th over, bowls, that's Fuller this time, and Proctor just hits that into the ground. Nudges her up to mid-on, fielded by Kyle Abbott. So we've lost a total of 80 overs in the game so far, which is almost a whole day's play when you consider that we're not even yet halfway through day 3. So the fact that we're actually at this point in the game, I think, is quite remarkable.
It is, and again, keep coming back to it. That batting of Hampshire's yesterday, 6 and over for 28 overs. What a difference that's made.
Yeah. That's Barker. Oh, sunshine. Where's that come from? Because that's turned away square on the leg side. I wasn't expecting that. Don't think it'll be too long.
Just looking at what's happening elsewhere in Division 1 at the Roses match at Old Trafford. Lancashire 276 all out, Yorkshire 233 for 9. So there's not going to be a huge amount of that in that rather on first innings. Yorkshire still 43 behind. Kent, as we suspected would be the case, are following on at Canterbury, bowled out for 164. Just started their second innings, 409 behind.
Barker, Proctor in behind that one, plays that into the ground. I'm going to quickly sum up everything so far in 30 seconds. That's coming up, 125 for 6. Plenty of dark clouds around. That sun didn't last too long, hasn't completely disappeared, but certainly not shining. Not sure the light might have improved a fraction, but I guess momentarily. Still a potential 69 and a bit overs left in the day's play if we can get them all in. As Barker comes in and bowls, Proctor plays that into the ground very late. Good diving stop by Weatherly at 3rd slip. Gets a round of applause. Nicely stopped, diving low to his left.
No ball called, and Steve O'Shaughnessy's having another look.
Yeah. That's why he was looking a couple of balls ago. He's been looking to give that a no ball. 127 for 6 now. Yeah, we're playing now. We've just had some lunch, and immediately after lunch, Keith Barker bowled James Sales for 10. So Northamptonshire are 127 for 6. Still 273 runs behind Hampshire on the first innings. Luke Proctor has just flicked Barker away for 4. So make that 131 for 6. Hampshire picked up 5 wickets. We started at 11:15, 45 minutes late there as well. But they picked up 5 wickets up until that shot for 47. Keith Barker's picked up 3 of them, 1 for Kyle Abbott, 1 for Mohammed Abbas. Northants 131 for 6. Nice shot that from Proctor.
Yep, just nice balance again, and straying on his leg stump, and Proctor's so strong through the leg side especially.
Yeah. Plays a lot square, doesn't he?
Yeah.
You can see not a lot of foot movement, so it's just a lot of sort of let the ball come onto the bat and just dab the balls into the square either side of the wicket, and then of course the odd shot a little bit more forceful than that. He's 30. Here's Barker. Bowls again outside the off stump. And again, Proctor leaves alone. 131 for 6, 269 runs behind are at Northamptonshire. We've had, what, 3 overs since lunch?
Just going through those, finish off the latest scores from elsewhere at Taunton in the West Country Derby. Gloucestershire are 57 for 1 in their second innings, having claimed a first innings lead of 95. So overall, Gloucestershire 152 runs ahead. Gloucestershire, of course, won a game this year, have they? So they're still chasing that first victory. Rolled the dice, of course, in the last round of championship matches against Northamptonshire at Cheltenham to give themselves a chance. And, well, it came very close to reaping rewards, but Northamptonshire just getting home by 2 wickets. Here's Abbas starting a fresh over, bowls outside the off stump to Tom Taylor, who lets it go through. And again, there's not a huge amount of carry. It's just getting a little bit lower and slower when it's pitched up, as rather tying in with what Ben Sanderson was saying after close of play last night, but taken by an Iron Donald. So that just about rounds up Division 1. In Division 2 at Trent Bridge, odds on a result today, you would think. Leicestershire set 499 to win, or 102 for 5. So that could well be over today. Here's Abbas in, bowling outside the off stump, left alone again by Taylor. Goes through to an Iron Donald. They're off for rain in Cardiff, where Glamorgan are 172 for 5. In reply to Worcestershire's 454 for 9 declared. And at Derby, Derbyshire 71 for 2 in their second innings against Durham. That's a lead overall of 154. Durham bowled out earlier for 223.
Stock phrase that, isn't it?
Raining in Cardiff. Plenty to do in Cardiff. They're a lovely city. Enjoy covering matches there. Here's Abbas in again. Bowls to Taylor. Looks to drive. Does so. And Abbas sticks down the left hand. Takes some of the way off it. No chance of a run. It's Keith Barker coming round from mid-off, who tidies up. Stays at 131 for 6. Lots of cloud around, as Kevin was saying, but it's fairly high. It's broken. It's not that filled in look that we had a little bit earlier on this morning when we did get some rain that delayed the start. Abbas in again, bowls to Taylor, drives nicely. That's going to be 4. There's a gap between extra cover and mid-off, and Taylor, finding that gap, races away to the boundary in the front of the Shane Warne stand. Takes Taylor off the mark, 4 to him, and Northamptonshire 135 for 6. Having lost today, Emilio Gay for 33, Josh Cobb for 2, Rob Keogh for 0, Ricardo Vasconcelos for 9, and first ball after lunch, James Sales for 10. Abbas from the pavilion end, running in towards us. Bowls to Taylor, comes across his stumps, hit on the pad, rolls down just behind square on the onside. Thought about possibly coming through for a leg by. Taylor would come a step or 2 down. Proctor wisely sending him back. Ian Holland scampering round to cut off any possibility of a single. I'm slightly disconcerted, Kevin, to know that my eating habits have already seemed to capture the public imagination. 2 gentlemen, when we coming back from lunch, were asking if I'd had the fish pie again.
So they take a keen interest in what you say.
First time for everything. Here's Abbas in again, bowls to Taylor outside the off stump, left alone, goes through to an Iron Donald. End of the over, just the 4 runs off it. 135 for 6. Taylor is 4. Proctor is 30. Abbas 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 43. The answer to that question is no, I didn't have the fish pie today. I went for the Thai green curry instead, which was also very, very nice.
Looked nice. Yes, all those great moments of commentary that you've done already in this game, describing wickets and boundaries. I couldn't remember that. He just remembered you saying the fish pie you've had over 2 days. Incredible. That's what it's all about.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah. I must mention this tweet. Sorry, apologies, Andrew. You going to say?
No, go on. No.
I must mention this tweet. I wouldn't normally mention a tweet from about an hour ago because, you know, we kind of move on sometimes and the game moves on, so they're not relevant. But I am going to mention this one. In fact, 2, actually. As Barker bowls, forward is Proctor. Plays it out on the onside. This one because it mentions Gareth Berg, Phil the Farmer. Said it's good to see the amount of overnight rain. At Sun and Sport, by the way. Credit to the ground staff. Yes, I mean brilliant from the ground staff, but also I think the way they overhauled the outfield during the winter, I think has helped this as well. There used to be a couple of problem areas that always seemed to be wet when the rest of the ground was okay. That seems to have been put to bed now, so that's good news. And he says, I was hoping to see Gareth Berg playing, although he certainly would have created problems in these conditions, he would. Is he still in the squad? There's one for Andrew.
Yeah, as we welcome listeners to 5 Sports Extra as well. Good afternoon to you. Very welcome to the Ageas Bowl. He is. He's still. In fact, he was playing for the Seconds this week up in Nottinghamshire somewhere. But he has been away quite a lot of the summer playing for Italy. But bowled very well at the start of the season. Barker
bowls to Proctor, who's given some stern resistance to the Hampshire attack today. He's 30 not out, having started the day 7.
Whether he'll figure in the remainder of the championship season, I'm not sure, to be honest. I think with the signing of Lizard Williams as a short-term measure for the remaining, well, the 4 matches, of course, the final 4 matches of the championship season, tends to suggest that might not be the case.
Got you. And Gareth Berg did actually text me yesterday. That's pulled away by Proctor in the air. It's safe because there are 2 men fairly close in at mid-wicket, both running back. It won't reach the boundary. Got rather underneath that, did Luke Proctor, but it was safe. He picks up 2, and the Northamptonshire total on to 137 for 6. Proctor on to 32.
But bowled beautifully in the start of the season, made valuable runs as well. He's done a terrific job in his role with cricket in Italy as well. He's played all sorts of interesting tournaments. He was in Finland for a week.
Nice.
And in Uganda as well.
Oh,
he's a bit of a globetrotter, is Bergie these days.
Certainly is. Here's Keith Barker, who's taken 3 wickets to fall today. That's wrapped Proctor on the pads. Picked up Gay, Cobb, and James Sale's first ball after the luncheon break. 36, 3 for 36, Barker.
And of course involved in playing with one of the clubs down here, isn't he, as well, I think?
Lymington, I think
yeah,
it is.
Believe so.
Yes, I think it's Lymington. Richard Scott, who's here. Is it Lymington Bergie plays for? Down this way? Gareth Berg? Yeah, he's just nodded, yeah. Lovely part of the world on the coast there. Proctor gets one that just straightens a fraction, quietly pushes that out on the offside.
Visited Lymington earlier this season, of course, to hop across to the Isle of Wight for the Royal London Cup match at New Close.
Yep.
Which was a wonderful day in every respect except one, and I bet you can guess what that was.
The heat.
The heat I could manage, the result rather less so.
Oh yes.
Northamptonshire losing the last 5 wickets for 11 slightly spoilt the day.
It did. I think everybody on the ground was thinking, right, that's it, that's a Northamptonshire victory, let's just go home. That's pushed out on the offside, but we all had to stay because we couldn't quite believe what we were seeing. And one of a couple of games that Hampshire won in that Royal London One Day Cup that probably they shouldn't have won, but having got to the semi-finals, probably should have won the game against Kent here. 137 for 6. Hampshire have been doing today what they've done all season in the championship, squeeze an innings of the opposition, and the run rate has dropped today. They didn't start particularly well with the ball yesterday, maybe a bit of rustiness from the 3 main seamers, but they've been right on it again this morning, putting pressure on Northants from 11:15 onwards.
Yep, 25 overs we've had in the day. Northamptonshire have scored just 60 runs as Abbas comes in again. Start of a fresh over and bowls to Taylor, plays it up to Barker at mid-off, and there's no run. 60 runs, 77 for 1 off 26 overnight. So 60 runs scored in 25 overs, and more importantly 5 wickets taken by Hampshire today. 3 of them for Keith Barker, including the wicket of James Sales, yorked with a first ball after lunch. Overcast skies here in Southampton as Mohammed Abbas comes in from the pavilion end, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Tom Taylor. Goes through again to an iron Donald. 3 slips in place, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. Good news for the weather watchers around the ground is that the ground staff, who the first sniff of rain in the area are usually seen sprinting, or at least walking briskly, to the hover cover, are nowhere in sight. A bit like the old weather house, isn't it? As Abbas comes in outside the off stump, left alone again by Tom Taylor, goes through to Donald. where the old, remember the old weather houses where the man came out when it was going to rain, and then the other one, then the woman came out if it was going to be fine. It's a bit like that, but there's no sign of them so far. So
they're in that tunnel listening to us. They listen to the commentary. So hello lads, just to say it's a great wicket and your efforts with the covers have been greatly appreciated.
I think they deserve an awful lot of credit for that, considering I know they were very hard at it from very early on in the morning, last 2 days, as Abbas comes in, bowls full and around off stump, driven up to mid-off, where Keith Barker, I think, goes down in instalments slightly, but he manages to get a paw on the ball, and no run to be had. It stays at 137 for 6. I think Keith Barker's, well, he's had a busy day. He's bowled 18 overs in the innings already. Picked up 3 wickets, all of them today. And once he just got the radar tuned after a couple of overs yesterday, he's been outstanding. Here's Abbas in again, bowls short, very short. And Tom Taylor not to be tempted. I think even if he fancied a little paddle at that or a little hook, I think it would have been so far over his head. And Tom Taylor's 6'3", something like that, 6'3", 6'4".
I just love the reaction in the slips, because they love seeing Mo bowl a bouncer. You can count the number of bouncers that he's bowled this season on less than one hand. And they do encourage him, even at his pace, they still encourage him to do it. And when he's done it, you could just see Dawson, Vince and Weatherly just giving him an absolute massive shout out.
3 slips in play still as Abbas comes in and bowls to Tom Taylor, who's beaten by an absolute beauty outside the off stump. I'm not sure how you play that. That's gone from around about the line of off stump, just short of a length, and it's flown through to the keeper. It's seamed away, it's lifted as well. It was well taken by an Iron Donald. A very strong finish to the over by Mohammed Abbas. Another maiden, 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 43. Northamptonshire 137 for 6, so still trailing Hampshire by 263. More immediately, they need another 114 to avoid the follow-on. As we get the sunshine, which is very welcome.
Yeah, for how long though? Keith Barker about to start his 19th over, 3 for 36, bowling to the left-hander Luke Proctor. Proctor drives, affords himself a drive, one of the rare times he's done that outside off stump. He hasn't completely timed it, it's gone out towards deepish point, but he will pick up 2. He's been sort of leaving that sort of line in the past. Maybe he feels that now's the time, maybe just to be a fraction more positive.
Yes, he does ration himself. It's like somebody on a diet with a box of chocolates on the table, and they keep looking at it and thinking, no, I'm not going to have one. No, not going to have one. And then just every now and again,
oh, go on.
Temptation gets the better of him. Decides to have a soft centre, but pleasant enough stroke.
It was, yeah. The beauty of that was he didn't try and go at the ball too hard. He always lets the ball come onto him. It's an interesting field as well, actually, on the leg side, as that is left alone outside the off stump. When you look at the field on the leg side to Proctor, you have a square leg gully, you have a square leg, and you also have a forward square leg a little closer. That is a very weird leg side field.
It suggests very much that Hampshire have done their homework, which I'm sure they have, and of course with the analysts and so on will be looking at modes of dismissal and where Luke Proctor has got into a little bit of trouble, and he can just get a little bit tucked up there.
Does he?
Because of the way, because he's the stance being so open, so it's good thinking.
It's outside the off stump. Better carry this time off a length. Yeah, he's doing his best Peter Willie impressions. Luke Proctor out there, isn't it? I remember bowling at Peter Willie at Bletchley.
Oh yeah,
in a Sunday League game.
Manor Fields.
And yeah, and I remember before I started to bowl, I looked at him, and I thought, are you expecting me to come at from 90 degrees to my right? It was very weird. And actually, I wouldn't say puts you off when you bowl, but you're very aware that somebody just looks odd at the crease. But Proctor's not quite that square on, but he's not far off. Plays that into the ground, goes behind him towards gully.
Yeah, Manor Fields not being one of the bigger grounds. I think Peter would have been able to certainly reach from the boundary with his underarm throws there. I don't think I've ever seen anybody throw the ball harder underarm.
Is that right?
It's extraordinary.
I think when I was bowling to him, he reached the boundary with his back quite easy, from what I remember. I think it was the first time I'd seen as well a ground where, you get these lorries, these trailer lorries with stands, miniature stands in the back, and there was sort of like a row of them, and I don't think I'd ever seen that before. I remember that ground just for that, for some reason.
little humpback bridge to get into the ground.
Actually, I think you're right, yes. I do. Barker bowls outside the off stump, and Proctor again leaves alone.
Yeah, Northamptonshire used it for certainly Sunday League games, as you say, but they also used it for I think 3 tour matches. They played West Indies there in 80 and 84 and Pakistan in 87, but the organisers, because they were obviously trying to take cricket to Milton Keynes, and this was before the days of Campbell Park, which is the ground that they would tend to use now, purpose-built ground. Yeah. But they were very unlucky with the weather against Pakistan, and the pitch wasn't very good, and I think Pakistan were very impressed, and they haven't been back there since.
Barker to Proctor, it's down the leg side, flicks it away down towards fine leg. Mohammed Abbas fields right on the boundary rope. Lost the line there a little bit to Keith Barker. 3 runs off that one. 140 for 6 now at the end of that over. Northants in their first innings trail by 260.
It's funny the things you remember about these grounds. I was saying about the humpback bridge. I mean, access was always a little bit of an issue for that reason. That was how you got into the ground. And I remember being given a lift out of the ground by a colleague of mine who better remain nameless, and just taking the bridge a little bit too quickly, and we almost became airborne. It was like the Dukes of Hazzard. And there was, of course, somebody coming in the opposite direction, and we somehow managed to miss them. But it was a slightly hairy moment. But yes, it was. I remember that very, very wet summer of '87. Certainly, the first half was very wet, and the ground had got absolutely sodden. It was very unfortunate for those who put so much time and effort in. Abbas starting afresh over to the left-handed Proctor, who's got runs here down on the leg side, just turning it behind square. A bit of a chase around the boundary in front of the scoreboard, and they're able to come back for 2. So Proctor up to 37 and Northamptonshire to 142 for 6. 109 more to avoid the follow-on.
Slightly different field for Abbas on that leg side. There is a fine leg slip, and Fuller in front of the umpire at square leg, but not that extra man, almost next to the umpire.
Here's Abbas round the wicket again, bowling to Proctor, is in behind that, playing it back down the pitch for Abbas to field, and there's no run. The other vivid memory I have of Bletchley was when they played the West Indies there in 1984, Northamptonshire, and I think the West Indies innings had finished just before the close of play, and they decided to send out a sort of night watchman opener, and it was David Ripley, who was 17, I think, playing his second first class match. He looked ridiculously boyish. It was just absurd. Here's Abbas in again, bowls to Proctor in behind that, playing it back down the pitch for Abbas to field, and we were sort of speculating at the time if his parents knew he was out so late, because he just did look rather younger than his 17 years, and out he went to face West Indies pace bowlers. Did a good job. He batted, I seem to remember, quite a long time on the next morning as well for 40 odd. And I think the game in 1980, I think Clive Lloyd got runs, Viv Richards got runs, and Viv Richards was caught and bowled by Robert Tyndall, old Harrovian, played a bit for Northamptonshire. Apparently said to Viv, that'll teach you to play across the line. Caught and bowled Tyndall 160 or something.
Wow.
Here's Abbas switching to over the wicket to Proctor. He's hit high up on the pad. They were sort of conducting negotiations at 22 yards distance, the two batters, as to whether they might think about a leg by. Tom Taylor's now coming down and just having a word with his partner. There wasn't a leg by there. Stays at 142 for 6. Yes, it's one of those stories that's often told at former players' days and tends to get slightly embellished with the passing of the years, but Tinder's fair-haired, bespectacled old Harrovian getting Viv Richards out. Here's Abbas from the pavilion end. Bowls once again to Proctor, who's just dropping the bat on that run square of the wicket on the offside. Fielded out there by Nick Gubbins, and there's no run. Sunshine, unfortunately, that we saw just after lunch for a fleeting glimpse of it, has disappeared at the moment. Quite a lot of cloud around, but the weather radar that I have to say we've been scrutinising quite closely in the last few days, there's showers around. It's just hit and miss, one of those days, and we just hope that it misses us. But we've still got 64 overs to go in the day as Abbas comes in, bowls outside the off stump. Proctor lets it go through to an Iron Donald. That's the end of another over from Mohammed Abbas cost a couple of runs, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 45. And Northamptonshire 142 for 6, Proctor is 37, and Tom Taylor is 4.
So even though we are getting towards halfway through day 3, we have lost 80 overs in this game so far. That's almost a whole day's play, 16 overs short of that. So we've done well to get to this point, and it's all about really Hampshire trying to force the game through in between the rain showers, trying to get as close to Surrey as they can, with leaders not playing this week, playing next week. Hampshire don't play next week. They started this game 16 points adrift, but they have made up 7 of those with 7 bonus points to date. They've still got a chance of another bonus point before the end of the Northants innings, assuming of course they can bowl them out. Here's Barker round the wicket, Taylor's forward, pushes that out square on the offside, and there's no run.
It's a lovely thought of Hampshire supporters wishing Northamptonshire nothing but ill for the next day and a half, and then next week,
best of friends.
There's going to be so many Northamptonshire supporters down in this part of the world as Northamptonshire take on Surrey at Wantage Road.
Yes, I should be keeping an eye on that myself. I should be texting you, Andrew, if things don't go very well for Northants, saying why. 142 for 6 as Barker runs away from us once more. Taylor works that ball from fairly straight out square on the leg side, fielded by Felix Organ. He picked up a wicket at, we've got a catch at mid-wicket off Amelia Gay, the first of the wickets to fall this morning off Barker. Good low catch. Yes, at 2 important weeks at the top of the championship table. I mustn't forget Lancashire, of course, in 3rd. They are currently playing. Barker around the wicket again to the right hand of Taylor. Short. Taylor's on the back foot, steers that behind square on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 5, and it's 143 for 6 in the 55th over here of this first innings.
Off for rain at Canterbury, I see. Kent 20 for 1, following on against Essex, still 389 behind, but they are off for rain there at the moment. I think they had a little shower there earlier as well. It's one of those sort of days, isn't it?
It certainly feels it here. It certainly feels we've gone from playing games on the equator to suddenly more autumnal. It's very much felt like that throughout this game. As Barker bowls, Proctor's playing and missing outside the off stump. Lovely shape on that delivery. Drew Proctor forward. He doesn't often come forward, Luke Proctor. But maybe, I'm just watching the replay on the live picture feed, maybe he just held the bat along his original line that he was playing the ball just shaping away from it. There was a bit of a gap between that outside edge and that delivery. Yep, every game of those championship matches from here on in on the BBC Sport website and app, and of course on the live picture feed as well. This particular one on the Hampshire Cricket website and app has played into the ground. Proctor looks behind him just to make sure that ball hasn't bounced into the ground and spun back onto his stumps. He didn't need to worry too much there. It went the other way on the offside, and of course these pictures not only on the Hampshire Cricket website but also on the Northamptonshire Cricket website as well.
Yeah, Lancashire have claimed their 3rd bowling bonus point. Got Yorkshire 240 for 9, but of course only got 2 batting points, bowled out for 276 in the Roses match at Old Trafford. Yorkshire 240 for 9.
Here's Barker again. Still that reinforced leg side field. That's along the ground, edged to gully, fielded by Joe Weatherly. End of the over. Barker 20 overs, 3 for 40, 143 for 6.
And I shall leave you now, go and update BBC Radio Northampton, and Richard Scott will come in to replace me and join Kevin in just a second.
Former Hampshire batter, former Middlesex head coach, title winning coach, as he keeps reminding me every time I see him. That's why I don't see him that often, actually. Every time I see him, he says, you remember that time when Middlesex won the title in 2016 when I was head coach? Never misses a trick. I used to see him a lot, but to be honest, not so much these days. 143 for 6. Welcome back, Richard.
Thank you. Good start after lunch by the Hampshire boys.
Yeah, it certainly was. As Abbas comes in from the pavilion end, outside the off stump and left alone by Taylor.
So all Barker needed was a bit of lunch and back to it.
Wonder what he had, eh? Still looks strong. He obviously didn't have a big burger like I did. What did you have?
Vegetarian chili.
Oh yeah, you suddenly you've gone all veggie and
I got some
all greens, haven't you?
Midsummer clip.
What? What's that? Oh, I see. Is that what it's called? Here's Abbas to Taylor. Taylor forward. Pushes that up to mid-on. Is it always around this time of the year where...
A few tees, yeah, and things like that. Is it your end or mine?
This is me, because unless you weren't really taking much notice, you'll notice that I did actually commentate on those first 2 deliveries. But I know you, like most people now, have got fed up of listening to me, to be honest. It goes in one ear and out the other. Oh, that Kevin James again. Talking on the radio, talking on the live picture feed. Need some new blood. 143 for 6. And there has been, of course. There's outside the off stump. That's a good leave. Accurate stuff here from Abbas, who's into his 16th over here. 1 for 45. A little bit expensive in his first 2 or 3 overs yesterday. Relatively expensive, but back on the money after a month off, going back to Pakistan. I did mention it yesterday. I will mention it for the benefit of anybody that didn't hear that. But I did have a quick word with him at the end of day 1, because, of course, he went back to Pakistan and there's all those problems with the floods. But he says where he is in Lahore, he said no problems there at all, really. But he knows people that have been really badly affected there, as that's pushed up to mid-on. And there is no run. And I thought what was really nice was he thanked me for asking him. You know, some people are just so polite.
Very gracious.
But it's yeah, and he said, "No, thank you for asking." I thought that was really nice. Just had a message saying, "No, we want more JMO." I know that's tongue-in-cheek, believe me. But anyway, I don't say these comments to seek remarks. That's not me. From the pavilion end is Mo Abbas. Bowls. Taylor drives uppishly. 1 bounce to backward a point. We're full of fields. He's pushing at that one. That for me again is another indicator. I said this earlier, that this pitch does over 4 days get a little slower, and I think sometimes we do see a little bit of it being too paced, because it's slightly green still. You'll get ones that still go through, but generally now you will get the ball just holding in the turf there a little bit, and I think Taylor guilty of just pushing at that one.
Yeah, and the ball's creeping on towards 60 overs old, so
yep,
you know that plays a part as well.
It certainly does, as Abbas comes in again. 3 slips way to Taylor, pushes forward in the air, oh, and it's just gone through Mohammed Abbas's outstretched hand. In fact, there was a bit of pace on that shot, because it is just about going to make it up to the rope, but it was a push drive. It was just about catchable for Abbas, but I think the pace may have surprised him.
Looked like he ducked.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of both, really, wasn't it? Duck, hand up. Yeah. It's a bit like batters who play the duck hook, isn't it?
Well, sometimes after you bowled it, as you well know, you think it's coming back maybe quicker than it is. That might have been sort of part of the reason he ducked down, but he did hold up his arm, and not quite to be.
Yeah. So, yeah, well, initially it looked like just a prod. He obviously got it out in the middle of the bat, so it was travelling a bit, but maybe Abbas was slightly surprised. Certainly was in the position he got himself in as the ball went past. 1 for 49 from 16, Abbas.
And Barker resumes from the hotel inn, bowling to Proctor. Runs in bowl, that's down the leg side. So Barker's feel to both batsmen is very interesting. To the left-hander, he's got 2 slips and a pretty straightish gully, almost a wide 4th slip. A mid-off, a mid-on, and then he's got 2 virtually in front of square, 2 square legs, which are like 3 metres apart, a leg gully and a fine leg. So looking always to bowl at the stumps, Barker, and if one swings, really good ball, but challenging his forward defensive and the pads and the wicket. So attacking field here, Barker runs in again, over the wicket to Proctor, gets him driving, miscue to mid-wicket.
Bit of bottom hand in that one, wasn't there, really? I guess because he's so open, and even when he plays his shots he's so open, it's got to be that left shoulder come in a bit, isn't he?
Absolutely. And you'll notice that there's no cover point whatsoever, so he's inviting the drive on the offside, but always probing at those stumps as well. And when he comes round the wicket to Taylor, very similar field, where he's always bowling at the stumps and he packs the leg side field. As he comes in again, Proctor on strike. Solid forward defensive, back to mid-on.
See, that's quite interesting, because I mean I haven't got a win, what do you call them, a wheel diagram of his runs, wagon wheel, that's the word. And they used to be nice, didn't they, wagon wheels? They're sort of marshmallow biscuit, weren't they, if anybody can remember that far back. But a lot of his runs, out of his 37, I would say a fair percentage have been square of the wicket both sides. But having no point, I think, is quite uninteresting. Because he's got a few runs through there.
Barker in again. Bowls to the left-handed Proctor, who pushes it just to the right-hand side of mid-off in Gubbins' field. Unrolls his sleeve and starts shining the ball vigorously.
So are you saying that, I mean, he's left well against Barker, Proctor, so are you saying that they're trying to get him into a situation where he might think that's a big gap, I might have a little play at that?
Absolutely. At this stage, runs aren't really the issue for Hampshire. You know, they need wickets, so leave that vacant point area, get him driving, and at the same time still bowl straight at him and challenge the stumps and his pads as he comes round the wicket to Taylor into bowl. That's a pretty straight ball, and Taylor defends back down the pitch.
Good line, that Barker, hasn't it? It's coming in slightly. Good shape where we've got quite a good view here. We're not quite in line, but not far off it. Looking down, 4th floor of the hotel. Got a bird's eye view of what's going on. No excuses for getting things wrong. And we've got the live picture feed to help us with replays.
Barker round the wicket to Taylor. Oh, that's a beauty. Pitched on off stump, just back of a length, and that lifted, and keeper Donald taking it up above waist high. Really good delivery.
Lovely, wasn't it? Good two-ball combination, that wasn't it?
Fantastic.
Really? Come in, pitched.
Another probing over.
Left away. Yeah, loving the way Barker's bowling now. 21 overs, 3 for 41. He's picked up the wickets of Gay, who I mentioned earlier, caught at mid-wicket. Josh Cobb, who had a bit of a hoik at Barker, just slightly back of a length, and it was a bit of a white ball franchise shot, if I'm honest, and was caught low down at mid-wicket. Sort of hoiked from not moving his feet at all, and then Barker, as we mentioned, Yorking James Sales first ball after lunch. We've got some from Kyle Abbott back into the attack. Great spell from him this morning. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 17. Picked up Rob Keogh with an absolute beauty. Keogh was struggling to get off the mark. 10 balls he faced. It was arrowed in on him, didn't he, Kyle Abbott, and then just got one, just a bounce and lift. Just got the faintest of outside edges through to Donald. Just mentioned Donald because that's quite interesting actually, because he's keeping in this game for the injured Ben Brown, who's broken a finger. Here's Abbott over the wicket to Proctor. Comes back a fraction, but it's outside off stump and left alone. Had a chat with him last night. His interview is on the Hampshire Cricket website and also on the Solent Sport Twitter feed. Have a listen to it, as well as sort of talking about his innings, 94 off 84, which really did give Hampshire some impetus, didn't it, and getting the game going forward. But he said, this is my chance to show people I can keep wicket, and I didn't realise that he actually had kept wicket underage groups in Wales when he was at Glamorgan, blah blah blah. Doesn't get much of a chance now because when he's in the side, others are established. But he did mention, as Abbott comes in and bowls outside the off stump, taken by Donald, that he sees, now he's got over his injuries of 2 years, which have been absolutely horrendous, ACL, surgery and that sort of thing, that he sees keeping as a way of complementing his batter now and a way of maybe getting into this white ball franchise scene. Because he certainly plays the shots, he's certainly got, I wouldn't say he's got a great record, but he's got the stats in terms of strike rates, and he does notch up some decent scores and some telling scores. But of course, if you see him as a keeper batter, as Abbott comes in, Proctor I think is playing inside the line there, even though it's gone through to the keeper. That it's quite interesting that maybe slowly but surely as he builds back his reputation after 2 years away, that maybe he that will give him a chance to be picked up in drafts or what have you.
Yeah, he's pleasing on the eyes, a batsman, isn't he?
Yeah.
When he gets going, he's very fluent. Like you say, he's been very unfortunate with injuries, and you just hope now he gets a good period of good health where he can showcase what he can do, both with bat and behind the stumps.
That's for sure. He's certainly flung himself around a bit behind the stumps, hasn't he? Hasn't been easy keeping wicket for either him or Vasconcelos. That's turned down to fine leg by Proctor. Moves on to 39, 149 for 6. Northamptonshire behind by 251 now in the game on the first innings. The way the ball's jagged at times and shaped, it's been difficult. If the ball's been slightly offline, Both keepers have had to be very athletic, and both keepers actually have been. And so Donald has matched the athleticism, that's for sure. You certainly wouldn't think that he's still coming back from injuries. You look at him now and you think he's no problem. Looks strong.
Did Brown break his finger in the 50 over
semi-final here against Kent? Yes, I didn't realise actually. As Taylor pushes forward to a length ball up to mid-off.
He was stood up, wasn't he? He was stood up maybe to Holland. I think you've got one wrapped on the fingers, if I remember rightly.
Is that what happened? I must admit I couldn't
but I didn't realise he'd broken it.
Yeah. Well, I didn't realise until leading up to the game, actually. Somebody mentioned it to me. And yeah, I saw that Hampshire had him in the squad, so I thought maybe they were hoping that give him a day or so and he might just be all right. I think they're only hoping he's only out for this game. I know that. Well, that's what they're saying anyway, as Taylor works that up to mid-on, fielded by Abbas, and that may very well be the case because, of course, they've got next week off, so that gives him an extra week to recover. But so I tell you what, you know, to be fair, Donald certainly hasn't let the side down at the moment. 149 for 6. He has picked up a catch. That was Rob Keogh, that one I mentioned earlier. But that was a fairly regulation catch behind the stumps, wasn't it? You'd expect anybody. I think I'd expect every member of the Hampshire team that if they had to don gloves to have caught that one anyway, but that's not taking anything away from an iron. Now we've got a change of bowling. Is Keith Barker coming off?
I think Fuller's coming on. First sight of Fuller.
Yeah. Well, he's been having a good season, James Fuller. There is no doubt about it. He's been very sort of hit and miss since he's been with Hampshire. And I keep mentioning this, and to be honest, I probably can't mention this enough, but since Graham Welsh has come from Warwickshire, the bowling coach, James Fuller has really not been the same player. He's become very consistent. 16 wickets he's taken in the championship. Yes, a little bit expensive at 37, but he's always going to be that, but has certainly bowled an awful lot more consistent than ever he has done in his previous couple of years with Hampshire.
Round the wicket to Proctor, and he starts with a bouncer and a pretty swift one at that. He's not the worst fifth bowler that you can call on, is he? He's got pace. He can swing the ball if he pitches it up.
Well, of course,
really good athlete.
Yeah, well, momentarily, of course, I forgot, but of course he was your player when you were head coach.
Yeah.
At Middlesex.
Yeah. Multi-talented, very talented with the bat, and as everyone's seen, really athletic in the field. As he comes in, good bit of rhythm to his run up here around the wicket to Proctor, and that's wrapped him on the gloves. So he's gone short straight away, Fuller, and bowling with good pace.
Certainly is. I mean, it's fair to say when he was at Gloucestershire and when he was with you, you know, he was in and out the sides, and you know, I mean, I remember a T20 game here, Middlesex against Hampshire. We got 6 for nothing.
Yeah.
But the other side of him was it could be naught for a lot of not very many, quite a few times as well, isn't it? But
it took him a while to feel at home, but now, like the results are showing for him here, that he feels at home. He's settled as he runs in round the wicket to Proctor. Bowls a good length ball, and that beats him outside the off stump and carries through again above waist height to Donald.
Well, this has been Fuller this year, it really has. They've loved having him in the side. You know, the 3 pace bowlers that bowl all the overs virtually are a fairly similar pace, but he just gives you that other option. And on a fair few occasions he's come on after the others have had a few spells and broken up partnerships.
Fuller around the wicket to Proctor. Full length ball, which he pushes into the offside. So Vince setting in outfield to Fuller, so a deep square and a deep point, so protecting the boundaries, fine leg, and then 2 slips in a ring field, so very much a different field to what Barker enjoys, but really attacking here with the ball, Vince.
Yeah, I've just calculated Barker's spell since lunch. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13.
Outstanding.
Steady.
So we get a short leg in here for Taylor. Fuller will bowl to the right-hander with 3 slips, a third man, a cover point, a mid-off, a mid-on, and a fine leg. In fact, the third slip's going now to more of a square leg. So we've got 2 slips Or like a leg gully and a short leg, so possibly going short before it goes full.
No, you surprised me.
Fuller in, good pace. Probably off. Hard to say what that was off, but it looked like maybe the hip or the top edge of the bat, but that's gone down to fine leg and they come through for a single.
Oh, I think it's pinned one of his fingers to the handle, isn't
almost
it?
Like one of those painful ones where it jars it against the handle.
Yeah, he's taken the glove off.
Good pace for
that
Fuller.
was, yeah, wicked delivery. I mean, that's exactly, you know, what Hampshire want right now, isn't it? They've had the relentless accuracy of Abbas, Abbott, and Barker. Now it's time to shake
Heads and
it up a
toes.
bit. Yeah.
Fuller into Proctor. Short ball again. Proctor ducks underneath.
No ball.
And that's been given a no ball.
Oh dear, too much effort. Yeah, the man's out there, a deep square leg. That's Felix Organ. There's a deep cover as well. So Proctor, who we know plays a lot square either side of the wicket, unless well, regulation, that's going to be a single every time, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
There's a mid on and mid off up there, so Fuller will bowl the odd one full, but you're right.
Think, where's my next boundary coming from? That's
They cut that off, haven't they?
Fuller
That's
glides
his two
into
areas.
Good length ball.
Oh, it's out.
Nicked it, and a great catch by Donald. That's brilliant bowling. So he's, to sum up this over, he's come in and bowled with hostility in terms of getting the batter on the back foot, and that was a corker of delivery, round the wicket to Proctor, just back of a length that shaped away, and Donald's taken a really good catch to his left.
You have to say, you always felt with Luke Proctor he needed a decent delivery to get him out. I think he's played really well.
And that was it.
Yeah, and that was certainly it. Extra bounce, extra pace, nipped away, it went quickly, and you're right. And Irwin Donald, oh, I'll tell you what, I'd put that on my show reel. Hasn't it? I mean, that's gone quickly, almost in front of first slip, and he's taken it two hands, moved across very, very quickly indeed. It looks like Taylor's going to have his finger looked at whilst this wicket has its changeover. But James Fuller has done exactly what James Vince wanted him to do, and has done on several occasions already. Get rid of the man that is out there looking set. I wouldn't say you're really set on this, but I mean probably more set than most. Didn't look in too much trouble, was judging it well, wasn't he, outside of stump, just nudging it in areas which he knows well, not doing anything silly. I mean, that is a genuine get the guy out wicket.
That's got to be the quickest over of the match, surely, from what you've seen. The most hostile, for sure.
Yep.
And you've got to give Vince credit for the tactical change-up. And Fuller to come on from the off and bowl with that pace, very impressive.
Yeah. And James Vince is a big supporter of his. You know, he's said all along, I want this guy in my side because he gives us something different. And you know, last year at the back end of last season, he did show signs of being a little better. But as I say, the Graham Welsh has just done, and I'm not the only one that said it. I think Graham Welsh needs a medal for what he's done with Fuller. I really do. And as I say, you've seen Fuller as much as anybody. How many years was he at Middlesex when you were there?
He was a good 4 or 5 years at Middlesex. Yeah.
You know, everybody knew what he could do.
Absolutely.
It's just that you hardly saw it, did you?
No. You always got the feeling that he had to be 100% fit to be able to run in and bowl like he just has. But like you say, Pop Welsh has done a sterling bit of work.
He certainly has. Wherever they're paying him, it's not enough. Here's Abbott back into the attack. He was impressive this morning. Taylor pushes forward, thick outside edge. It runs down to third man. Fuller back in the action. He'll cut that off. Will he just in front of the ropes? Yes, he does. Does really well. Just knocks the rope back a little bit more. So there's a bit more. There's a bit more of outfield now all of a sudden than there was the ball before that. I'm sure somebody will run round and just adjust that rope. It's not completely out of shape, but there's a little kink in it currently. 155 for 7. I think I'd be disappointed if I cut one down to third man, and right in that little extra bit of area somebody caught me out. I'd be really hacked off. So I'd want somebody to run round quickly and just put that bit of rope back. 155 for 7. Taylor's back on strike after those 2 runs. Abbott bowls. There's a thick inside edge turned down to fine leg, and that's fielded by Felix Organ down there. What an innings he played on the first morning here. Hampshire losing the toss. Both sides would have bowled. Obviously Gloucestershire had the option, and Organ played nicely for his 71, opening the batting. That was some innings on a wicket which was darting around for the seamers. A lot of patience shown by Felix Organ, but in between time A lot of good, crisp, punchy shots. He's becoming a good player. He's in good form as well. A couple of half centuries and 100 in his last 3 championship matches.
Yeah, and he always looks like he brings energy to the team and the field as well. You know, he looks like he really enjoys his cricket and being part of this team.
Agreed. And he's like that when you speak to him after the game as well. You know, some people, I mean, you know, most people are pretty good, of course they are, but some people, when you're chatting to them, you think it uplifts you as somebody who's asking the questions, and he's very much like that. Here's Abbott. Comes and that's turned away in the air, but safe through mid-wicket by Lizard Williams, the new batter, the South African. A mid-wicket there would have taken that, but there was a big gap between square leg and mid-on. Maybe Williams realised that. And he gets 2 anyway. 158 for 7. Northamptonshire are 242 runs behind Hampshire here. Williams didn't pick up a wicket in the Hampshire innings. He got a little bit of pace about him, there's no doubt about that, but he just, I think, just changed his length maybe a little bit too much. Turns that away on the onside, and Fuller's come a little straighter this time. Not quite mid-wicket, but moving towards that area. But yeah, he looks pacey. I think I think he'll take some wickets for Northants between now and the end of the season. I think maybe the first innings was a bit of a learning curve for him as regards learning to bowl in the English conditions. I know he played an earlier game for South Africa in the game against the Lions in July, and he went for a few runs there, but it was a one-day game. Plays and misses outside the off stump there to Abbott. But he's got one of those guys that's got a nice little whippy action. Ball seems to kiss the surface and go through. We like those. A bit like a Jofra Archer, you know, one of those sort of players, you know, where it just kisses the surface and seems to keep going through to the keeper. If you can remember what Jofra Archer used to do. Seems a long time ago now.
Amazing, isn't it? So unfortunate.
Yeah. Lots of debate, isn't there, about England's top bowlers all being injured all the time. Too much cricket is there. I thought that was the whole idea of central contracts, isn't it? They get told when to play and when not to. That's outside the off stump again, and Lizard Williams is playing and missing. That's the end of the over. Abbott 17 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 49. Northants 158 for 7. Taylor has 13. Williams with those 2 runs.
So Hampshire get 3 wickets within the next 10 overs. If you're James Vince, are you inviting the opposition to bat again? 60 overs down, more or less. Now could be 70. Yeah. Quite a lot of overs to bowl as a unit, but I just wonder.
I think you have to, don't you?
Yeah, with the weather around, I think you've got to try and dig deep and ask the bowlers to give it their all.
Agreed.
As Fuller comes in over the wicket.
Oh,
bowling to Taylor, another bumper. It's gone through, another no ball.
Is that height?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, I think
Milne,
Stephen
David.
O'Shaughnessy is just saying, yeah.
Umpire Milne's fielding.
Milnes is at square leg, like he never bowled any.
No, but he's indicating I think it was over. Like,
right, okay, go on. Yeah, like David Mills never bowled any bumpers. Coming down the hill at Leicester. God. Good bowler, wasn't he, in his time?
Yeah, he swung the ball as well, didn't he?
Yeah, good bowler.
Fuller attacking the crease. Again, wrapped on the fingers there, Taylor. So he's getting a bit of a working over here by Fuller. Be very interesting to see what Fuller's tactics are for the rest of the over, but he might have another couple of short ones, and then he might invite a drive or pitch it further up. But if he bowls one like he bowled to Proctor, it'd be very hard to fend off, wouldn't it?
It will, yeah. I think that's hurt Taylor a little bit. He's just come down, you know, sometimes when you jog the wicket and just try and get it all out of your mind, he's just done that.
Fuller in again, slightly wider of the crease. That's a good leg glance from Taylor. Always shaping down towards the leg side, and that's a good leg glance, and they'll get 4 runs.
Yeah, that was a good shot, you're right. But he's taking his glove off again. I think that's wrapped him somewhere near where he got wrapped before. Phil the Farmer at Solar Sports says James Fuller is bowling with some real venom. It'll be great to see him work some short, sharp spells to unsettle the batters. Spells, I guess you mean that when Northants bat again, assuming they bat again. I'm sure they will. But I agree with you, Scotty. I think at this moment in time, with the weather forecast and the fact that Hampshire have kept this game going through quickly, they've got to go in. They've just got to bite the bullet and just go for it. They've got a week off next week.
Fuller into Taylor. That's a really solid defensive shot back to Fuller.
Oh, I've got a question for you here from Mike Martin at Solent Sport. He says, can you ask Richard Scott if he made 100 against the touring Sri Lankans, or did I dream it?
You didn't dream it. That was my maiden first class 100.
Was it?
Yeah, I remember it well.
Yeah.
So thanks for bringing that up.
That's all right. No, oh, Mike brought it up.
Thanks, Mike.
Where was that? Was that at the old
Southampton.
ground? Was that at the old ground? Sorry, I don't remember it. I should do, shouldn't I?
Fuller into Taylor. Oh, really good delivery, and that's caught behind. Fantastic bowling by Fuller. Really softened up Taylor on the back foot, wrapped him on the fingers on a couple of occasions. That one's of good full length. Taylor couldn't resist pushing his hands at it, and he succumbed to another catch behind the wicket by Donald.
That is a classic.
Oh.
Quick bowler's wicket. I mean, that is a 3-card, 4-card trick, that, isn't it, eh?
He's
Couple of short ones.
Running like Malcolm Marshall.
Yes, isn't he? I'm not sure Malcolm Marshall put together 4 balls like that. But I mean, that is such classic, isn't it, really? I mean, that just shows where he's got to, Fuller. Couple of short balls. All right, one was a bit too high, but I don't think that matters in the overall scheme of things, isn't it? It's what you're thinking 2 or 3 balls ahead, and then just picks one up, make sure it shapes away a bit. The old batter's thought, oh, hello, not moved his feet, gone for it, bat away from the body.
Fabulous.
I mean, how many times do you see that, or used to see that when there was more quick bowlers around?
I think this is a great example of captain going to one of his players and saying, look, this is what I want you to do. I'm going to set the field accordingly. And he's delivered it onto a tee, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. I mean, that is, that's plan A that's worked with no arguments. It's, apologies for getting so excited about it, but I think you see it so often where plans are laid, don't they? And they don't quite come off. They don't always come off, but when they do, it's a very satisfying feeling, and obviously we can see that from here. And just absolutely brilliantly executed. Brilliantly executed.
And also, you know how tough it is to deliver the skill. Blimey, that's high quality bowling. That is.
It is. 164 for 8, I should say, having started the day 77 for 1. Started at 11:15, 45-minute break because we had a shower of rain just after in fact about 10:30 when we were due to start. There'd been a lot of overnight rain as well. And since 11:15 it's been hard going for the visitors. So who we got then? Ben Sanderson into the bowlers now.
Yep, Fuller tail up into Sanderson, who takes a step away to leg, and I don't think he fancied that much, JMO, and Donald's taken that literally chest high.
I'll tell you what, who's at short leg? But I tell you what, Sanderson was nearer him than he was the ball. His front leg's almost off the cut strip.
Gubbins is at short leg, and I think he's just taken a couple of paces back so the batsman doesn't tread on his toes.
He needs to do a little bit of that. There's a bit of rain out there, actually.
Yeah, it's in the air as Fuller comes into Sanderson. Racing in, good length ball. Just back of a length, just wrapped him on the thigh pad, goes to leg gully, and a fantastic over by Fuller.
2 for 10 from 2 overs.
Hostile stuff.
Yeah, that was, yeah. I mean, I must admit, it's going through. The ground staff have made their way out from the tunnel towards the hover cover, so could be a chance we could be going off at some point. So Hampshire are 1 wicket away from another bonus point. They've got 7 so far. So 1 point away from getting maximum bonus points. You cannot do any more than that. They're fighting the weather. They're fighting to get close to Surrey at the end of this week. And so far they're doing a pretty good job of it. 164 for 8 then. It's Lizard Williams, the left-hander, to face Kyle Abbott, who comes in the rain. I say rain, it's in the air, as Scotty says. It's not full pelting rain. It's turned away on the leg side. All the ground staff now around that hover cover. David Milnes turns what looks like to be into the rain, almost trying to convince himself at this moment in time, should we stay out? The sun's out at the same time, which is not helping. And I'm sure Ben Sanderson at the far end is saying to David Milnes, well, it doesn't matter, the sun's out, the rain is raining. But it's not that heavy rain. And I think the umpires are thinking that it might just stop any moment, although as I say that, I think it's got a slightly worse. But the sunshine is out. Lizard Williams pushes forward and it goes out on the onside. What are they going to do? Looking at both umpires, they seem happy. They think that this is short and sharp. 164 for 8, 236 runs behind are Northamptonshire. We still have over 56 overs left in the day. It's an awful lot of time left still on day 3, but today and tomorrow expecting to be having interruptions for rain again. Oh, he's lost his hat there, Stephen O'Shaughnessy at square leg. He's picked it up with the help of Keith Barker behind him as Abbott runs towards us. Bowls right arm over. Williams hits it and he's caught it back with a point. And that is wicket number 9, 164 for 9. Williams goes for 2, pushing at that one. I think that is caught. Is that Ian Holland?
I think it was Holland.
Yes, it was, yeah. Straight at him, actually, wasn't it? About stomach height. Straight at him. Williams, the bat, a long way away from his body.
Pushed out way in front, and it literally just looped Holland in the gully. So again, pleasing work from the Hampshire attack. You know, it'd be very interesting. They'll all be having a chat now through of, you know, how you feeling. All the bowlers, I think they'll be a bit between their teeth. I'll be very surprised if they don't make them follow on.
I agree. I couldn't agree more. You've got to bite on the bullet a little bit. I mean, sides that go well, I'm sure Surrey have found that this season, and they will find it in the last 3 weeks, that when you're pushing hard to the top of the table, you just, well, you know, for 2016, your bowlers must have pushed it almost beyond their own boundaries.
Absolutely.
Were you amazed at how much they pushed it? I mean, do you think at some times you thought these guys are really, really going for it?
Yeah, and we all know how tough bowling is, especially when you've got to churn out 20, 25 overs a day, and it takes its toll. But when there's a championship on the line, you know, that goes to the back of your mind, and now's the time. And you can probably sense how demoralised the Northampton boys are in that dressing room too. I think what they'll be open for is that they don't have to follow on, but I'd be very surprised if that's not imposed.
It's quite interesting, isn't it? Because I know Andrew Red, who'll be back on shortly, that and I'm sure he reflects a lot of what the players are thinking, that yes, they are mid-table coming into this game, but they are slightly looking over their shoulders because, you know, it only takes a couple of rounds and all of a sudden you can be further up the table or further down. So I get that, but I have to say from a distance I think they're all right. I just get that feeling, but I'm not close to it, as Jack White, the left-hander, number 11, faces Abbott, drives. That's gone up to extra cover, and there is no run. But you don't feel they've got the same intensity as Hampshire have here, and that makes a huge difference. Just do a quick 30-second update. Here we go. Well, it's all going very well for Hampshire. 164 for 9 on Northamptonshire. They are 236 runs behind, and Northampton started the day 77 for 1. So wickets have fallen on a regular basis, and we've had 4 since lunch, and Keith Barker has picked up 1. James Fuller has come on and picked up 2 very quick wickets, and Kyle Abbott has helped himself to another as well. Luke Proctor, the one man offering resistance out in the lunch break for 40. So Hampshire going along nicely. They'll probably enforce the follow-on. 164 for 9 Northants. Now listen to me up to date you with 1 or 2 other scores, because of course, as well as Surrey top of the championship and Hampshire in second place, we'll just get Richard Scott to come off and take my place in a moment, but Andrew Rad is coming back. But I will update you because Lancashire in third are playing Yorkshire in the Roses match as Abbott comes in and bowls to White. White drives, goes up towards mid-off, and now Yorkshire all out in that game. There's an applause for Abbott, who's got 3 for 49 from 18. Lancashire, you remember, 276 all out. Yorkshire have been bowled out for 255, so Lancashire have a first innings lead there of 21. Surrey, Hampshire and Lancashire 1, 2 and 3 in the Championship Division 1 table. Andrew Rad.
Afternoon, Kevin. Afternoon, everybody. Yes, it's been a bit of a dismal tale from the Northamptonshire point of view in the last half an hour or so. The good news from the weather point of view is that having played through steady-ish rain for about 5 or 6 minutes, that rain has now blown through, so it's dry at the minute. And here's James Fuller running into bowl to, oh my goodness, to Ben Sanderson, who fends that off, and it was a chance to forward short leg, and it's gone down. Definitely got a hand on it. It was absolutely what James Fuller has been bowling for. As we heard Richard and Kevin describe the the classic way in which they gave Tom Taylor the working over with the short ball, and then the pitched up one gets the nick behind. Well, they were trying something similar there, just trying to soften up Ben Sanderson. He fended that off the forward short leg, got a hand to it, couldn't hang on, and they get a single. 165 for 9. Still a lot of cloud around, but hopefully we're okay for a bit. Now, field just forming up for the left-handed Jack White. 2 slips and a gully in place, third man as well, backward point, short extra cover. Round the wicket comes Fuller, and well, to say that White gives himself room would be a little bit of an understatement, but he's flayed that away through extra cover for 4. He's got a good eye, Jack White. Was pushed up the order famously in the run chase at Cheltenham, the last round of championship matches before this one, when Northamptonshire were trying to chase down that target on the last afternoon, and got off the mark with a reverse sweep for 4, which was possibly one of the champagne moments of the season from Northamptonshire's point of view. But White off the mark with a boundary. 169 for 9. Sun now bathing the ground as Fuller in again, round the wicket to White, who's gone. He's almost off the cut strip there. He's gone so far outside leg stump, aiming to pummel that away through the offside. This is like old-fashioned tail-ender batting, Richard. You remember the likes of, well, I suppose in Northamptonshire we tend to think of the likes of Jim Griffiths and dear old Mark Robinson, now of course head coach at Warwickshire. Jim Griffiths, a self-proclaimed Wally of the Willow.
2 ways of looking at it. He's either frightened of what Fuller's delivering, or he's just looking for quick runs.
Well, I would like to think it's the latter. Here's Fuller around the wicket bowls, and he's cracked that away out into the covers. There is, of course, protection there with Keith Barker, but round about 2/3 of the way back to the cover boundary. They come through for a single. Jack White is 5, 170 for 9, so Northamptonshire still need another 81 to avoid the follow-on, which I have to say seems rather distant. Still a lot of overs left in the day, a lot of cricket left to be played, and well, I suppose if Hampshire are being very, very optimistic, I think if they can enforce the follow-on, if the weather stays fine, and Northamptonshire batting doesn't find a little bit of resolution from somewhere, they might be looking to win today. Outside the off stump, creamed away through the covers by Ben Sanderson, running out towards the boundary. Don't think it's quite going to go. No, it's not. It's reeled in just a couple of feet inside the rope, and in the end they come through for a couple of runs. Sanderson goes to 3, and Northamptonshire to 172 for 9. Ben Sanderson made 1 or 2 handy runs this year. 142 runs in the championship, high score of 38. Put on a record-breaking last wicket partnership with Lewis McManus against Kent at Northampton, just when the game was starting to fizzle out. Northamptonshire could do with something of the same order here as Fuller comes in and bowls to Sanderson, who glances on the bounce to the man in leg gully. Takes it cleanly, and that's the end of the over. 172 for 9. White is 5. Sanderson is 3. Fuller 3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 18. As you were saying, Richard, it's just good captaincy and what the role that they've allocated to James Fuller here, and my goodness, he's done it well.
Yeah, and I think a lot of counties would sort of welcome James with open arms if he bowls consistently like that with the pace and the hostility. You know, he's the quickest bowler on show probably in the match, and it's just it's gold dust to have a man of his quality to come as a 5th bowler.
Yes, he's not a bad 5th bowler, is he really? You look at the attacks, it's no coincidence, and Northamptonshire ran up against Surrey's seam attack and finished up losing in 3 days, and you've got 4 or even 5 seamers you can just rotate and keep hammering away.
Yeah, so Abbott into White, who again makes room for himself, and he's picked out the man at deep cover point. It's Gubbins on the boundary, who returns to the wicketkeeper. They'll come through for a single.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody, certainly not for a long while, give themselves quite as much room as
no.
Well, I was in a slightly different context. I think a gentleman we were mentioning earlier, Sir Vivian Richards, used to do it, but I don't think probably bracketing Jack White with Vivian Richards is entirely fair comparison, really. But He used to give himself a bit of room, but Jack White, as I say, is almost off the cut strip.
Sanderson back on strike as Abbott runs in from the pavilion end. Bowles, full length delivery, that's nipped back and actually gone through the gate. So Sanderson again playing a pretty offensive game. So Northants, you know, looking to score now rather than just survive. So probably the best way to go, because you never know. You know, we've seen some stranger things happen in cricket where there's big partnerships to, you know, get your side out of trouble. So looking to go on the offensive here, but you feel it's only a matter of time before Hampshire can wrap up this last wicket. Bowled really impressively as a unit as Abbott comes in again to bowl to Sanderson. Bowled pretty straight ball that wraps him on the pad, but I think that's going down the leg side.
So they're still off for rain. We mentioned the other scores in Division 1, still off for rain at Canterbury, where Kent are 20 for 1, following on a long way behind against Essex. There's still 389 runs adrift. There's an umpire's inspection around about 10 minutes down at Canterbury, so obviously we'll keep an eye on that. And they're on the innings break, as Kevin mentioned, in the Roses match at Old Trafford, Yorkshire. Bowled out for 255, 21 runs behind on first innings against Lancashire.
Abbott into Sanderson, bowls. Pretty good defence back down to mid-on by Sanderson, there's no run.
Mentioned the other match being played in Division 1 down at Taunton, where Gloucestershire are 124 for 1 in their second innings, 219 runs ahead of their West Country rivals Somerset. I suppose from Northamptonshire's point of view, just don't really want Somerset to win that, and don't really want any of the counties below them in the table to be looking to close the gap too much. The discussion you were having earlier about Northamptonshire just having to keep one eye over their shoulder at what's going on behind.
Abbott bowls to Sanderson, who eases it through the leg side. Is a good shot, it's well timed, so deep square legs, got a circle round. He retrieves the ball and they come through for a comfortable 2.
But I thought, Richard, I know that you were on with Kevin earlier, I thought you made absolutely the right point as far as Northamptonshire's situation is concerned, because other people say, oh yeah, they're safe now, but as you say, with match against Hampshire here, Surrey next week, top 2 sides in the table, you know, one hopes that Northamptonshire, from a Northamptonshire point of view, hope they're going to put up a good show. But if they were to have a couple of games where they didn't get many points, it suddenly puts a bit of pressure on those last 2.
Abbott has bowled Sanderson, who has a hoik, trying to aim over mid-on, and that would be the end of the innings. It's 175 all out, and we're all waiting now with bated breath to see what happens.
Well, I'd be very surprised, Richard, if Hampshire don't enforce. But yeah, I can't think there's any reason why they wouldn't, to be honest. As Kevin was saying, they've got a week off next week, but with weather around and showers around today, forecast is still a bit dodgy for tomorrow. Surely the best chance of winning this game is going to be to try and make deep inroads in what play is possible today, and then just hope that there's enough, either they can finish it today or that there's enough play tomorrow. But surely the route one is to try and bowl Northamptonshire out again.
I think so. I think Vince has rotated his bowlers effectively.
And that again is the point, isn't it? What we were just saying about the fact that because Hampshire have got the 5 seamers that they can rotate, that they don't have to, any of them, be bowling an awful lot of overs. I'll give you the bowling figures now the innings is over, with Northamptonshire bowled out for 175, so they are 225 runs behind on first innings. Bowling figures: Keith Barker 21 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 41. Mohammed Abbas 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 49. Kyle Abbott 19 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 52, so he now has 53 championship wickets this season. Liam Dawson bowled a couple of overs last night, 1 maiden, no wicket for 1. Ian Holland 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6. And James Fuller picking up those 2 wickets this afternoon, 3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 18. So 225 is Hampshire's first innings lead. We'll just take a short break, and we'll be back with you very, very shortly and let you know what exactly is going to happen. We imagine Hampshire will enforce the follow-on, but we confirm that with you when we're back with you very shortly.
Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we have, or we will, by the time the Northamptonshire follow-on begins, about 35 minutes or so until tea, because we've witnessed yet again this game moving rapidly forward this afternoon, where Northants have been bowled out for 175 in 64 overs, and they trail by 225 runs now on the first innings in this game, and Hampshire have enforced the follow-on. Top scorer, 40 from Luke Proctor earlier in the day, 33 from Emilio Gay, although most of those were scored the night before. Northants losing their last 9 wickets, having started the day 77 for 1. Their last 9 wickets falling for just 98 runs. Keith Barker with 3 for 41. Kyle Abbott 4 for 52. I should have said his figures first. And James Fuller, who came on for a burst in the afternoon when Luke Proctor looked like he was going to bat for even longer than he had done for his 40. And Fuller with a quick burst of 2 for 18 from just 3 overs, picking up Proctor and Tom Taylor for good measure as well. So Abbott and Barker, who've been picking up wickets for fun in the championship, continuing their good form. Mohammed Abbas picked up just the 1. So 225 runs behind. The follow-on has been enforced, mainly, I would think, because of the weather, of course, which is still threatening, even if it's not threatening at this moment. It probably will do at some point today and tomorrow. Hampshire want to keep this game moving forward. Andrew Rad alongside me. I'm Kevin James.
Yeah, there's a little sprinkle this afternoon, didn't we, towards the back end of the Northamptonshire innings, but clouds look fairly high at the moment. A bit of sunshine with us as Keith Barker prepares to start proceedings from this hotel end, and Emilio Gay, who is going to face the first ball, probably wouldn't have been expecting when he went out this morning at 11:15 to be back batting again at 5 to 3.
So, yeah, out just after 11:30. Here's Barker, left arm over, bowls to Gay. Gay's driving nicely through extra cover. That'll be 4 runs. Lovely positive start to the Northamptonshire second innings.
Going for the win.
Yeah, let's go for it. Well, I mean, the thing is, I mean, that's always the worry with the follow-on, isn't it? Of course, if a side bats much better in the second innings, and you would think that Northants will, then all of a sudden it puts the pressure back on Hampshire. Not the very least, that maybe at some point tomorrow, if they do get a chance again, they might be up against the clock.
Yep, you never know. There's all things possible, but they've just got to show a bit more resolve, I think, than they did in the first innings, to be fair. There were just 2 or 3 dismissals that I don't think those played the shots will want to see them again.
Agreed. Here's Barker, bowls, Gay forward, pushes it out square on the offside. Every time it goes in that area, he looks for a single, doesn't he, really? I think I'm getting that vibe from him now. You'll have seen that a lot. It seems to be that particular area at point that he's off.
It's a sort of physical tick almost, isn't it, now? Point that was raised, actually, somebody was just saying in the message me in the interval between innings about whether Vasconcelos will bat at 6. The idea of batting him down there really was obviously so he wasn't having to keep and then bat up the order, but as he hasn't had to keep between innings because we're following on, does he bat down at 6 second innings? We'll see.
Well, yeah, might be a little jig. That's nipped away, but it's wide. No run. A couple of tweets here which I must mention. Pete Watson at Silent Sport says, I remember Richard Scott regularly whacking balls into the flats overlooking the old Northlands Road. Oh yeah, he's perked up, Richard. He's just within earshot. He said, did he, A, enjoy doing this? No, of course he didn't. Oh yes, yeah, his eyes are lit up now. And ever get angry complaints from the inhabitants of the flats? Did you ever get any complaints when you hit it over there? No, he didn't. No, he's all right. They probably loved him more for doing it. Here comes Barker. Bowls. Oh, that swung a bit, and there's a thick outside edge as Gay just jagged his bat down on that to backward a point. That'll be a run. 5 without loss, but he certainly loved hitting them into the flats. Paul Williams at Silent Sport says, I love the team attitude in all formats this season. And Adrian Kirk at Silent Sport says, make them follow on. Well, they did. And have you fired Melissa Story overnight? No. It's just that she can't be on all the time, even though it feels like she's been on the radio commentating on cricket all summer. She is actually having a couple of days off, but she's back on TMS on Saturday, covering the women's T20 International up at Durham. So if you're missing Melissa already, she will be on Sports Extra on Saturday. Here comes Barker round the wicket again, swung in to Will Young, the New Zealander. That's gone out square on the leg side, and there's no run. Let it rain on the Oval and Surrey for the rest of the season. Well, Surrey are actually at Wantage Road, so you probably mean you're hoping it will rain at Wantage Road, although I don't think Andrew wants that. Mike Martin at Sport earlier, who was asked the question about does Richard remember his 100 against the Sri Lankans. Mike come back and said, glad Richard remembered his first 100. Well, I mean, you would, wouldn't you, really? Just to bring him down to earth, I also remember his pair against Essex. There you go. See, he's built you up and then he's knocked you down as that turns towards mid-wicket. End of the over, first over gone, and Northampton's following on are 5 without loss. I think it was on his county championship debut. Was it on your debut? It was, yes, he's not in an agreement. So there you go. And finally, Ralph Brooker says, superb from Hampshire. No rust in this after a 4-week red ball break with no cricket for many top first 11 players. Donald looking good behind the stumps. He is, but he still needs to keep impressing.
Yes, like so Richard Scott emulating Graham Gooch then on Test debut. Got a bagged a pair, didn't he, at Edgbaston in '75. Before Kyle Abbott's marking out his run, and he's going to start proceedings from the pavilion end. I shall just have to go and update BBC Radio Northampton, so I'll leave you with Kevin for a bit and back with you in about 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Andrew. So Kyle Abbott with 4 for 52, extending his wickets for the season to 53. Started this round of fixtures top of the Division 1 wicket takers list. So 53's on now, plus you would say these, assuming he does get one of the next 10. And welcome back, Sports Extra listeners. We are in the Northamptonshire follow-on, having been asked to bat again, having been bowled out this afternoon for 175 in 64 overs, trailing by 225 on the first innings, and 5 of those runs have been knocked off by the left-hander Emilio Gay, who faces the start of the second over of this innings, Kyle Abbott, and he whips that away off about middle and leg, and that's going to be 4 runs. Nice looking shot. Gay, who made 33 in the first innings, second top scorer for Northamptonshire, played very well last night, I have to say. 26 overs bowled at Northamptonshire before they went off for bad light, with 14 overs still remaining. 77 for 1 they were, and Gay looked very tight with his technique, but lasted just 15 minutes this morning before he flicked a foolish delivery by Keith Barker to Felix Organ at mid-wicket. 80 for 2, and that sparked a collapse, with Northamptonshire starting the day 77 for 1, losing their last 9 wickets for just 98. Hampshire running riot once more as Gay plays that into the ground. Again, he sets off looking for a single. I don't think he really believes there's a single. I think it's just one of those where the batters sort of, I don't know, it's a way of keeping their concentration going during that particular delivery. So Will Young, the Kiwi, who was the one man out last night, LBW, to the man bowling now for 27. The Northamptonshire skipper, having taken over from Vasconcelos earlier in the summer. He's at the non-strikers end, watching Gay to face the next delivery. Abbott from that pavilion end bowls down the leg side, and Donald can't quite get there. And in fact, he's got half a hand on it. Stops it from going to the boundary. They come back for 2 byes. That's not gone right in the middle of Donald's gloves. He's just looking at his right hand. Real problem for wicket keepers, of course, when the ball doesn't quite go in the middle of the gloves. And Donald looks okay. He's kept well in this game. And Irene Donald standing in for Ben Brown, who broke a finger in the semi-final against Kent here last week in the Royal London One Day Cup. Both keepers, mentioned this earlier, have actually kept very well, because the ball has jagged around and swung around at times, and by the time it gets through to the keeper, it feels like it's a long way away from them. That's worked up to mid-on by Gay, and there's no run, and they've both been very athletic behind the stumps. And Donald, in that Northamptonshire first innings, picking up 3 catches. So 11 without loss. Still darkish clouds above us, but we're okay at the moment. We didn't start for 45 minutes this morning. Started at 11:15, and that's the only interruption we've had so far today, which is pretty good considering what we've had before, as that's pushed square on the leg side by Gay, and there is no run, because so far in this game we've lost a total of 80 overs, which of course is 16 overs short of a full day's play. So the fact that we still have just over 50 overs left on day 3, and we are at this point in the game, I think it's fair to say, without sounding too one-sided, that it's all been down to Hampshire with the way that they've approached this game and tried to keep it moving forward. Yesterday in their first innings, in less than 28 overs, they added 171. Here's Abbott, bowls, Gay drives a thick outside edge, but it's in the gap at backward a point. Pushing at that one. We saw 1 or 2 Northamptonshire players in the first innings pushing out at it and getting caught. Oh, I think that's 4. I have to say, if I'm honest, I think Nick Gubbins, probably shouldn't have named him there, really, should I? He went to flick the ball back and missed it and did it for a second time, but his body, for me, just took it over the rope. But I'll move on quickly with the total on to 14 without loss. Gay has 12, and Will Young, who's faced just the 2 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. So that's the situation here, and of course we're keeping a very close eye on other matches, especially in Division 1, the Roses match, where Lancashire, starting this round of matches in 3rd, are batting also for a second time, although not following on, of course. Bowled out in the first innings for 276. Yorkshire replying with 255 all out. Lancashire at 23 without loss in their second innings as Barker comes in. Slight leading edge there from Gay. So that goes out on the offside. He was trying to push that through mid-wicket. Felix Organ is exactly the same place as he was when he caught Gay off Barker in the first innings. Not at mid-wicket, more squarer, or square, I should say, than that. So Lancashire lead Yorkshire by 44 runs currently in that Roses game. Barker with 3 slip turns and runs away from us. And bowls to the left-hander Gay once more. Gay pushes forward, trickles out towards Felix Organ at that squarish mid-wicket area. Other games in Division 1. There is a rain delay now in the game between Kent and Essex. There is an inspection there. Actually, I think that the inspection has probably occurred, where Kent are 20 for 1 following on there against Essex. Essex have made 573 in their first innings. Feroz Kushi with that big innings there. Kent bowled out for 164, 20 for 1, as I say, following on as Barker bowls a short one, very rare short one, and that's nicely pulled away by Gay to the backward square leg boundary for 4. Nicely in control of that one. And he moves on to 16. Gay, the 22-year-old who's impressing this season, got a couple of hundreds already this season. 18 without loss Yorkshire, 18 without loss Northamptonshire.
Yes, just updated BBC Radio Northampton. I'm not sure they particularly were delighted with what I had to tell them, but never mind. Yeah, I think it's a difficult situation. You say, I think Northamptonshire they can't let Hampshire bowl at them. You know, they're going to have a relentless battery of 4 or 5 seamers that they can keep rotating. They've got to try and be positive.
Outside the off stump, Gay leaves alone.
You know, I'm sure Will Young is obviously very well equipped in both technically and temperamentally to play that sort of anchor innings, the sort of innings he played against Yorkshire in the second innings in a rearguard action to save the match at Wantage Road earlier on in the championship campaign. But you don't want them to be reckless, but I think they do need to be positive. Just need a little bit more resolve. But they know exactly what's in store, I think, and still another, 49 overs after this in the day if we get through with the weather.
They got a bit bogged down in their first innings, didn't they, really, at times. That's another length ball, which Gay's nicely in behind with a straight bat, pushes that up to Abbott and mid-on.
It's difficult, isn't it, because, you know, you think of, for example, the way Josh Cobb got out, and we were having a discussion this morning as to whether number 4 in this side is the right place for him to bat. We'll see what happens in the second innings, but you know, he went out, tried to be positive, middled one, just picked out the fielder, and we're all saying, oh, it's not a great shot, it's a, you know, pilot error, but fine margins, as we know.
Barker bowls, was nipped away, but from wide of off stump. Again, Donald moving smartly to his left to take end of the over. 18 without loss, Northants following on. They are 207 runs behind. And Hampshire, having started this game 16 points behind Surrey, the leaders who aren't playing, have actually cut that deficit in half.
If Northamptonshire supporters listening want a little bit of good news, I'll tell them that 16-year-old Adi Sharma has made a century on, I think, is his second 11 championship debut today, 104 against Nottinghamshire at Lady Bay, the ground just next door to Trent Bridge. A bit of a rain-affected match. Gareth Berger, I think he's batting actually at the moment, we were talking about earlier. But 16 years old, made runs in the ECB Under-18s final, 50-over competition on Sunday against Wales at Kibworth, which Northamptonshire won to be national champions. Made a 104 today, so well played, Adi Sharma. Here's Kyle Abbott running in with a pavilion behind him. Bowls to Young, beats him outside the off stump with a beauty. 4 slips, waiting for an edge, a backward point. Big gap through the covers, obviously to try and induce the drive. Mid-off, mid-on. Square leg just in front of square, and long leg down below us. Yes, and he was one of the 2 young players who came. You would have seen Kevin down at the Isle of Wight when Northamptonshire played there in the Royal London Cup. Came down just for a bit of experience in the first team squad. But, doing the business with the bat today. So first of many, we hope. Here's Abbott in, bowls again to Young. This time he's solidly in behind that. Plays it back down the pitch, just rolls past the stumps. And umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy tidied up by Keith Barker, coming round from mid-off. What do you reckon about the weather, Kevin? I was just trying to work out where it's coming from, whether there's any more rain in the offing. I probably shouldn't be saying that, really, should I?
Well, if it does, it does, doesn't it? Really?
Northamptonshire gazing at the skies. No, we need to do the job with a bat. Is Abbott in, bowls again, an absolute perler to Will Young. And as I did mention earlier, I think it was a delivery from Abbott this morning. I just don't know how you play that. It's seamed away, it's bounced, and it's that short, just that length that we were talking about earlier on. First thing that Ben Sanderson was highlighting, the fact that if it's going to do it on this pitch so far, the first 2.5 days, it's done it from just the back of a length, and that's exactly where Will Young was prodding the pitch rather suspiciously, but that just flew.
Well, he got a nick backer that got him out of LBW last night, and he's just had 2 leg cutters this over. He must be wondering what on earth's going on.
Here's Abbott, bowls again, and that's bounced once again. This time, I think, to be fair to Young, he just dropped his hands and got the bat out of danger. But again, it's that same length, and Young going down and having a little prod at the pitch.
Just testing over this, isn't it? I bet he's had less testing overs in Test cricket.
Well, we were talking when talking about that long innings he played against Yorkshire, and Harris Ralph was playing for Yorkshire at the time, and we were saying on commentary that, you know, people talk about lack of intensity in the county championship. Try telling that to Harris Ralph and Will Young during a couple of sessions in that particular match that wasn't important and nobody was interested.
Professional pride.
Here's Abbott in again, bowls outside the off stump, just short of a length, and this time Young, almost exaggerated leave, gets the hands out of the way, goes through to an Aaron Donald. I mean, there was no lack of intensity there, let me tell you. And likewise here, and umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, who's now of course at the other end, at the pavilion end, he's obviously one of those, whether it's just to relieve a bit of tension or what, but he's been very hot on where the front foot's landing of bowlers of both sides, and also just where they're following through. He gave Hazard Williams a few words of advice in the first innings. Here's Abbott in again, outside the off stump, good leave. They say there are 2 types. That was a good leave, but it was very tight on off stump, and what a super over that is from Kyle Abbott, who's joined up the dots. It's a maiden, 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7. Northamptonshire 18 for no wicket, following on, still trailing by 207.
Talk about bowling a tight line. I think all 6 of those balls, I don't think there was about more than an inch in width between any of them. Incredible line. No, the variation, but interesting, the variation in length, and it just that those 2 in the middle of the over that just from that back of the length and absolutely flew. Talk about bowlers giving themselves a chance. Bit of early Fuller. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? I know Richard Scott suggested James Fuller taking suggested with a new ball. Yeah, he did. Yeah, and Barker is whisked out of the attack, having taken 3 for 41. Obviously not good enough. Obviously that wasn't enough. Vince wants more, but I think it was as much about Fuller coming on and finding extra pace and bounce out of this pitch and picking up 2 very quick wickets, Luke Proctor and Tom Taylor. And probably James Vince wants a bit more of that.
But what a lovely situation for James Vince to find himself in, the fact that you've got so many options.
Yes, lucky man at the moment, that's for sure. Round the wicket to the left-hander Gay, almost flicks that on to Donald. It flies at Donald, who doesn't take it cleanly. Still on its way up as Donald's taking that about chest height. Definitely with his extra pace here, Fuller, just creating a different problem. Does tend to go for a few runs. He bowled 3 overs, but picked up 2 for 18, but he does look threatening. Tom Taylor, the other wicket, as well as Luke Proctor, and Taylor getting a couple of nasty deliveries. One which his finger looked sort of rammed against the handle of the bat, had a bit of treatment, was out a few balls after that as comes in again. That's bounced. That's Gay, who takes the bottom hand off the bat. That's another one of those where it's going to seriously hurt the finger if it hits you in the gloves in the wrong area, and they're going to look at that just short of a length, that's for sure.
It's interesting. I just feel Emilio Gay here will be having the odd flashback to the Oval back in May, when again Northamptonshire followed on, and in not dissimilar set of circumstances with this 5-strong seam attack, and found himself getting absolutely peppered and hung in there a long time for 50.
He's going to need to be brave here. There's a leg slip and a short leg in as Fuller comes round the wicket again. Pulls that away. It's up in the air. Is anybody going to be under that one? I think it's going to fall in between 3 fielders, and it does. And it's literally landed just in front of square leg. You had mid-on coming round, you had leg slip coming round, you had a deep square leg coming around, and somehow the ball found the middle ground.
It's like one of those mathematical problems that I never used to be able to work out when I was at school, when you have to work out the angles and the trig point and draw the 3 lines and work out where that was going to land, and in the end it couldn't have landed better for Emilio Gay. 3 fielders converging on it, and it just landed between the 3 of them. Lucky boy.
Gay moves on to 17, 19 without loss. Things are happening.
Just for those following the Essex-Kent match, the Battle of the Bridge at Canterbury, I can tell you that they are going to be restarting there in a couple of minutes' time, with Kent a long way behind, following on 20 for 1, 389 behind against Essex.
It's going to be a long day and a half, that is, as Fuller comes into Young. That bounces, and he really has to get out the way of that one as it flies through to Donald. He's really finding something off this surface here, James Fuller. It's ballooning at the batters at the moment, and they're going to have to be very brave, both of them out here. Definitely the quickest we've seen on show in this game so far, even though I thought Williams actually generated a bit of pace at times, but
did, especially first spell, didn't he?
Yeah,
He looked a real handful, but I think what John Sadler was saying, Northampton's head coach, the bowler himself felt he wasn't quite there.
No, it was a bit 2 lengths, wasn't he, really? He's full of bowls, a bit fuller this time. Nice drive up to mid-off, and a diving stop by Abbott. They'll get a single anyway, but Abbott, he didn't really want him running all the way over to the boundary to pick that up. I hope he hasn't done himself an injury. He's just on his knees here a little bit. I think as he hit the ground,
just jarred himself a little bit.
Fortunately, the ground's not as hard as it would have been had he done it a week ago. That might have been a bit more of a problem.
I tell you what, he'd have felt it if he'd done that on the Isle of Wight when we were there back
yes.
about a month ago. Crumbs.
Diving on concrete, that, wasn't it? 20 without loss, Northamptonshire following on. They are 205 behind. Still plenty of overs left in the day if we can get them all in. 47 after this. As Fuller switches to round the wicket to the left-hander. Bowl short, surprisingly, and Gay ducks underneath that one. And my word, he had to duck under that pretty smartish. And I don't think that ball went over the top of his helmet by very much. Good bouncer to finish off with, 20 without loss.
Yeah, that innings of Emilio Gay's down at the Oval, I say, but he managed to get, and you wouldn't think this possible, talking about that one in the last over, when, you know, the precision with which the ball landed safely. He managed to get hit 3 times on almost the same point on his right elbow, and he had a most lurid bruise there. I think he got hit 5. We've tried to tot it up. I think we said it was hit about 5 times. Various parts of the anatomy, so including 3 times on the same point on the elbow. But point was, he gritted his teeth and batted quite a long time for 50. And again, it's another stage in his in the learning process. School of hard knocks. Here's Young back on strike with Abbott coming in bowling too, and that's just where Will Young likes it. Full on leg stump, works it away through mid wicket, runs for him here. I think he actually is going to be 4. It is, although the outfield is considerably slower than it would have been, as Kevin was saying, about a week ago. With the rain that we've had in the last few days, has still got enough on that to roll away to the front of the hover cover, on which a couple of members of the ground staff are reclining.
That looks like better than any sunbed.
It looks very comfortable. As we mentioned earlier in the game, it's like one of those adverts you see on television for these inflatable beds that you put unexpected guests on. 4 more to Young anyway. He goes to 5. Northamptonshire to 24 for no wicket. Abbott in again, bowls to Young, who's on the front foot, plays it up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. We don't tend to have unexpected guests at our home. Just trying to avoid people coming as far as possible. 24 for no wicket, still 201 runs behind Northamptonshire. Be just joining us. Then Northamptonshire bowled out for 175, lost the last 9 wickets for 98 today. 4 wickets for Kyle Abbott, 3 for Keith Barker, 2 for James Fuller, 1 for Mohammed Abbas. And Northamptonshire invited to follow on. Here's Abbott. Bowls to Young outside the off stump. Good carry again. Donald doesn't take it cleanly, but gets enough on it to prevent any possibility of a bye. Stays at 24 for no wicket. It's one of those great expressions in cricket. I always wonder what would happen if they declined, if been invited to follow. I don't think we will, actually. Don't fancy it.
Has anybody ever done that?
I'd have thought, not that I'm aware of, but I'm sure if anybody knows,
Yes.
let us know. Abbott at the end of his mark, far distance, with the Bransgrove Pavilion behind him, running in towards us to Young, short outside the off stump. Young, maybe for a split second, wondered about the uppercut because there's no third man, but decided against it. Goes through to an Aaron Donald, 24 for no wicket it remains. In the Roses match, Lancashire made a solid start to their second innings at Old Trafford. They're 49 for no wicket, having claimed a slender first innings lead of 21. Yorkshire bowled out for 255, so Lancashire 70 runs to the good with all their second innings wickets standing. Bit of sunshine breaking through as Abbott is in, bowls outside the off stump. Fuller length this time, left alone by Will Young. Goes through to an Aaron Donald. They are back on at Canterbury, and Kent have just lost their second wicket. 23 for 2 following on now, so 386 runs behind against Essex. Taunton, Gloucestershire 133 for 2 against Somerset in their second innings, so Gloucestershire 228 runs ahead. We'll look at Division 2 in just a second. One match very nearly over. Here's Abbott in again, bowls to Young, who glances that away down towards fine leg. Is it going to go all the way for 4? Yes, it is. Just immediately down below us, so 4 runs to Will Young. There is a long leg, but fairly square. Felix Organ down there, and he gave chase, but just crossing the boundary rope almost immediately down below our commentary position. 28 for no wicket at the end of the over. Will Young has made 9, Emilio Gay 17. Northamptonshire still trailing by 197. Yes, in Division 2 at Trent Bridge, Leicestershire 205 for 9 in their second innings, still 294 behind against Nottinghamshire, so you think that's probably not going to last a great deal longer. Tea at Cardiff, Glamorgan 172 for 5 in reply to Worcestershire's 454 for 9, and also tea at Derby, where Derbyshire 153 for 5 in their second innings against Durham. That's a lead of 236.
What's Fuller going to do here as Gay faces the next delivery, start of the next over? It's full, it's driven, it's nicely timed. Well, it's not so much timed, but nicely placed through extra cover, and that will run Kyle Abbott, and that is 4 runs. Nicely on the front foot there, Emilio Gay. 32 without loss. Hampshire Northants following on, 193 behind.
Did mention first thing this morning, Kevin, that although there weren't many spectators obviously in when we started at 11:15, we thought probably a few more would drift in, especially if Hampshire had a good day, and I think that's certainly true. It seems to be a few more people around, especially in the far end of the ground, the Shane Warne stand and the pavilion as well.
Battle hardened as Fuller comes in. Leg ball, edge just short of second slip. Just short of Joe Weatherly there. don't seem that far back either, but Gay didn't push at that one too hard. Yeah, I think on days like this, haven't you, really, you've got to be really in love with cricket, because you're never quite sure when you turn up how much cricket you're going to actually see. I don't think any of us today really knew just how much cricket there was going to be when just before 10:30. Didn't start for the first 45 minutes, and Stephen O'Shaughnessy's lost his hat again just as James Fuller was starting his run up. It's the second time. Gets a round of applause from the crowd for picking it up. That's not bad, is it? Just picking up your hat, you get a round of applause. 32 without loss. Here's Fuller again, staying round the wicket to Gay. Bowls, short of a leg, gazing behind that one. Pushes that back to the bowler. Nice tight technique.
Needs to get himself a chin strap, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Yes. I mean, as well as the good weather, there hasn't actually been much wind either, is there, really? It's just been sort of days of relentless hot weather. I haven't to worry about any rain. I haven't to worry about. We're talking about the clouds. We seem to have talked incessantly about clouds, but not even had to talk about that for about 4 months. It's just all different all of a sudden. Hats blowing off. Haven't had to worry about that for a long time. Length ball. Gay plays that nicely, keeps that down, and will take a single to backward a point.
The day I do remember us having to talk about the wind was at on the 40-degree day when the first day of Northamptonshire's championship match against Lancashire at Wantage Road, and Scott Reed and I sharing commentary, and went out onto the balcony at tea time, and it was like somebody was just firing a hairdryer. It was a hot wind coming straight down the ground, and
wow,
that was a strange combination. Odd day, odd match. 6 minutes to 8 finish on the third day.
Lovely. Fuller's over the wicket this time to Young, short of a length. Young's on the back foot, pushes that out to point. Nice hot hairdryer effect. Eh? It's been amazing, hasn't it? I mean, I think we were at Cheltenham when all that amazing weather was, and we had that shortened first day, because the Countess had the option, didn't they? And I have to say, when they finished at R4, it was the best part of the day.
Well, we actually went on because it was the overs. You know, they still had to bowl 72 overs, and so we didn't finish till about 5:10, which seemed to slightly.
Yeah, it's a bit odd.
Wasn't quite the idea of the exercise.
Fuller bowl short, and it's almost stopped by Aaron Donald jumping high above his head, but they'll come through for a bye. Again, the ball just ballooning off this surface, but from very short this time. End of Fuller's second over, none for 7. And Northampton's a bit like they did in the first innings, getting underway to a steady start here. 34 without loss following on, 191 behind.
Yes, I just wonder whether, well, I'll say the batting order is going to be particularly interesting, I think, to all Northamptonshire supporters as to how they decide to go with it. No problem with Proctor at 3. I think he absolutely no blame needed to be attached to him. He was out there nearly 3 hours for his 40, and as you said, I think when he ran with Richard, when he was out, you knew it was going to take a decent ball to get him, and it did. But I have to say, other than that, I wasn't wholly convinced about the first innings order, but we'll see. Ian Holland is coming into the attack. Only bowled 3 overs in the first innings, 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 6.
He'll be fresh.
He should be very fresh and raring to go. USA international. And he's going to be bowling from the pavilion end with 3 slips, and Will Young on strike, and Holland in bowling to him outside the off stump, left alone by Young. Those of us who were with us yesterday evening would have heard that wonderful moment when they decided, the umpires, that Hampshire had to bowl somebody a bit slower because the light was getting a bit dodgy, and Liam Dawson came on, and they brought Ian Holland on, supposedly to sort of cut the pace down a little bit, and so they could stay on the park. As Holland comes in, bowls to Young, brings him onto the front foot, pushes it down the pitch. Holland fields in his follow through, and there's no run. And the first ball he bowled took off and almost hit Luke Proctor on the end of the nose. It didn't do a great deal for the prospects of staying on the field. They stayed on for a little bit longer after that, but not a great deal longer. Whether light will be an issue later on, of course, we shall see. It's absolutely fine at the moment as Holland comes in, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Young. That said, I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Kevin, I just wonder whether they will be thinking about possibly putting the lights on, particularly with Hampshire wanting to get as much cricket in today as they possibly can. Still a lot of overs left. You say 44 after this one.
Somebody needs to stand by the switch, and it's on, off, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Otherwise the energy bills do go through the roof. Is Holland in again, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Young. Goes through to an Aaron Donald.
I was told actually last night that somebody switched the lights off by mistake.
Well, we wanted that, didn't we? Because usually once they're on, they're on. But they did go off, didn't they, for a bit? I think it was when we were off the field.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And then they switched them back on again. Here's Holland running in again, bowling to Will Young, and that's a good ball. And again, he's a little bit still in this pitch, especially with the new ball, and it's just seamed away. And Young, well, if he pulled the bat inside the line, it was a very, very late decision. Goes through to Donald. One ball to go in the over. Maiden so far, 34 for no wicket. Holland. Measured, straight approach, and that's a good ball again. Fuller length this time, did enough, shaped away from the right-hander, beat the outside edge, goes through to Donald. Testing start from Ian Holland, who, as Kevin was saying, should be well rested. 1 over 1 maiden for Ian Holland, and Northamptonshire are 34 for no wicket, so they're still trailing by a long, long way. 191 to be precise. And still 44 overs to go in the day if we get them in.
Yeah, this should be the last over before tea, I guess. Tea at 5:30. Sorry, 5:30? I hope not. It's 3:30, so it's, according to the scoreboard, 3 minutes away. So
your pike clip will be soggy by then. The staff bring up for you.
Yeah, there's still some pastries up there which are looking tempting at the moment. As Fuller comes round the wicket to Gay. Bowles, Gay's in behind that, plays that again, square on the offside, and there's a gap so he can pick up a single. He moves on to 23, 35 without loss. I'm just looking, of course, because you're right, there's quite a few overs left in the day's play, and with Northamptonshire following on, you kind of look about, right, where are you going to allocate these overs? I think Hampshire will have to get a good spell out of Ian Holland and pick up a wicket at the same time. That would be absolutely ideal from James Vince's point of view. Fuller giving the other bowlers a bit of a break as well here, although of course he's very much a frontline bowler himself these days, as that's short and Young ducks underneath that one. Keith Barker, Carl Abbott, let's start with Carl Abbott, who actually has bowled 12 overs today in the Northamptonshire first innings, has bowled 3 overs again in this second innings. So he's only bowled 15, I say only, but it's 15 overs today, so you'd think there's at least another good spell out of him between tea and whenever the end of the day is. For me, Abbas didn't bowl too much in that Northamptonshire first innings. I know he picked up a wicket as Fuller comes in and bowls, and he pulls the bat inside the line, does Young, but it's a good delivery. Abbas 16 overs in the innings, but 9 of those were last night, so he's only actually bowled 5 overs today. So already we're seeing a couple of good spells at least after tea from Hampshire's mainline attack, even though Northamptonshire will bat all day.
What do you think was the thinking behind giving Abbott the new ball ahead of Abbas?
He's always, when he's in a groove, Abbott, you want him to keep going,
right.
I think. We've seen that more and more. Again, that's quite short, and again, it's ballooned through to Donald, who's taken that high above his head. He's done well with those. We've seen it more and more this season. It's quite interesting. Kyle, even though he's taken all those wickets, and he's hinted it at me, really, when we've spoken, and I don't want to speak for him, but I think that you always felt there was more to come from him. And as the season has gone on, particularly in the last few games, he gets into these rhythmical spells where he just absolutely picks up wickets. And if he doesn't pick up wicket in one over, you just think, well, it's coming the next over. And that wasn't always the case. So that's full. It's wrapped Young on the pad as it goes down towards fine leg. Bit of shape on the ball actually into the right-hander there. Leg by, 36 without loss. But increasingly now he's bowling these spells where he just gets into a great groove, and you've just got to let him bowl for as long as you can.
Yeah.
And I think the thinking there was, we had 4 wickets in the first innings, let's let him keep going. So, and I think he bowled one really good over, didn't he, at Will Young, in those 3. I think the second one, the line wasn't quite as tight, and already he's been whisked out. But increasingly more you leave Carl when he's going along nicely. But more to come from Abbas, you would think, after tea, that's for sure, as Fuller comes in, and Barker, of course, including that. Gay gets on top of the bounce there nicely and tucks it away behind square on the leg side. Ball hitting high on his bat at the moment, and that is the end of the over, and that will be the end of the afternoon session, with Northamptonshire following on in their second innings. 37 without loss. Gay is 24, Young is 9, and they are 188 runs behind Hampshire.
Yep, decent little session there for Northamptonshire, mini session, after being asked to follow on. From Northamptonshire point of view, I suppose the worry was that Hampshire, having built up so much momentum, particularly towards the back end of their first innings, when they basically swept away the tail in the blink of an eye, you just thought that going in again, you'll have to try and find a little bit of resilience from somewhere. But they did that, and Emilio Gain, Will Young, who made a good start in the first innings, 68, which I think I'm right in saying, Kevin, is the highest opening partnership we were saying yesterday against Hampshire in the championship this year, which is an extraordinary stat. But they've made a decent start, and Northamptonshire still afloat, which is the main thing as far as they're concerned. It's going to be a very long last session, potentially 43 overs in the last session after tea. But that is the break. 37 for no wicket, Northamptonshire following on. We'll be back with you when play resumes in around about 15 minutes time.
And welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are about to get underway the evening session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Northamptonshire. 43 overs if we can get them all in and the weather doesn't close in, so it will be a long evening session. Now, the situation in the game is that Northamptonshire will resume their second innings following on 37 without loss, and they still trail in the game by 188 runs. Emilio Gay, the left-hander, the 22-year-old, will resume on 24 not out. Will Young, the New Zealand Test player and Northamptonshire captain, will resume on 9 not out. And that is the situation. And in a game where we've lost a total of 80 overs to this point, we've actually only lost 45 minutes of play, and that was right at the start of the day at 10:30. We didn't get underway until 11:15. Northamptonshire resuming on 77 for 1, then lost their last 9 wickets for just 98, with Kyle Abbott finishing with 4 for 52, Keith Barker 3 for 41, and James Fuller, a quick 3-over burst, finished with 2 for 18. Your commentary team for this evening, a little later you'll hear from BBC Radio Northampton's Andrew Radd, but to take you through this first period, myself, Kevin James, and former Hampshire batter. We established that he got 100 against Sri Lanka, which I'd forgotten, and also former Middlesex head coach. It's Richard Scott. Richard, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Kev. Interesting session coming up.
It certainly is. This game has been moving forward rapidly. You would expect it to continue to do so as Barker bowls on the pavilion end. Forward is Gay. And it goes out towards mid-wicket and there's no run. I don't think I've seen Barker from that far end. If he has in this game, it hasn't been many overs.
No, and the breeze probably isn't in his favour, but you know, there's probably a theory that he's going to bowl over and around from that end, and there will be a bit of rough for both Hampshire spinners to work with eventually, hopefully from both ends. But I think Northants must have had a bit of a chat about playing with more intent, because Gay and Young actually played pretty well before tea.
Yeah. It's Barker, left arm over, and Gay's playing a missing outside the off stump. I think he actually did play at that one. I missed a couple of tweets just before tea. I'll read them out because I know most of you listened for a while and watched for a while. Vincent Costa at Solent Sports says, I wonder if the bowler bowls a good ball to Will Young, who's actually at the non-striker's end at the moment, and he doesn't play at it. It's that because he thinks he'd better leave it right now. I'm sure there's a song title in there somewhere. Thank you very much, Vincent. I'll keep thinking. Even Don Topley is listening. I say even. Here's Barker again. It's pushed out to point this time by Gay, and there's no run. He says he's having a day off after 2 days at Canterbury watching Essex dominate. Oh, he'd have been pleased with that, the former Essex boy. Today now listening, but rooting for Northants. Oh, I'm not going to bother reading out the rest of that. I'll let Andrew read out that one. It's put me off toppers already, that. 37 without loss. Sunshine out momentarily. I haven't looked at my weather app for quite a while actually. I've just got a bit fed up of looking at it because it says rain when it isn't and not rain when it does. There's a nice shot off on the up, but straight to point where it's fielded by Nick Gubbins, and again there is no run. In fact, I will have a quick look actually, just to see where we're at in terms of, are we going to get all these 42 overs in? We actually haven't finished a whole day's play yet in the last 2 days. We missed 14 overs last night. Can't remember on the first night, but it certainly wasn't anywhere near the close. So
looks set fair at the moment, doesn't it? Bright sunshine.
Yeah, it's all right, but still a lot of cloud around as Barker comes in. Bowls to Gay, and a bit of bounce there. Gay's on the back foot again as it goes just down the offside. He always takes a couple of steps down the pitch as if he's looking for a single. I'm sure the batters, the Northamptonshire batters, are used to that by now. So Hampshire, who started this game 16 points behind Surrey, have made half of those up with a full allocation of 8 bonus points. I think actually that will send a few shockwaves around the country to the other teams. They'll say, gosh, Hampshire are doing well here and doing everything they can to keep the pressure up on Surrey, and I'm sure most people in Surrey are thinking that. They play next week, not this week, as Gay gets turned around there a little bit. Slight leading edge, goes out to Gubbins, throws at the bowler's end. Gay's home. Backing up there is Kyle Abbott, who every time he fields the ball like that, it just looks as though he's in the most uncomfortable of positions. But he stops it, and that's the main thing. 38 without loss. Gay will keep the strike. He's 25. Northamptonshire trail by 187.
Yeah, I think if you give Hampshire this position at the start of the day, they'd have bitten your hand off. I think they've been really impressive all day. It's very rare that you roll a side over consecutively without a fight. Northants are putting up that fight now, and Abbas now has got a chance from the hotel end. So a bit of a flip around for the bowlers, change of tact.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say, without being too one-sided, that Hampshire have actually set the pace of this game totally, haven't they, really? I mean, they've not actually been knocked off the pace at all.
Yeah, very much on the front foot.
Yeah.
Vince has rotated his bowlers around impressively. And to give the bowlers credit, they've delivered. So, yeah, intriguing last session in store for us.
I like this email from Peter Allen, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says the ECB wants Surrey to win the county championship. Wow, has he got some inside info? Let's take Dawson to Pakistan to hand out drinks.
As Abbas comes in and bowls to Gay.
Ooh.
Oh, and a play and a miss. Just angling across the left-hander.
Yeah, that's a nice little delivery. Let's give Surrey back Jason Roy, 2 to win the championship. Then everyone will be happy in London, says Peter. Wow. ECB wants Surrey to win the county championship. I wonder if
we
there's been
don't.
a press release. Yeah, I don't think anybody, well, outside of Surrey, I don't think anybody wants them to win it. I don't. I think there's a few people who don't want Hampshire to.
Abbas, very straight run up, gets close to the stumps. Down the leg side, there's a half appeal. He just brushed his pads.
It didn't feel right, even from this distance.
No.
I suppose there's a few more people around than there was this morning, but it's still pretty sparse, isn't it, really? All those games in the 100, and even the Royal London Cup produced crowds of around 3,000. A couple of games a bit more than that, couple maybe just under, but good crowds.
Schools are back.
Yeah.
Abbas, upright run. Comes in, delivers to Gay, and that's a good line and length, and Gay deals with that with ease on the front foot, a good forward defensive.
Just got to find something here a little bit. Mohammed Abbas picked up just the 1 wicket in the first innings, didn't bowl that much, as I mentioned earlier before tea. Picked up the wicket of Vasconcelos, caught in the slips by Dawson for 9. So there's a few over. You'd think there's a few overs in him between now and the end of play.
Abbas to Gay, that's a bit wider, and Gay has a little push at it. Goes harmlessly out to extra cover and Gubbin.
It's getting hot in here all of a sudden. It's a hot sun all of a sudden. Big patches of blue sky just to our left at the moment.
Abbas bowling to 3 slips and a ring field, primarily to the offside. Delivers to Gay on he's pushed him onto the back foot. There's a tight run here, but Gubbins can't quite get around to throw the stumps down.
It looked tight initially, didn't it?
It did.
It was quite surprising in the end how easy it was. Will Young actually is slowed up, completing the run, actually got down that far end pretty quick. It was obviously pretty quick over the first couple of yards. It's got a good burst of speed. The slips are quite close for me, aren't they, really? I suppose that's an indication almost of maybe of the lack of, or the pitch is starting to lose a bit of pace, and maybe Abbas as well.
He comes into Young. Full length delivery, shaping away, and Young's just squeezed that out to cover point, and the end of the over. Northants 39 for no wicket.
Trailing by 186 in the match. Started the day 77 for 1, 175 all out. Trailing on the first innings by 225. It almost felt inevitable, the follow-on, didn't it, really? Lots of times you think, no, people aren't going to enforce follow-ons anymore, and they generally don't, but it almost felt as though Hampshire had to.
They had to, in the forecast.
They did, but at the moment it's absolutely fine. Barker to continue from that pavilion end. 3 overs, none for 10. Left arm seamer. Vince, Dawson and Weatherly in the slips waiting as that's turned away by Gay to mid or to square leg really, and that's fielded by Felix Organ, and there is no run. Most of the ground bathed in sunshine at the moment. Joe at Silent Sports says, finally have a chance to join you virtually, she says, for this match, and the team have done a brilliant well, they've done brilliantly to get to this stage with all the weather around, and hoping there are enough dry spells for a positive result. Yes, it's left alone by Gay outside the off stump. Don doesn't actually take that so cleanly. May just take his eye off the ball as it went through to him. They have done brilliantly. I think we've said that once or twice, that they have dictated the pace of this game literally from ball one. Played the game really on their terms. Northants have shown fight, haven't they, at times, but not enough. And yes, they fought the weather a little bit. 80 overs lost already in this game. We're still at this point, which I guess you wouldn't, even if you played all 3 days to this point, you would probably expect to be in. As Barker comes in outside the off stump, and that's quite wide of off stump, and Gay leaves that one alone.
Bit of a zigzag approach there, wasn't it, just to try and put the batter off?
He does that, doesn't he, from time to time. How do you still keep your rhythm and do that? It's weird, isn't it?
It is weird.
Yeah, it's about halfway through his run-up, doesn't he? He sort of goes off on a different line and comes back again, and yet he still arrives at the crease in the same sort of way as you'd expect him to. That's weird. 39 without loss. He's done it again. Wide of the crease, and I think Gay's played inside the line there. That's not, I mean, it is, isn't it? I mean, you're obviously hoping that well, you do, isn't it? You hope the batter watches you run up rather than what's happening with the ball in hand and how it gets released. I'm sure when I commentated against Warwickshire, that one of the Warwickshire commentators who obviously seen him much more than I have, said that he used to do something much more pronounced than that, and I can't remember what it was, and he actually got told by the umpires to stop that. I can't for the life of me remember what they'd said. Comes in again. This looks like a normal run up here. It is. Bowls Gay forward. It's pushed out to point. Again, Gay does that almost annoying thing, really. I think as a non-striker, you really have to be alert, because he comes down 2 paces every time it's pushed out square on the offside. And the batter at the non-striker's end has to say no. They're forced into a call. I can't remember you doing that. Did you used to do that? I can't remember. I did bat with you a few times, didn't I? It's quite good fun, actually. 39 without loss. There it is. There's the zigzag run again. As Gay whips that away past a diving Felix Organ, and that's going for 4 through mid-wicket. Fairly square mid-wicket. No real swing or seam there for Barker. Just got the line a little too straight. And Gay plays that shot quite nicely when he gets it right. 30 he moves on to match his 33 in the first innings, and it's 43 without loss.
Yeah, the fielders have got to really rally around the bowlers now, haven't they? Because you don't want, going flat in any shape or form. The bowlers will start to think, well, okay, we've made them follow on. Not a lot's happening at the moment, but they showed in the first innings, open up one end, and a lot can happen all of a sudden. So that's what they'll be hoping for.
Yeah, when you ask a side to follow on, you kind of want that early wicket to keep the momentum, and it's 12 overs gone, and yet a wicket to fall.
Abbas to Young, and that's a beauty. That's a leg cutter that more or less pitched on off stump and went past the outside edge of Young's bat. Beautiful delivery.
Cool, wasn't it?
Still demonstrates there's a bit in the pitch.
There's lovely shape on that, wasn't there? Lovely shape. And yeah, you expect those sometimes just to catch the outside edge, but yeah, and again, yeah, I think it has gone a fraction flat. Even though they haven't been out in the field all day, because obviously we didn't play the first 45 minutes, but it's still a long day.
Bass bowled to Young. That's a bit wider, still a bit of shape on it, but Young could safely just let it go through to the keeper.
Yeah, and Will Young for me is the guy. Test player. I think you always feel you have to produce something special to get people like that out, don't you? Really. Good ball that got him in the first innings, nipped backer from Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, put a high price on his wicket.
Yeah. He's quite a good little player, the little bit we've seen of him so far in this game, and it's only been not a lot. Made 27 in the first innings.
Abbas bowled to Young, and again a play and a miss. It looks like Young sort of give it the curtain rail there, but I think he played at that.
Yeah. I wonder if Abbas has just found a little spot there
Yeah.
and got into a little groove. A few of those.
Bolstead's still nipping around a little bit. You sense they'd probably still stick with the seamers, but sooner or later, or shortly, I think it's probably worth seeing a little bit of spin.
Yeah.
Just to change it up.
Yeah, if we get all these overs in, it won't be all seam, will it? Not unless they're about 8 down at the end of the day.
Abbas again bowls to Young. Good ball again, really good line in this over. Abbas has just hit that channel just outside of off stump and found shape away towards the slips.
Yeah, this is what he's been doing well throughout the season. Just drops into a little groove, doesn't he, really, and hardly gives any runs away. His economy rate is quite incredible. What are you looking at there?
Just seeing, is there over rates these days, really -1 or levels or?
Yes, it was on the board the other day because Northampton, and this might be a problem for them actually, they were -3 for quite a long period now. I can't see anything on the board at the moment for Hampshire.
Abbas into Young. Oh, that's an absolute Jaffa in terms of pitching on middle and off, beating the outside edge and carrying through again, waist high to Donald. Impressive over this from Abbas.
Certainly is. Yeah, I was saying about he drops into a groove and then it's difficult to get away. He's actually got the best economy rate of the Hampshire bowlers in this competition, and that's saying something. 2.2 in the well, he's bowled nearly 300 overs now in the championship. That's next to nothing, isn't it, really? Yeah, I think Northampton, I mean, if they need to get in front and need to get in the field, otherwise they're going to be losing points.
Abbas to Young to finish the over. Really tight, skillful over from Abbas that really asked the question of Young, and unlucky not to pick up a wicket in that one.
Yeah, yeah. They've been. I feel they've been a bit more strict in terms of enforcing the over rates this year. I mean, Hampshire have been penalised. I haven't actually looked at the recent table on that, but I know one of the two other counties have. And you generally, when you come off the field, don't you, in the past, you're behind. Oh, over rates level. It's just come up on the screen there, actually.
Oh, that's good. That's a good effort.
It is with so much seam.
Yeah.
In the days of Fidel Edwards, Hampshire would have been about -5 by now. But yeah, I get the feeling that they're enforcing these over rates a little bit more than they have done in the past. Here's Barker around the wicket, over the wicket to Gay. He gets wrapped on the pad, trying to flick that away on the leg side. They look fairly straight, but maybe not straight enough, but certainly probably a little too straight to be working that away square.
Yeah, look, worth a good shout, that. Yeah. Like a lot of left-handers, he's probably taken middle and off guard to Barker, and looked like he was trying to work that very square.
Yeah. Has to be a little bit careful with that. Should be sort of aiming more mid-wicket around that sort of area, but leg by it was. 44 without loss, Northampton following on in their second innings, 181 runs behind as the sun continues to shine, which is fantastic news in a way. Normally when the sun comes out as hot as this, the ball does less, but at least it means we're playing, which is good news. Will Young gets one, he gets wrapped on the pad again. That looks a little too leg side-ish as the ball makes its way, trickles out towards fine leg. Just both those shouts have just looked not quite right for me.
Both just sliding down.
Yeah. Difficult for Barker coming round the wicket to the right-hander. Needs to be straightening a little bit more, which he does. But that one wasn't anything sort of length, isn't it? It's very difficult. 45 without loss, Northampton. They started well in their first innings last night. Got to 68 before Will Young fell, and just to repeat, oh, he's playing at that one outside the off. Do you think he edged that one? He didn't.
No, you just sense. You almost just sense like in the last couple of overs something's going to happen.
Yeah,
don't you?
I agree.
Just start to do a little bit again. You know, when you get the new ball and you want one side shiny, one dull. It takes a little while, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it almost like you almost feel like something's. They got the shine right now, and it's starting to do a little bit.
Yeah, certainly for Abbas, and that's probably the first one for Barker for a while, wasn't it? But yeah, 68 they put on the first innings for the first wicket, and that's the highest opening partnership against Hampshire this season. And he's playing inside the line there, but there is just a little bit of shape now for Barker. You're right, Scotty. He's spotted him. Hampshire have just got into a slightly different groove here, where it looks like they're potentially bowling some wicket-taking balls all of a sudden, having just really been up and down, isn't it, up until now? Just steady stuff without getting too excited. Now, maybe the wicket may not be too far away. These two will have to really knuckle down, Gay and Young. It's Gay facing as Barker comes in over the wicket again and bowls. Gay flicks it away neatly down to fine leg. Abbas fields. It's gone quite quickly down to him. They were looking for two as the throw came in. One it is. And Northampton move on to 46 without loss. Got to be patient though, even though they're probably a little bit more excitable out there, seeing the ball just move off the straight a little. Still got to be patient, because these two can play. They won't just give their wicket away. You would think they wouldn't. Certainly not this man for me. Will Young, who was playing against England earlier on this summer in the Test series for New Zealand. That's outside the off stump, and that's quite close to off stump as well. That's a good leave. Equally so, a good delivery to end that over. Barker 5 overs, none for 15. Young has 9 and Gay has 31. Steady game so far for Emilio Gay, where Northants have always been up against it, haven't they? Always had the pressure on. God, that sun is hot. What's happening elsewhere? Let's keep an eye on the Roses match. 118 without loss, Lancashire in their second innings. Lead Yorkshire by 139. That could be a good game.
Ebbed and flowed that game, hasn't it?
Isn't it? Wells not out 84. He's got 84 of them, Luke Wells.
Abbas bowls to the left-handed Gay, who cuts straight to, I suppose, just the fielder at point, just behind square. Cut firm, but straight to the fielder.
Kent struggling, 60 for 5 following on against Essex, trail by 349. That looks like it's going one way at the moment.
Probably be over today.
Yeah. Gloucestershire 159 for 2 in their second innings against Somerset, lead by 254. I don't bother with the second division. I know most of my other commentators do, but I don't.
Abbas bowls to Gay. Pushed out to mid-off, no run. That wasn't the second division, it's the first division.
That's what I mean. I said I don't bother reading out scores of the second division. It's where it's at. You're either first division or nowhere.
As it stands, Somerset and Gloucester are still in the first division.
They are, yeah. I just read it out. Were you listening? I just read the score out. I read all Division 1 scores out.
Abbas to Gay. Oh, good late ball, almost chopped it on. Oh.
Just came back at him a fraction, wasn't he? He was playing at 2 square.
Just cramped him up.
Yeah.
Must be mighty close to off stump.
Just saw the shape on the ball come in fractionally to him, and he's opening the face at about trying to play it into the gap in front of square on the offside. Very nearly came a cropper. Just subtle swing, wasn't it? Just subtle. That's what Abbas does.
Just sowing a bit of seeds of doubt into the Northants batter's mind here, aren't they?
Yeah.
Abbas bowls to Gay. And that's cut down the gully line for 4. There's no third man. Just a little bit of width offered up, and Gay plays that shot well executed through. 4 more runs to Northants and 50 up.
In the 15th. Yeah, I'm not sure whether Abbas was looking to angle it across a bit. Just got it too wide, didn't he? Stayed out there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the ideal shot to play to that line. He's quite good at Abbas, isn't he, really, at just sort of keeping those hands and fingers behind the seam and just pushing it down the left-hand side, or just keeping it down the right-hand side. He's got that slightly wrong.
Pass into Gay again, and that's left outside of the off stump. Fullish Late's ball.
angled across again. Saw the shape as it went past the bat. It's going to be a long old session if Hampshire don't get any wickets, and if Northampton knuckle down, they're not really looking to get on with it. They're just trying to get themselves into some sort of, in some way, back in the game, and also making sure they save it, because it will be a valuable points for the draw for Northampton. So a bit for them to play for.
Abbas to go close to the stumps, and that's edged away through third man. They'll pick up one. Sliding stop, well fielded. Well fielded by Holland, just behind cover, and that's the end of the over.
51 without loss following on. I'll tell you what, the crowd down this end of the ground will be getting their full allocation of sun.
Beautiful now.
Tremendously hot. The stands at the far end, the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand to the left of the pavilion, the Shane Warne stand to the right. Just a nice amount of shade. That'll be nice at the moment. You would have thought the crowd this end of the ground would have certainly had their fix of sun for the summer, but maybe not. They want more. We're having to sort of stand quite well back in the camera gantry. Well, I am anyway. Scotty loves the sun. I'm a little bit more shy of it. That's why I'm a little bit further back than he is. As Barker comes in from that pavilion end, Gay's playing inside the line, maybe. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but again, ball just straight in a fraction on the left-hander. Barker's just finding a little bit of shape on the ball here, just enough. It's not a lot, and there's not a lot with the mass either, is it? But it's not straight up and down, which is what you don't want to see. You don't really want to see bowlers, however accurate they are, you don't really want to see them bowl straight up and down. You know, pro players and good pro players are going to play that all day long. You need to find a way of just getting it, even if it's only fractionally off straight. Barker bowls, Gay gets down the leg side, and it's half stopped by Donald. Does well actually, because it dies on him as it reaches his gloves. The ball comes in towards the stumps. I think it's flicked the bail off as it does so. Joe Weatherly walks up to replace it. Yeah, it doesn't matter how good a bowler is, isn't it? If it's just straight up and down, you know, it can be pacey sometimes, but even if it's just, I don't know, good pro players will play that all day long into the next day and the day after. You can be a lot slower, get the ball off the straight. That's what takes wickets. Here comes Barker again. Gay forward, pushes that up towards mid-on, and there is no. I tell you what delivery did you find the hardest when you batted? Was it in swinger or away swinger? What did you find the most difficult?
I think swinging back in. We were both left-handers.
Yeah.
Guys that could swing it late back into you, I found very awkward. But
Yeah.
And then sort of when we were playing, we had the West Indies threat that was everyone's back of the lengths, like you weren't on the front foot at all.
So there wasn't much swinging back in there, was there really? It was all up around your head. It's gazing behind that straight delivery back to the bowler. But I'm exactly with you. Any bowler that could bring it back in, swing it, that was a nightmare. I almost didn't mind bowlers that angled it across. I actually didn't mind that. You're right. It's funny, isn't it? You would think you'd think most people would find that a problem, but you kind of knew that you weren't going to get LBW. That kind of took a whole method of dismissal out of the equation. Barker. That's pushed by Gay up towards the bowler again, this time off the front foot. I found left arm over bowlers quite difficult sometimes, especially if they swung it away, because you knew then that could be pitching fairly straight and you get out of BW. So something like a Barker, I think I'd have struggled a little bit against, I think.
Clever bowler Barker, and in terms of where he lets go of the ball at different positions in the crease. He's always used around the wicket angle effectively.
Yes.
Very smart bowler.
Yeah, here comes Barker again, and Gay's quietly forward, plays that out on the onside end of the over. Gay has 36, top score of the game, adding to his 33 in the first innings. His top score in the game. 9 to Young. 51 without loss, Northampton. This is a very quiet period of play here at the moment. I think Northampton are just making sure that they get through this little period with the ball just shaping. I think it's almost, they're chatting to each other now, and I'm sure they're just saying, look, you know, Just get through this, get the bowlers a bit more tired. Things will get a little easier. It's almost as if they're deliberately here, just making sure that they don't do anything silly, don't do anything rash.
As Abbas now approaches the crease to Taylor, left harmlessly outside of off stump. Decent length ball, didn't really do a great deal. And I think Northampton would be happy because they're scoring at 3.2 and over this innings. They were crawling along a lot of time at probably around 2.3, 2.4, and they show much more intent, and I think that rubs off in the way you defend as well.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, you almost get into it. You felt in the Northampton's first innings they got into a little rut, didn't they, really? They just sort of weren't doing anything.
Bass bowls to Young. That's just worked off his legs into mid-wicket. There's no run there.
Yeah, they scored at just over 2.7 and over, but there was large parts of that innings where it was less than that.
Peter Sainsbury always used to say to us when we were coming up through the ranks, when we were up against it, and you know, almost like fighting a losing cause, he always maintained you still need to score, and I think that was good advice.
Yes.
Abbas a bit wider on the crease, and there's a bit of shape there, and Young plays it well on the front foot.
You almost feel with Abbas at the moment you're just waiting one just to kick off the surface a bit.
That's right.
I think at the moment Will Young, even with a bit of shape, is nicely in behind it. He's not trying to work it around into gaps, playing across the line slightly. He's quite happy to play the ball on the merit. You'd think at the moment, from a Hampshire point of view, you're just waiting for that one just to do a little bit extra.
Abbas gets closer to the stumps again, bit of shape, but Young nicely in behind it.
Yeah, very quiet period at the moment. Young, we mentioned earlier that Will Young was playing against England in June. Played in the one-day international series in Ireland as well in July for New Zealand.
Abbas. Oh, just outside of off stump, Young lets it go. He sets up more like a traditional English batter, doesn't he? A lot of Kiwis, they get their head right around with both eyes looking straight back down the wicket, don't they? And they've got almost a distinctive style. He shapes up, standing relatively tall with his bat elevated off the ground.
Yeah.
But looks very well organised.
It does actually. It looks quite a simple technique, isn't it? Really, which you'd think, you know, a lot of people would be like that, but they're not really. But yeah, it's almost like like that last ball. You knew he was going to leave it before it even actually arrived at him.
Yeah. Abbas, that's full length. That's drivable, which Young did drive straight to Keith Barker at mid-off.
I always think that's a sign of a good player. You kind of know what they're going to do even before the ball arrives at them.
Yeah, they react to the ball in the way you should, you know, in a really calm, measured way.
Which sounds crazy, but not everybody does that, doesn't it? Sometimes you look and think, what is he doing? Why has he done that all of a sudden? He's not been doing that up until then. It's but Will Young seems very predictable, actually, which is good batting.
Abbas a bit wider on the crease. That's angled in at Young's pads. Works it to mid-wicket, and then the end of another accurate over from Abbas. I still think Hampshire will quietly think, well, you know, yes, they're batting well, but there's still enough encouragement there, you know, to open up one end, and they're making the batsmen work incredibly hard.
Yeah, they are. Sometimes it just takes one little mistake from the batters, doesn't it? And then
that's where it's such a harsh game, isn't it? You know.
I mean,
rarely you just set and think, well, this is, you know, I'm away now.
And I think sometimes it separates the really good players from the okay players, isn't it, really? I mean, Gay, for instance, like Amelia Gay, he's only 22. But actually, just like he did in the first innings, he's battled really hard for his 36 and actually looks a really good player. But what you don't want him to do now, as he did in the first innings on 33, make a mistake. Here comes Barker. That's flicked away by Gay. Nice shot through mid-wicket. There is a fielder at deep square leg. Organ's not going to get there, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot.
Lovely kick, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Moves on to 40. But, you know, what you don't want your players to do, and this is something I guess I mean, I know Andrew was talking about his development, that sort of thing. The biggest thing these guys can learn is that what you don't want to be doing is play really, really well and get 20s and 30s. Because when the luck's against you or you're not playing well, you add all those low scores onto your 20s and 30s when you were playing well, and actually you come out of the season with an average of nothing. Here comes Barker. He's kept the line there as it goes past, well past the outside edge. Well, you'll know this as well as I do, Scotty, that the secret to batting really is when you are playing well and in, you keep going. You do not make a mistake. And then when you get into your bad patches where you get nothing, you add those to your 80s, 100s, and what's that? And then your average at the end of the season is a good one.
Yeah.
So many players, and we've seen it over the years, so many good players get out at 20s and 30s when they've been playing well. So that's flicked away nicely again by Gay. Are they going to take the throw on? No, they're not this time. Organ picks it up a little easier, deep, and that'll be just a single, 58 without loss. And it's so important. That's a big thing to learn. That.
Yeah, and 2 examples. We played with Chris Smith. He really cashed in, didn't he? He went really big and was prolific. Yeah. A guy that we played with a lot, and a guy that I had a middle, Chris Rogers. You would just make massive hundreds, which give him loads in the bank for the days when he nicked off.
Yeah, exactly right. The sun has just disappeared. It was almost too hot for a little while. Here comes Barker. It's quite pleasant now, as that's just nipped back at Will Young. That's close. Oh, he's going to set up. The throw goes at the wrong end. Well, there was confusion out there in the middle, and Will Young had to get the skates on, but Ian Holland had already thrown at the keeper's end, but really should have had a throw at the bowler's end, because Will Young was miles away. And, well, there was a lot of confusion out there, I have to say, even amongst the fielding side. A lot of shouting. I guess Ian Holland wouldn't have known really what to do. He just arrowed in at the keeper's end and had a show at the stumps.
Well, that must have been a close check, that.
I think it was.
Back on all 3.
Yeah. I think that's what surprised Young as well, that he was called through, because when you know you're close as an LB, you're not actually thinking about running, are you? You're sort of thinking, I hope the umpire didn't give me out here. And I think he was surprised with Gay calling him through. 59 without loss. They threw it anyway, Northants, but that was a little bit of a worrying moment as Gay turns that towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Yeah, I'd like to see that again. If you watch on the live picture feed, I don't know if they're going to show that again on the replay. They may have already shown it. I missed it. Too busy watching what was going out there in the middle. A couple of inquests. I think 1 or 2 have said, "Oh, Dutchy, if only you'd thrown at the keeper at the bowler's end, would have had more of a chance." 59 without loss, but there's the mistake, isn't it? A half a mistake there, wasn't it? With the batters playing really well, but they could have given that away. There's a bouncer, which Donald does particularly well, diving to his right, one-handed. He's done well to stop that, hasn't he? And no buys. Didn't actually take it cleanly, but gosh, that was a horribly misdirected bouncer. And Donald's done very well there, flinging himself to his right, high in the air. I tell you what, that would have tasted his ACL out a little bit.
I was just about to say, I'm really surprised he's going back down the wicket-keeping route after his injuries, because that.
Are you really?
Yeah, this is going to take its toll on his body for sure.
Well, as Barker comes in, Gay just plays that late, and it's half stopped by Weatherly at slip, but it still goes slightly through his hands as they pick up a single, and that will be another 1 to the Northamptonshire's total. Yeah, I don't know if you were on commentary at the time, but I spoke to him last night, and he's very keen now that he adds wicket-keeping to his batting so that he gets a chance, hopefully, to get himself into franchise cricket. And he thinks that just a batter, well, you're just a batter, but if he can add his keeping and he gets a reputation for it,
yeah.
I mean, how much he's going to get to keep, I don't know, because if he stays in the side, obviously Ben Brown will come back, but I think he's hoping his keeping might just, when it's him and between him and another guy in a draft or what have you, that he'll get the nod. And I have to say, he's kept well. I've got a very quick 30-second update to do in a moment, and then I'll bring in Andrew Radd, and then him and Richard Scott will take you through the next period of play. Abbas is going to continue.
Yeah, and he's going to bowl to Gay. He hasn't bowled at Gay much, and he's coming around the wicket. So this will be very interesting with the ball, just nipping a little bit. That's well bowled, and he's played that late, and he's played that down to third man, and that will be 4 runs.
It's nicely played.
It was. He played it very late, just steered it down there.
That's off the face of the bat down the third man.
Yeah,
isn't it,
pretty
really?
well no risk shot, wasn't it, in the
Yeah.
end?
I like that shot. I think this guy's a good player, you know. I think he's all right. It's just having concentration, isn't it, as well? You
Yeah,
need
so-
high and long levels of concentration.
I think batting with Will Young's going to help him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Big time as Abbas comes in again. Again, tries a similar shot, plays it very late, but this one goes straight to Weatherly. What you describe as something like a fifth slip.
He certainly plays it late enough.
Yeah.
I know he pushed at one this morning and he'll learn from that, but generally, when it's sort of in his body area, not so much leg side, but in his body area and that, he does play it late.
Gay standing tall as Abbas bowls. That's a good length ball, and he just plays a very solid forward defensive. So playing each ball on merit, and as Kevin says, shaping up very well at this moment in time.
He does, yeah. 4 runs short of a half century.
Will Young really just played the anchor role, and Gay's capitalised on it and loose.
It's amazing, isn't it? You've got the test player at the other end who's 10 off 45 and you've got 46 off 67. Probably thinking, what's he doing at the other end?
Abbas goes to Gay again, plays it late. That comes straight back to mid-on. Barker will just walk forward and pick that one up.
I must admit, I don't think there's too many times I would have outbatted a test player at the other end. Normally they make it look easy, and I'm the one that normally they're the one that makes the bowling look medium pace, and I was the one that made it look like 1,000,000 miles an hour. I always remember, I said it before, when batting with David Gower against Durham, and that Melvin Betts, remember him?
Yeah.
He was quite quick when he got it right, wasn't he?
Abbas to Gay. Again, forward defensive, really good solid base there. Back to Keith Barker and no run again.
I just remember him bowling, to me, it felt like he was bowling the speed of light. And I was like ducking and weaving, and then Gow would get down the other end and just stroke it through the covers like he was bowling. And I thought, why is he bowling medium pace at him and then bowling all this quick stuff at me? Gow just made it look so easy, it was ridiculous. It was. I'll just take over for the minute, Scotty. Quick 30-second update. Let's cut away, but straight to point. And there's no run. Well, Hampshire are finding Northamptonshire wickets a little harder to come by second time around, because Northants following on in their second innings are 65 without loss, and Hampshire have bowled 19 overs at them second time around. So at the moment, Northamptonshire are 160 behind, so they've still got a lot more to do. They found wickets a lot easier to come by when Northamptonshire batted in the first innings, because they bowled them out for 175. That was 225 runs behind. 4 wickets there for Kyle Abbott. But Hampshire still, well in front of the game with Northamptonshire 65 without loss. Right, let's bring Andrew Rad back in. Scotty, I'm going to move you over to my side, if that's all right. I'll be back in about half an hour's time. Just under half an hour with Northamptonshire. As I say, 65 without loss following on, and both Emilio Gay and Will Young are doing a mighty fine job for Northamptonshire here, and are playing it, Andrew Rad, I think, just about right.
I think so, yeah. It's been an encouraging start to the second innings. Just at the back of your mind is the fact that it was an encouraging start to the first innings as well. And these two put on 68, which was, as we were saying earlier, it was a hugely surprising stat, to me at least, the highest opening partnership against Hampshire in the championship this year. Here's James Fuller firing that one down the leg side to Will Young, who has nothing to do with it. Goes through to an Aaron Donald. Afternoon, Richard.
Afternoon, Andrew.
Good to see you again. So still 32 overs to go in the day after this one, which is a good 2 hours. So we're looking at, if we get through, something after 6:30. Weather at the moment absolutely fine, no problems at all. Bright sunshine, bit of cloud around, but the cloud's pretty high. And having had a quick look at the radar, there's nothing, I think, to worry anybody this side of the Channel Islands. Chipped up on the bounce to mid-on, bit of a spectator catch taken by Keith Barker. But Will Young isn't going anywhere yet. I don't know how much you've seen, Richard, of Emilio Gay before. I'd be interested to get your coach's view of him. We all, obviously, at Northamptonshire think he's a terrific prospect, and be interested to know what you think.
Yeah, looks really well balanced and organised, plays the ball very late, very fluent both sides of the wicket. He comes from Bedford.
Does, yeah, the Bedford boy. Here's Fuller in again, bowls outside the off stump and swinging further away. It was a good take in the end by an Aaron Donald diving in front of James Vince at first slip, but Will Young not playing a stroke. Yes, we were saying Bedford School at the moment, it's a bit of a production line. A lot of very, very good cricketers have come obviously from the school in recent years, not least former captain Alex Wakely, and of course Emilio Gay out there at the moment, but some very, very good ones coming through as well that were involved in the Northamptonshire under-18 side that won the national title at the weekend, so it's a bit of a hotbed. Here's Fuller, in again, bowls to Young, turns it just past the man at forward short leg, down to backward square, and there's no run. Interesting field for Fuller, 2 slips and a gully, backward point, then the obligatory, given the circumstances of the match, big gap through the covers trying to induce the drive, but a mid-off, mid-on, and a man at backward square, just a sort of a deep leg gully, and then a long leg on the boundary down below us. Fuller, the pavilion behind him, in bowls to Young down the leg side, and it's beaten an Aaron Donald, and it's racing away to the boundary, and it's 4 byes, and that was just one of those nasty ones for Donald to take. It landed just in front of him, just had to try and take it on the half volley, and well, from Northamptonshire's point of view, every little helps. 4 more onto the total, 69 for no wicket. Generally, I think Aaron Donald's done pretty well this match. I haven't seen a lot of him keep before, but I know it's been
tidy. That one, he's a bit unlucky there.
Yeah.
Hit the footholds, didn't it, and almost like was unstoppable, really.
There's been a lot of discussion about how much keeping he's done before, but I think he's done a pretty good job. Here's Fuller in again, bowls in the appeal for LBW against Will Young, who came right across his stumps. Also, the ball looped up. I don't think it quite carried to forward short leg anyway. So 2 bites of the cherry, if you like, but not out, says umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. It's a maiden for James Fuller, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. And Northamptonshire still with all their second innings wickets intact, 69 for no wickets. These two have gone past their first innings opening partnership, so this is another new record against Hampshire in the championship this year. Opening partnership, 69 for no wicket, but Northamptonshire still a long way behind, trailing by 156.
And we have a change up at the hotel end. Ian Holland replacing Abbas. He'll be looking to get the ball pretty full to swing the ball, and yeah, going just back to Bedfordshire cricket. I presume they've got a link with a strong link with Northamptonshire, a bit like Dorset and Hampshire.
Yeah, very strong link, and it's something that Northamptonshire have been working very hard on for a few years now. Linked not just with Bedfordshire, but with Huntingdonshire as well, with Buckinghamshire, with a lot of the national counties around Northamptonshire. I think it's very, very important to make sure that Northamptonshire stays relevant.
Holland comes into Gay. That one's bounced off a length and gone past Gay's outside edge, so a really good start from Holland.
There's now a new Steelbacks Academy in Luton, which is a tie-in with some schools down there, and Monty Panesar's been involved with launching that, and David Ripley, former head coach, is there as well, and now they're also opening going to do something similar up in Peterborough, which obviously for years was part of Northampton's cricketing hinterland. We used to play there for a long time.
Holland to Gay. Gay pushes forward into the covers with no run there.
So that's very much, I think, part of the broader plan as far as Northamptonshire cricket's concerned, to outreach, as they call it, and really have a strengthen the links. And it made the warm-up match against Bedfordshire, which ahead of the Royal London Cup, that much more enjoyable an occasion. You felt there was a real sort of kinship there between the two counties, which was great to see.
Holland to Gay, and that's a crisp drive through extra cover, super shot, which brings up his 50. Fantastic shot.
Yeah, well played, Emilio Gay. 50 off 73 balls, got to 33 in the first innings. He'll be disappointed to get out the way he did this morning, having done a lot of the hard work yesterday, and then just played a little bit of a loose shot, clipped one to mid-wicket early on, having faced 103 balls in the first innings. But that's His 5th time past 50 in the championship this year. Made 100 down at Canterbury. He got 50 against Yorkshire, 70 against Warwickshire, and as I mentioned, that very gutsy 50 against Surrey down at the Oval.
Solomon bowls again. That's more down the leg side, and Donald had to dive away to his right to retrieve that ball, but no harm done.
But he's closing in on, in fact, he's just gone past 600 runs in the championship this year, so it's just like we say about ratcheting up, and every match he seems to take a step in the right direction, and Northamptonshire think an awful lot of him, and he's just signed a new contract as well, which is very pleasing.
Holland, really solid defence by Gay. That's out to mid on, Abbas fields.
And he's one of those interesting cricketers, Richard, that, I mean, for a long time I think he felt he was being pigeonholed a bit as a red ball player. I think early on in a couple of interviews he'd said that he wanted to play Test cricket for England, and then as is often the case, people tend to put 2 and 2 together and make 7, and oh, he's just interested in red ball cricket, and he's not. He wants to play all formats.
Holland to Gay under to play in a miss. That's probably one of the rare loose shots that he's played during this innings. It's a bit wider, and it goes through to the keeper, and yeah, a bit more risque. And
this year he's got his first, in fact last month made his first List A 100, Royal London Cup 130 odd against Lancashire at Blackpool. So
yeah, it's a really good prospect, and opening the batting with Will Young will do him the world of good. So slightly wider, and that's just blocked out to gully, and that's the end of Holland's over. Yeah, it's always great seeing the youngsters come through your system, isn't it? Whether that be from a neighbouring national county or, no doubt he went through your academy system as well, and it's credit to all the coaches that have helped him along the way, and it's good to see.
It is, and I think you're absolutely right when you say about the importance of those links with Hampshire with Dorset, and Northamptonshire with Bedfordshire, and Hunts as well, and it is very, very important. And we were saying with Melissa I think the first day of this match that whatever all the discussions about structure and how they're going to do things in the future, it would be nice to see more of a role for the national counties. I think they've got real hotbeds of cricket and enthusiasm and talent. Here's full up, starting a fresh over to Will Young, turns it round the corner to backward square, and there's no run. Just bringing you up to date with what's happening elsewhere. In Division 1 at Taunton, Gloucestershire 186 for 2 in their second innings against Somerset, so they're 281 ahead, with the rest of today and all of tomorrow to go. In the Roses match, Lancashire 169 for no wicket in their second innings against Yorkshire, 190 ahead. Another big partnership from Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells. Fuller in again, bowling down the leg side to Will Young, who has nothing to do with it, taken down the leg side by an Iron Donald. Canterbury, well, that could in fact be over today. Kent following on 67 for 5 against Essex. They're still 342 adrift. I'm not sure how many overs there are left in the day there, but if it's anything like the number of overs left in the day here, 29 left in the day, so could be over today, couldn't it? Here's Fuller in again, bowls outside the off stump, just a little bit back of a length, and Young getting everything out of danger, playing it well, goes through to an Iron Donald. So that wraps up what's happening in Division 1. In Division 2, they are off for rain at, I can't believe this, they're off for rain at Trent Bridge with Leicestershire 9 down, 251 for 9, still 248 behind, but they're off for rain. That could be a good one for the expenses, to have a night on expenses and come back tomorrow morning. Now that's a brute of a ball from James Fuller that just spat up off her length, and again he's played it well, Will Young, but rather painfully, I suspect. It hit him, I think, on the arm, and Emilio Gaze is coming down, A, to have a little suspicious poke of the pitch, and B, presumably to express some sort of sympathy with his captain, but that just bounced up off a length. It's the sort of thing that James Fuller can do, and Young putting his body on the line, taking one for the team there, I think you say. 75 for no wicket, 2 slips and a gully. Fuller in again. Bowls very full to Young, who turns that away behind square on the leg side. Certainly runs for him here, a couple. Goes down to Mohammed Abbas fielding down in front of us. And they come through for a couple of runs. 77 for no wicket, Northamptonshire, and Will Young up to 12. At Cardiff, where they're back on after rain, Glamorgan 202 for 6 against Worcestershire, so Glamorgan still 252 behind. They've also had a bit of rain at Derby, but they're playing now Derbyshire 158 for 6 in their second innings against Durham, 241 ahead. Fuller in again, bowls short and wide to Will Young, who attempted probably the most extravagant stroke I've seen him attempt this season. It was almost a sort of uppercut. There's no third man. Didn't make contact, goes through to Donald, end of the over, 77 for no wicket. Gay is 50 off 77, outscoring his captain to a remarkable degree. Will Young's made 12 off 57, but I don't think anybody in the Northamptonshire camp will be worrying too much about that. He's still there. He's playing the role that, as he was saying earlier with Kevin, Richard, he's absolutely tailor-made for. Still 30 overs left in the day, though.
Yeah, and you often get with openers, one feels very fluent and gets a bit of a, races ahead, and the other one, in Young's case, just plays a bit of an anchor role, and I think he recognises that Gay is obviously in good touch, and he's quite happy to, sit on the bowling for now and wait for the bad ball. So a really good partnership so far for Northants.
Brought up as I was on Cook and Larkins, of course. There was a pair.
Holland round the wicket to Gay. Good length ball left outside of off stump on the front foot.
He must have played insides, I'm sure, Richard, who were nedded every now and again.
Nedded, yeah. Great to watch.
He just makes you wonder. You think of Ned, and we saw him came for the day at Northampton last year to remember David Capel. My goodness, what a player in T20 cricket he would have been.
Holland pulls to Gay, who gets right in behind that. Really solid back foot shot. Nice sound off the bat. Even defensive shots are hitting soundly in the middle of the bat. Good to see. Yeah, there's a lot of examples, like Robin Smith from here,
yes,
back
absolutely.
in the day. Imagine him, or Gordon Greenwich. He's fascinating.
Yeah, Richardson Greenwich at the top of the order for the Hampshire Hawks.
Holland to Gay. That's driven firmly to mid-off. Again, a really solid shot. Well balanced, and a nice echo around the ground, signifying it's come out in the middle.
We were talking, I think it was yesterday, about the first championship match I ever saw, which was Northamptonshire against Hampshire in 1972. And you look at that top four in the Hampshire order: Barry Richards, Gordon Greenwich, David Turner and Roy Marshall. It's a steady first four, isn't it?
Holland to Gay, and that's a good length ball, and Gay leaves.
Must have been about Roy Marshall's last season, I would have thought, something 72ish, something like that. I don't think he went on a lot longer than that. But
I'm not sure he was in the championship winning side, Roy Marshall's. That was 73. So
yeah, I don't think he. Yeah, I think he'd finished because he played in 61, didn't he? And
that's right.
Ingleby Mackenzie's team, but wonderful player by all accounts.
Holland pulls to Gay. That's wider. Gives him an opportunity to drive, which he does. Well controlled, well stopped at extra cover by Gubbin.
I suppose the good thing about this, from the point of view of the actual championship, trying to look at the bigger picture and trying to take sort of partisanship out of it, is the fact that Hampshire obviously looking to try and force a win here and make up ground on Surrey, but
Holland bowls to Gay as a play in the miss. Rare play in a miss, but really good delivery to finish the over.
But the fact is, I mean, Northamptonshire have got something to play for here. I always think there's nothing worse when you come to the back end of the season, when you have a side gunning for the title and they're playing a team with absolutely nothing to play for, and it can, they just sort of think, well, all right, get on with it. You can get some very one-sided games. Here, as you and Kevin were discussing earlier, 8 points for Northamptonshire here will be very, very valuable indeed in terms of just keeping the teams behind them at arm's length, with Surrey to come, of course, next week. So Northamptonshire will certainly want to be looking to try and very unlikely to win the game from here, but at least to try and save it and get the 8 points. Here's Fuller running in to bowl his 6th over, bowling to Young, who just very full length on leg stump, turns it round the corner to backward square, and there's no run.
Yeah, and I think as a batting group and as a bowling group, you want your processes to go well, and you want to show that fight that Northampton are showing here, just to ensure that you're at your very best when it matters most, because they worked so hard for most of the season to keep their Division 1 status. They want to stay there for the, you know, for the sake of the young players like Gay, and they're showing good fight here.
Here's Fuller in again, bowls down the leg side, and well, it's come off something. It's gone down for 4. What's it come off? It's come off the bat, signalled as runs by umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy, so bat or glove. It went well wide of an Aaron Donald, who's giving Steve O'Shaughnessy a slightly old-fashioned look, as to say, are you suggesting I should have caught that? It went well wide of him, but it ran away very fine for 4, or relatively fine anyway. 4 more onto the total, 81 for no wicket. Will Young goes to 16. It's just an awful way to go, the dreaded strangle down the leg side. So Northamptonshire still 144 behind. 28 overs in the day after this one, and then all day tomorrow, 96 overs to be bowled, so plenty of time for Hampshire to win this match. Still looking for the first breakthrough in the second innings as Fuller comes in and bowls short, and that's pulled away by Will Young, and it's gone through mid-wicket for 4, and that's probably the most authoritative stroke that Young has played so far. He's very strong through there, and it just sat up a little bit. Raced away for 4, 20 to Young, 85 for no wicket.
Absolutely, and this showed the beauty of a right and left hand combination. You know, Gay, in my opinion, has had more loose balls than Young, and Young's just sat in behind really good deliveries, left well, but as soon as he gets a bad ball, he puts it away. What a sign of a class player that was. It's a great shot in front of square.
85 for no wicket, deficit down to 140. Fuller in again, bowls to Young, very, very short. And I think that's called a no ball. Yes, it is called a no ball. It was a long, long way over Will Young's head, so it was a no ball for height. 2 more onto the total, 87 for no wicket. What about pitches here, Richard? I mean, you've seen a lot more of them than I have. In terms of 4th day pitches, is it likely to just get lower and slower? Might Liam Dawson find something interesting in it?
I think he will. The fact that bowlers have been bowling both sides of the wicket.
Yeah. Here's Fuller in again, bowls very full to Will Young, who's on the front foot pushing it back down the pitch. Fuller fields off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Yeah, it might not be a bad ploy to, you know, try some spin quite shortly, because Barker's bowled both ends from both sides of the pitch. Most of the bowlers have been overall around the wicket. So there's something to work with there, and you know, sometimes it can make all the difference if you bring the spinner on and take a bit of pace off and offer up some spin.
Yeah, Dawson bowled just 2 overs in the first innings last night as Fuller comes in, bowls to Young, who's again pushing forward back down the pitch for Fuller to field. Yeah, and that was basically when the light was going and they had to try and bowl a little bit of spin, and Ian Holland, his famous delivery, they brought him on to somebody a bit slower and almost took Luke Proctor's head off with his first ball, which was possibly the champagne moment of the match so far.
Off they trundle.
Although probably not in Luke Proctor's book. 87 for no wicket. Here's Fuller in again, bowls outside the off stump, very wide, and left well alone by Will Young, goes through to an Aaron Donald. End of the over, 87 for no wicket. Emilio Gay has made 50. Will Young is on 20. James Fuller, 6 overs, 1 made, no wicket for 21. Picked up those 2 quick wickets in the first innings, having given Tom Taylor a thoroughly solid working over with the short ball, then pitching it up, caught behind, sweet as a nut. Lovely bit of bowling, good bit of captaincy as well. 87 for no wicket, 28 overs to go in the day.
Yes, Holland continues. Coming around the wicket to Gay. Gay tall and upright. Leaves well outside of the off stump.
the end of the over. I should just go off and update BBC Radio Northampton, so I'm sure Kevin will come in and join you. Still a long way to go in the day, isn't there? Just realised 28 overs. It's all seamers. Could be here at 6:45.
Holland full length, crisp drive again by Gay, straight to extra cover, Gubbins field.
Do you notice, don't you, with this time of the year, how quickly the nights seem to draw down? I was scoring my club side on Saturday, and the game, once you get past 6 o'clock, even on a nice-ish day, it does start to just gather in a little bit, doesn't it?
It does. No doubt you started earlier.
We did,
yeah.
Yes.
Holland to Gay and lets it go by, just wide of off stump. Yeah, looks totally in control of his game at the moment, Gay, doesn't he, in terms of his judgment, getting onto an over-pitch delivery or getting right in behind the shorter ball. He looks in a good frame of mind.
Yeah, he's had to work a little bit on his patience and sort of calmness at the crease, but it's something he's very, very conscious of, and he's working very hard to. He's always looking to improve. It's a really terrific work ethic.
Oh, and that's aged between the vacant second and, well, you'd call it fifth slip. A genuine edge, really well bowled by Holland, and not to be for Hampshire. And a rare slice of luck for Gay, who's played particularly well.
Yeah, that was, as you say, a genuine edge. It was, well, if you say there'd been a fourth slip in there, it would have been straight into his breadbasket, I think. But, well, if you're going to bat a long time to try and save a match, I suppose you need a little bit of luck, don't you? And that's a slice of it for Emilio Gay.
Four balls gone as Holland comes in again. Gay lets it go by again on the front foot.
Third slip, I should have said, not fourth. Of course, there is a monster fourth slip in there, but yeah, they've just now moved him across, haven't they?
The horse has bolted, but they just closed that gap up.
Well, we've also
he's gone back.
Oh, yes, he's drifting between third and fourth slip at the moment. Split the difference, 3.5.
Holland bowls to Gay. He plays that late. Second slip's had a shy at the stumps. There is an appeal, but Steve O'Shaughnessy not interested. Really sharp bit of fielding by Dawson from second slip. And that's the end of the over, with Northampton on 91 for no wicket.
I shall go and update BBC Radio Northampton and just let Kevin come into his commentary position, and then I shall go on off and update BBC Radio Northampton and be back with you presently. But glorious evening now, lovely sunshine, clouds high, and there's every chance that with 27 overs left we will get most, if not all of them in, I should think, Kevin.
Yeah, forgotten what it's like to do a full day. But yeah, I think well, at the start of the day I would have thought, yeah, Hampshire want to play a full day, but they're finding it hard work here against Will Young and Emilio Gay. They're still going, still playing nicely, still working hard, and it's paying off. 91 they've put on so far, having put on 61 in the first, sorry, 68 in the first innings, and Hampshire again finding these two difficult to dislodge. Kyle Abbott back into the attack for Hampshire. Try and weave some of his magic, trying to find a breakthrough here, any sort of breakthrough. Abbott so far 3 overs, none for 15. Hasn't been quite overworked in this innings. May do by the end of this spell, outside the off stump and left alone by Will Young. So Young, very much the junior partner here, 20 off 65. Emilio Gay, 54 of 89. And they've got the deficit down from 225 when this follow-on started to now down to 134. Hampshire trying to find some inspiration from somewhere. Here's Abbott, right arm over. Comes into the right-handed Young again. Young leaves that alone. That's very, very close to the off stump, but you also feel that Young knows exactly what he's doing. Even though he got one that nipped back on him and he was LBW in the first innings. and you would think runs the risk of that happening at some point. He's left very well. It's a tight line, but it's also a good leave. So 91 without loss. Hampshire being made to work very, very hard here, and yeah, just over 26 overs, or over 26 overs left in the day, and it's looking pretty good at the moment. Again, that's just very close to going over the top of off stump. And Owen Donald actually diving to his left there, but again, Will Young is leaving it, almost knowing that it's going to bounce too much. I have to say, if he'd have played at that, he might have been in trouble. So a good leave. Ian Holland at the other end, 4 overs, none for 10, keeping it nice and tidy, which is exactly what James Vince wants. Would just like him to pick up a wicket somewhere in his spell, but still doing a good containing job anyway. Here's Abbott again. Bowls to Young. Young again's leaving that one alone. It does look quite close. It does look a line that some other batters would be playing. But Young knows exactly where that off stump is at the moment, how high it is, what line it's on. And these are very, very good lines indeed. What Kyle Abbott doesn't want to do is to bowl too straight, because then Will Young can just pick him off and turn it away on the leg side. So this is very, very good batting. It's almost making Abbott bowl at him the way he wants him to bowl at. But at the moment, Abbott's resisting, comes in and bowls again. Again, it's a good leave. Very, very. I mean, one of these nips back, he's dead. But I think he's probably thinking that one hasn't nipped back for quite a while and may not do so. But yeah, it's only got to nip back a little bit. But as I say, this is very good judgment at the moment. And you would think somewhere along the line, if Abbott doesn't get one to nip back, then he might have to change his line. Abbott. So this is very clever, this. And very patient from Will Young. 69 balls for his 20. 3 slips waiting as Abbott comes in and bowls once more. Will Young plays at that one. That's a good line. Plays that quietly out, square on the offside, fielded by Ian Holland, and that's a maiden over. I don't think Northampton mind that too much now. I think it's just frustrating Hampshire, and as I say, making them do something slightly different. At the moment, they just need to keep it there. But as always in sport, if things don't happen the way you want them to happen, then you get a bit frustrated. You start doing different things, and then who knows what will happen there. Northampton's probably scoring a little bit quicker maybe, but another chat between the two batters in the middle. I think they can be very, very pleased with what they've done so far. 26 overs gone in this innings, 26 overs left in the day's play. Looking up at the sky, I think we've got some of the best sky to come yet. Still a few dark clouds around, but I think we're going to miss those. Here's Holland round the wicket to Gay, pushes forward. It's always misfielded. And it's Joe Weatherly who let the ball just go under his hand a little bit at Gully. And they will pick up 2. Gay moves on to 56, 93 without loss. And Andrew Rudd back.
Yes, back with you. It's slightly more encouraging and upbeat assessment in the 5 o'clock news than it was a little bit earlier on, but at least something to talk about for Northamptonshire supporters. These two have done well. They really have. They've dug in and showed a lot of resilience, a lot of application.
Certainly have. Here's Holland again with his medium pace round the wicket. Forward is Gay. Out on the offside. It's not exciting, certainly not that, but needs must. Excitement
is much overrated in my book, Kevin, in cricketing terms. Just carry on as you are. That's absolutely lovely.
Oh, that's right.
I did mention earlier, well, I was listening earlier when you were on with Richard, there was somebody I think sent in a message about supporting Northamptonshire, and you said, "Oh, we'll wait till Andrew comes on." You didn't want to read it out yourself.
Oh right, okay. Let me have a look. That's just pushed backward a square again, and there is no run. Let me try and find it.
I just wondered if it was one of these sort of marriage of convenience. We're supporting Northamptonshire for at least this match. Was it one of those? You do occasionally get it at this time of the year. As
Don Topley.
Oh, it was Toppers, was it? Oh,
yeah.
Goodness.
Rooting for Northants to bat like Barnacle Bill all the way till tomorrow late afternoon, please, he says. That's why I stopped reading it.
Oh, right, okay.
It's too one-sided for my liking. That's a nice shot down the ground, and that's beaten Mohammed Abbas at mid-on, and that'll be 4 runs. Nice strong push drive there by Emilio Gay, who moves on to 60, 97 without loss.
You would say that's probably the trademark shot of Emilio Gay in this sort of early part of his career. In the first saw it, I think, in his maiden Championship 100 last year down at Canterbury, when he had a wonderful tussle with Darren Stevens, cricketers at opposite ends of their careers, and he'd probably never faced anything like Darren Stevens before. But it was a wonderful contest, and he was very strong down the ground, and repeated the dose again on the same ground earlier this year when he made his second Championship 100.
128 behind as Holland comes in. There's a drive just wide of mid-off. They'll come through for a single. Abbott falls over the ball, but at least he keeps it away from the boundary. And every time he falls over, Kyle Abbott, he looks like he's going to struggle to get back up again. But he is up.
Did we ever establish whether Mohammed Abbas repaired his divot from first thing this morning when the outfield was a little bit tacky, wasn't it, when we'd had the rain, and it did leave a bit of a gouged a hole in the outfield down there, and he was wondering whether he would actually get round to repairing the divot. I'm not sure whether he did or not.
I'd like to say I can see it a little bit, but I'm wondering if I'm willing myself to see it. I know the general direction. Here's Holland in. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump. He's edged it. They think so, and he's given. And that has just nipped off the pitch ever so slightly, and just enough to catch the outside edge of Will Young. And he goes for 20. Hard fought 20, and Hampshire have got their first breakthrough in this Northamptonshire second innings. 98 for 1. And we did say, and we have said for a long time, that these two are batted so well, but they need to keep going and need to keep going. And it only needs a slight half mistake or a very good delivery. That was a good delivery.
It was a good delivery, and Will Young's just looking a little bit ruefully back, as I don't know whether he didn't think he touched it. It seemed a very confident appeal. The umpire gave him out straight away, but whatever, he's gone, and as you say, just did enough, and presumably just took a thin edge and went through to the keeper. Regulation catch, and that's the breakthrough that Hampshire wanted. And from Northamptonshire's point of view, now, as you say, they need to do what they didn't do in the first innings, which is now immediately start building a fresh partnership. The first wicket went down at 68, then it was the close of play, and then this morning it was really a little bit of a procession, with the exception of notable exception and honourable exception of Luke Proctor, who batted for a long time, nearly 3 hours for 40, and now finds himself wandering out to the crease as well. Emilio Gay now needs to again refocus and think about batting through today, because you never know what tomorrow's going to bring in terms of the weather or anything else. And as you say, from Northamptonshire's point of view, you can get through tonight, maybe just 2 down. They'll think we've got a really good chance. Even if we have a full day tomorrow, we've got a real chance of saving this match. From Hampshire's point of view, if they can nip a couple out quickly, then with still 25 overs left in the day, they'll feel we can take big steps towards wrapping this game up, and we might only need, say, a session tomorrow, if the weather is a little bit iffy, to actually go and finish this match and get the win they want.
My weather app's not showing a great forecast for tomorrow, but as we've seen throughout these 3 days, things do change quite quick.
It has been very fluid, hasn't it, in terms of the monitoring the apps. It's changed a lot from almost from hour to hour.
Yeah. Ian Holland's 13th wicket of the season, and again, just before I came off commentary last time, that James Vince would just want him to bowl a nice tight little spell and maybe just sneak in a wicket when he's done that.
Yeah, very valuable contribution, and again it proves the value, and we were talking about it earlier, the value of having these 5-seamers that you can just mix and match and find a little combination that works, give somebody a break, but at the same time, when you talk about change bowlers, you often think bowlers that will will see a little bit of the pressure relieved. Here, all of these 5 bowlers are good enough, as we said about Surrey's seam attack as well, that there's no let-up, it's relentless, and that, I would suggest, is why Surrey and Hampshire are the top 2 sides in the Championship this year. Well, it's Keith Barker coming back into the fray. 7 overs, no wicket for 23 so far in this innings, bowling over the wicket from the pavilion end, and that's outside the off-stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. Goes through to an Aaron Donald. Proctor now past 850 championship runs for the season. Great chance of getting 4 figures, which would be Wonderful little milestone for him. There's one thing you can always say about Luke Proctor, he sells his wicket very, very dearly.
Yes.
Here's Barker, 3 slips in place. He's in, bowls to Gay, who turns that off his hip, down just behind square. There's certainly 1. Are they going to come back for 2? Yes, they are. A couple of runs to Emilio Gay down to long leg. It brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire. So the deficit down to 125. They started their second innings following on 225 behind, 10-3 this afternoon. And here in the 28th over, they've reached 3 figures for the loss of just 1 wicket, and Gay goes up to 63 off 96 balls. Here's Barker running in towards us, bowls outside the off stump. Gay leaves alone. And, well, for Emilio Gay, that's 200 balls in the game. Faced 103 in the first innings, 97 in the second. But, and you made the point with Richard earlier, it's all very well getting, well, it's gone past the 20 or 30 that you were talking about, but now he needs to get a big one.
Yeah. And it's good because Northamptonshire on the back foot, which makes it even more special.
Yeah, absolutely. Barker in again, bowls to Gay, and he fiddles at that outside the off stump. That's not at all in character in terms of the character of this innings. It was a little fidgety flick outside off stump. Could easily have found an edge. Fortunately for him, it didn't. Goes through to an Aaron Donald.
That's one of the few little rash shots he's played.
Yeah,
really, isn't
it is.
It's been very disciplined.
But I say, Northamptonshire, Emilio Gay in particular, just need to set themselves now to bat through to the close. Here's Barker in again, bowls to Gay. Bright sunshine now, and Gay playing that up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's that sort of rather autumnal light, isn't it, that at this time of the day? It's very, very bright sunshine, and then you get the contrast when it just goes behind a cloud, as it is at the moment. Quite beautiful, really, if you're just sort of sitting on a beach or on a park bench somewhere. Not always that easy when you're trying to commentate. Here's Barker in again, bowls, and that's run down to third slip by Emilio Gay, all along the ground. Once again, that little, say, physical tick, I think I described it earlier, when he takes a couple of steps down the pitch as though he's thinking about a run. Wasn't one there. Regains his ground, end of the over, 100 for 1. Northamptonshire. Gay is 63, and Luke Proctor yet to face a ball.
It's quite interesting you mentioned the weather, and we've mentioned it a few times, of course, in this game, because it's been a little bit more interesting than it has been over the last 3 or 4 months. Andrew, of course, was with us in the Royal London One Day Cup over on the Isle of Wight, which was probably one of the hottest days of the year. I've just seen, actually, I think I'm right in saying, just some recent news reports that it's been confirmed as a tornado over the Isle of Wight yesterday afternoon.
Really?
Yeah, it's a complete contrast to the day we had. And I've just seen some pictures, actually, of the tornado over the Isle of Wight yesterday afternoon. And I think I'm seeing some reports now that some official body has said, yes, we've seen the pictures and we confirm it was a tornado.
Good heavens above.
There you go. We can believe it, would you, after what we experienced?
Well, it was baking hot and very still, and not a cloud in the sky.
Sun comes out as Ian Holland comes round the wicket and bowls to Luke Proctor with that very wide stance, and that's turned away behind square on the leg side, where there was a fielder there but not quite in that position, and Proctor is off the mark straight away with a couple.
Not a cloud in the sky. There are 1 or 2 clouds in the Northamptonshire dressing room, I think is probably fair to say, afterwards, as you and I were waiting to do our respective interviews. But yeah, there we go. Talking about the weather, I was looking on the radar. There's some fairly vile, angry looking storm clouds coming over the channel at the moment, but I don't think that's going to get here for a bit.
Good. As long as I'm tucked up in bed or something when that comes over. That's pushed up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's just about sort of clearing the Channel Islands at the moment, but it's sort of heading, I think, generally in this direction. But I would imagine it's going to take a while to get here. Mind you, we've still got 23 and a bit overs to go tonight. So
yeah, I've got a friend in the Channel Islands that does the weather, and it comes around the wicket. I'll come to that in a moment, as that's outside the off stump, and Proctor leaves that alone. I think they've become bored of saying that it's sunny and warm for about the last 4 months. They've actually got something to say in the weather forecast this evening.
Yes, there looks to be some quite, well, thundery activity, I think it's probably fair to say, judging by the colours on the radar.
So 2 slips and a 4th slip really. There's a slight gap between Dawson and Weatherly as Holland comes in again and bowls to Proctor. Proctor just crouches lower as the ball comes down to him and then sort of stands up again and lets that ball go through to the keeper. Again, it's quite, if you haven't seen it before and you're watching the live picture feed, which is on right now, the Hampshire Cricket website and Hampshire Cricket App, which is free to download, by the way. Also back to the Northamptonshire Cricket website, you'll see Proctor quite a distinctive crouch and very open, sort of pointing his chest almost to the bowler. That's left alone, and that's very close to the off stump, coming in with the angle and probably a bit more as well. Love to see that on the replay, and my word, that did come back a long way, but actually I think you can say that's a good leave, but not sure Proctor was expecting it to come back that much, maybe not even the bowler either.
I was going to say Lancashire, looking at what's happening in the Roses match, Lancashire have had a, well, I suppose you'd call it a mini collapse really, because they had that long opening partnership between Jennings and Wells, but they're now both out and they're 3 down, 202 for 3.
It's pushed out behind square on the offside by Luke Proctor. Will probably come back for 2. He does. 104 for 1.
Yeah, Lancashire now 200 and, where are we? It's come off my screen, needless to say. 203 for 3. So they are 224 runs ahead of Yorkshire, 7 wickets standing. But of course they did collapse like a pack of cards in the first innings, didn't they? Lost last 9 wickets for something like 60-70 runs, wasn't it?
Really?
I think it was even more than
Wow.
even worse than Northampton's collapse today. With George Hill picking up 6 wickets, so because Hampshire will be keeping a very close eye on that one. Now, we talked about this earlier with Richard Scott and whether it was worth giving Liam Dawson a little run before the close, and that's exactly what James Vince is going to do, because Dawson is coming into the attack for the first time in this innings. He bowled just a couple of overs last night when Hampshire needed to just try and stay on the field, and I understand that was the case, though the umpires just said you need to bowl somebody a wee bit slower.
Yeah.
So Dawson into the attack.
I think there's also the fact that there's 2 left-handers out there
Yeah.
at the moment. I think if Dawson is going to bowl, this is the time to bowl now with a rough outside the off stump.
Emilio Gay, first ball, my goodness, he goes down the pitch as though he was trying to smear that away up over mid-wicket. Doesn't make decent contact at all, probably luckily for him. Just ran out to fielder in there, fairly tight in at mid-wicket, saving 1. There's a slip and a forward short leg. Emilio Gay needs to keep his concentration. Dawson over the wicket, bowls to Gay and beats him outside the off stump. So already Liam Dawson in his last championship match, as we've been saying, for Hampshire this year before he jets off to Pakistan. First couple of balls already asking questions. Here's Dawson in again, bowls to Gay. Short of a length, bounces as well, and Gay playing it well. Goes down to the fielder on the 45, saving 1. But it could almost have gone anywhere, and there is a forward short leg, and this is a real test for Emilio Gay, both technically and in terms of temperament as well. After over of seam, is Dawson. Quicker ball outside the off stump. Gay leaves it alone, goes through to Donald, who just nips a bail off. But Gay was in his crease. Bright sunshine now across the Ageas Bowl as Dawson from the pavilion end in, bowls again to Gay, takes a step down the pitch. Once he gets there, gets to the pitch of the ball, just blocks it back to the bowler. Dawson walks back to his mark past umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy. 5 dots, finishing the over with a short ball outside the off stump, and Gay plays it in the covers. They come through for a quickish single. It's well fielded in there in the covers, and Proctor was maybe not quite the quickest setting off. The throw was going to his end, to the keeper's end. Got there comfortably enough in the end, so Emilio Gay keeps the bowling. End of the over. 105 for 1. Gay is 64. Proctor is 4. But that was an interesting over from Liam Dawson, and just sense that Emilio Gay just took a little bit of time there to adjust. To say he's just had how many overs? 38 overs of seam. Just something a little bit different. The first ball, I've no idea what he was thinking.
Yeah, that's true. He would have been disappointed to have been out there. Here's Ian Holland round the wicket. Gay forward. Just out on the offside.
I was beginning to wonder if it was me, because he just seemed to come down the pitch and was trying to smack it into the Shane Warne stand.
Well, I think what it was to just basically let Liam Dawson know that I'm not going to let you settle and hit, a bit of a rough patch outside my off stump and cause me problems. But I think, unfortunately, haven't got away with that. Probably decided otherwise afterwards. Here comes Holland, bowls, and Gay just guides that backward a point. He loves that area, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. Plays it so late. It's a real proper shot as well. Quite deliberate. 68 he's moved on to now. 109 for 1 Northants following on. They are 116 runs behind.
They're off for bad light in the Roses match.
Ooh.
Lancashire 203 for 3. 224 ahead. Bad light stopped play.
No danger of that here for a while. Simon Jones has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. He's the cricket development manager here at the Hampshire Cricket Board. Enjoying everybody's comms, says Simon. Thank you. As round the wicket. And that's pushed by Gay to backward a point. There's now 2 fielders in that area. About 6 years back, I was playing in a tour game for your old club Portsmouth in the Bristol area. That's right, I used to play there a couple of times. I was fielding at mid-off, and a technically excellent right-handed bat played a forward defensive which thudded into my midriff at mid-off. Imagine my surprise when 5 years later he top-scored against England, batting at number 3 for New Zealand in the COVID trial test at Edgbaston last summer. Step forward, Will Young. There you go. He's played against Will Young. That's cut shot. He's found the gap just to the right-hand side of Keith Barker, who'd been stationed at backward a point exactly for that shot. And Gay moves on to 76, I think that'll be, if I'm ahead of the scoreboard. 117 for 1 if I am. And yeah, thank you, Simon. And he says, my son is operating the streaming camera tomorrow. Good luck, Marcus. Marcus Wish will be keeping an eye on that. I'm sure you'll do a great job. Now, 113 for 1. He's 72, actually, Gay, so the scoreboard had already changed.
It's one of those jobs in county cricket that you would never even have heard of before. But two or 3 years ago, live stream camera. What's that?
There you go, yeah. Gay forward to Ian Holland, plays it back to him, no run. Yes, all these extra jobs, social media managers.
It's like the man who used to do the, whereas those that like the old man that used to do the tins on the old telegraph board is now obsolete, gone the way of old lamp lighters and that sort of thing.
All right. Yes. Gay pushing forward up to mid-on. That'll be the end of another over. 21 overs left to do in the day. 113 for 1, 112 behind.
Not that much older than you, Kevin, but
I'm old.
I don't remember the lamp lighters, honestly, but
No.
I do remember doing the little telegraph board at Northampton though when I was a kid. I used to get to the ground early to make sure you got there first. The board next to what's now next to the old signal box. Which is now electrified, of course, but get up there, put your bag with your sandwiches on it to Bagsy it, and yeah, there for the day.
It's a well-known landmark there, isn't it? Signal box.
It is, yes. Which is not actually a signal box at all, but it does look like one. Here's Dawson starting his second over, bowling to Luke Proctor, who does not essay a charge down the pitch and try and smack it into the Shane Warne stand, but just dabs it round the corner. Still the forward short leg, under the lid and a slip. Man on the 45 saving one. Mid-wicket also fairly tight in there, looking to save one. Deep mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, deep extra cover and a backward point as Proctor plays that one very carefully up to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Keith Barker limbering up at mid-on, so maybe we're going to see another little burst from him at some point. Ground absolute picture at the moment, bright sunshine as Dawson comes in and and Proctor smacks that over the bowler's head for 4 and almost takes out Emilio Gay in the process, who had to dive to the ground for cover. Races away for 4, takes Proctor to 8 and Northamptonshire to 117 for 1. So obviously, although not quite in the same way, Proctor's thought also is not to let Dawson settle and just be bowled at. Here's Dawson in again, bowls to Proctor, who works it into the onside, past the man in there at mid-wicket, out to the man sweeping on the deep square leg boundary, and they're through for an easy single. Proctor to 9, 118 for 1, the deficit now 107. Brings Emilio Gay back on to strike. 2 balls left in the over. Dawson in, bowls to Gay, who's forward, pushing it up towards Barker at mid-on, but intercepted by Ian Holland at mid-wicket. Dawson already back at the end of his mark. He's in, bowls to Gay, who's pushing forward, well forward. It bounces off the pad. Polite inquiry from behind the stumps, but not out. Runs down to backward point, and that's the end of Liam Dawson's second over. 5 runs off it, and 2 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 6. 118 for 1 at the end of the over, with Emilio Gay on 72 and Luke Proctor on 9.
Well, the batters so far have done a great job in keeping Hampshire quiet, really, not to get too excited and carried away. And I don't know, sometimes when you get that excited you give that extra couple of % and things seem to happen a little bit more, but they've managed to not suck the life out of Hampshire, but a little bit of that high intensity. But there were 20 overs to go and a lot can still happen in that time, so whatever's been and gone has been and gone. These next 20 overs could be very, very crucial in terms of where this game is going by the end of tomorrow night. So Keith Barker, 3 wickets in the first innings, 3 for 41, which takes his season's tally onto 46, wicketless so far in the 8 overs that he's bowled in this follow-on. 8 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. Trying his luck from our commentary end, the hotel end. Left arm over to the open stance Luke Proctor, who leaves that one alone. Last minute decision. Umpire Stephen O'Shaughnessy decided he's going to stand on the west side, the offside of Luke Proctor. That's just get a little bit difficult to see, as we're finding here a little bit with the sun low.
There's something about Luke Proctor's leave, and I've mentioned this once or twice before on commentary this year, that puts me in mind slightly of the great Jack Russell.
Right.
Just have a look, see what you think. Whether it's my imagination. Many things are. But,
well, you could be right. Actually, I don't remember him being. Actually, well, Jack was quite low in his stance,
yeah,
wasn't he? That's true. There's straighter this time. That's worked away. There are a couple of fielders there, either side of square, and he's found the gap between them, and he'll pick up 2 here. Gay's going to run 3, and good running as well. So probably shouldn't have got 3. That's probably a sort of a late evening situation with the fielding there. 121 for 1, popped on to 12. So go on, and he's leave.
It's just the way when he leaves the ball, he almost turns his back on it sometimes. Particularly, just thinking back to that wonderful, never to be forgotten rearguard action at Johannesburg, when he seemed to do it so often. That long partnership with Michael Atherton just reminds me.
Yeah, there's Barker bowls, played late again by Gay into the ground, fielding about 3rd slip. Funny enough, me and Scotty were talking about Jack Russell just before we came on this morning, and I saw him at Cheltenham. He don't look a lot different, you know, even now.
Yes, I don't know if he was there when we were there, because I think it was the PCA. Was it the PCA former players?
Yes,
thing when
it was there. Yeah. I don't think he was there mainly for that. I think he just turns up, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't remember him being in their tent late on in the day. I managed to sort of wander over there just for a little bit when I was off commentary, but I don't remember seeing him there then. He may have been almost played it onto his stumps. He was a little bit late with that one, but the ball actually does go in front of him in the end. He almost played that too late. Coming forward, he didn't know where it was going.
It's a great venue for that event, isn't it? To have all the lots of players from different counties there. I know obviously individual counties, as Northamptonshire does, have their own former players' day, but nice to get players from lots of different counties there in one place at the same time.
Yeah, there's 1 or 2 I hadn't seen for a while. Here comes Barker. And why would I suppose? That's bounced and it's in the air but falls short of Barker. Trying to flick that away. The ball just held a little bit in the surface and did spoon up in the air, but gets away with that one.
It's wonderful this year. You mentioned talking about Duncan Wilde yesterday, came up in conversation, and his father, Johnny Wilde, was there at Former Players' Day at Northampton this year and realised he made his first-class debut the day after Her Majesty the Queen's coronation. I think it was 3rd of June 1953 for Northamptonshire against Cambridge University.
Barker. Okay, just get that away nicely. I think he's going to get 2 there. There's a lot for Felix Organ to do running round from fine leg. Comfortable 2. Okay, moves on to 74. 123 for 1. We'll get Richard Scott back in, shall we? Do you want to take a break, or do you want one more over, or it's up to you?
No, I'll let Richard come in, and I shall go off and have a lie down in a darkened room, get out of the sun for a bit.
And Javad back a bit later because there is still 19 overs left in the day. And looking at the clouds, we're okay. There's a few around us, but they don't look threatening at all. The sunshine is still out. So it'd be nice if we did get all the 19 in. It would be the first of the 3 days where we've played out the evening. But of course, normally you'd be expected to finish at 5:30 with a 10:30 start, although we didn't start till 11:15 because of a shower of rain. But we're going to be here for at least another hour and a bit. So even with these early starts and early finishes, we're still finishing late. Here comes Dawson over the wickets, and Proctor is forward, pushes that into the ground, and there is no run. Richard Scott, former Hampshire batter, back. What have you made of it in the last half hour that you've been off?
Interesting how spin's been introduced. They're pretty proactive against Dawson, but might present opportunities as well.
Oh, it goes to sweep and misses. Hits Donald on the pad. Outside off stump, mind you. Yeah, just that wicket of Will Young that happened just, I think you just come off commentary, hadn't you?
Yeah, it was a beauty, wasn't it?
Wasn't it just? Nice little ball that just angled away from Holland. Thinnest of outside edges through to Donald. That's played into the ground, fielded a short leg. Dawson against the 2 left-handers. I'm not sure he's going to. I mean, he's bowling into the rough, but hasn't got loads out there, has he? Loads of purchase. Quick 30-second update coming up in a moment as Proctor drives up towards mid-off, and there is no run. A couple of balls have slightly misbehaved, haven't they? But nothing. I think as a left-hander, you wouldn't be worried too much at the moment. There is a short leg and there is a fairly square man on the drive. As Proctor pushes forward, thick outside edge, the ball will run through a vacant gully area. He'll pick up just a 1 run as James Fuller comes round from point. Proctor moves on to 13, and it's 124 for 1 with Northants 101 behind. I don't know, when you look at the weather forecast for tomorrow, and should Hampshire start to be thinking, I don't know, that they need to get a move on here, trying to get some wickets, or nothing to panic? Played into the ground, end of the over.
I don't think there's anything to panic about. I think they've got to stick to what they've done so well for most of the season, not only this match, in bowling in partnerships. I don't think you can force it. I think we'd be playing on like Gay's bravado and ego shortly in terms of what he can and can't do against spin and the seam. But, you know, I think, again, you know, at the start of the day, Hampshire would have bitten your hand off being in this position. And we've seen before, you know, if you add 2 wickets to the score now, your Hampshire well on top.
Yeah, I think that's 18 overs left in the day now, so 101 the deficit. It's a quick 30-second update. It's going to be Barker to bowl the next over. Well, Northamptonshire continued to put up some resistance in their second innings, having been asked about a second time after their first innings. They were 124 for 1, and Emilio Gay is 74 not out, playing well, the 22-year-old. He's been joined by Luke Proctor, 13 not out. Just the 1 wicket that has fallen since Will Young, the New Zealand Test player, caught behind off the bowling of Ian Holland for 20. But as I say, they're putting up much more resistance. They were bowled out for 175 earlier today, 225 runs behind. That's why Hampshire asked them to bat again. But they are 124 for 1 with just over 17 overs left, 101 behind. Here's Barker, bowls, that's flicked away, and well fielded at backward of square leg. I think that's Nick Gubbins there. That's definitely his area, isn't it, Luke Proctor? You can see why there's two fielders in that area.
Yeah, that ball looked pretty straight as well.
Yeah. But it's got to be, isn't it, when you're so open face to the bowler, it's quite easy, isn't it, just to come through and then turn it around on the leg side. And there's a mid wicket there as well. Sun very low at the moment, shining right in our eyes.
Barker earning his corn today, isn't he, for sure, in terms of overs bowled as he comes in again over the wicket. Proctor. It's a leg glance down a fine leg. They'll take a single.
It's difficult to find the right areas to plug, isn't it, really, because you can only have a couple of fielders behind square on the leg side. There is a fine leg, so can't pack it too much. He's very much a nerdler, isn't he?
He is. Yeah. He's not the sort of guy that's going to worry about taking the game away from you or then getting closer anytime soon. I think Gay's the big wicket here. If we can open up one end, have a big last hour. Barker comes into Gay. It's on off stump and he presses forward nicely and defends into the offside.
Yeah, he's been very impressive. It's always difficult, isn't it, to get a sizable score when you are so far behind in the game and the pressure's on and the bowlers are running in at you, expecting to take wickets and keep the game moving forward. It's
he's had a lot of the day to stew on his first innings dismissal because he was playing well again there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And he just clipped one to mid wicket.
Yeah, hasn't done that so far.
No. Barker comes in again. That's a straighter line that just wraps Gay on the thigh pad. There's no run.
There's not a lot happening for the seamers either at the moment, Scotty.
No, it's hanging their time. I think just joining up those dots and bowling in partnerships, and you know they'll reap their rewards in the end. I've got no doubt about that. They're still 100 runs ahead.
I suppose it is a lot. Still, only takes a couple of 2 or 3 quick wickets, as you say. Looks different then.
Barker bowls to Gay. That's a straight ball that's defended back down the pitch by Gay. Score 1-2-5 for 1.
I suppose Hampshire now have got to be careful with the over rate because they're -2. I've just noticed.
Yeah, that's right, and they'll catch that up with Dawson on now. They're sort of starting to run through the overs a little bit. They need to, because like you said earlier, you don't want rain to come in and then just stuck with minuses.
That's right.
Chucking points away.
I think they had that against Lancashire here, where all the 4th day was rained out and they weren't able to drag their over rate back.
We're on the receiving end of that one year when a guy shot an arrow into the centre of the oval and the game was called off and we were -3 at the time.
Oh, that's right. And you guys argued, didn't you?
Yeah, because we went down on the back of it.
Yes, you did. Yes, I remember. As Dawson comes in, Proctor comes down the wicket slightly, but just quietly turns that away on the leg side for no run. That's right, because but it's the same thing as if rain had happened. You wouldn't have had a chance to drag it back.
Well, we were about to declare and get back out there and bowl, catch up the overs because it was a red hot day.
Yeah.
So that's why we argued the point.
Oh, right. Left alone outside the off stump by Proctor. What a bizarre incident. I bet you couldn't believe what was going on.
Ricky Clark was out there fielding and a crossbow arrow landed about 15 metres from where he was fielding. It's time to come off then, isn't it?
That's for sure. Wow. Here's Dawson. Bowls. And there's a reverse sweep there from Luke Proctor and plays that nicely. It's going for 4 behind square. Got all the bat on that along the ground. That's one way to play it, with Dawson sort of bowling the ball out there outside off stump.
Yeah, good shot, well controlled.
Moves on to 18, 129 for 1, so the deficit now comes down to 96. Northampton still behind, but closing in, having been 225 behind when they were bowled out in the first innings. Were you actually watching the play, and did you see the path of the arrow, or did you was it in the corner of your eye and you looked up?
No, I didn't see it because it happened so quick, and all of a sudden they started walking off.
Yeah. Oh, so that's when you first realised something was up.
Yeah.
Dawson from that pavilion end to Proctor once more. Just flicks that away behind square. Dawson got a little excited there as he goes to Mohammed Abbas on the 45. Gosh, yeah. I remember looking at it and saw it on my computer. I was thinking, really? Something like that has happened. But yeah, I suppose that was the difficulty, wasn't it? You guys going down because of it. That's turned away on the leg side again at Bass Fields. Yeah, those arguments raged on for ages, didn't they? Between you and the ECB.
Yeah.
I agreed with the ECB in the end, I have to say.
You turncoat.
Here comes Dawson Bowles. Oh, he's flicked it away and it's gone through short leg. But I mean, that would have been a reaction catch if ever you've seen one. It's gone behind square on the leg side. It looks like Brad Wheel's on as a substitute fielder. And that is the end of Dawson's over. 16 overs left in the day, 129 for one Northants. Gay has 74, Proctor 18, 96 behind. I think that's 95 behind, isn't it? I thought it was 96 without that single. Anyway, I'm sure the scoreboard will catch up, or I'll readjust my calculations. I'm sure it was 96 deficit before that single was hit. Anyway, doesn't matter. What's one run at the moment? You're not still thinking about going down, because you won the championship and then went down the next year, didn't you?
That's right, yeah.
So. Did that cost you your job? Is that how it worked?
I think the fact that we didn't go up the following year was the sort of, not the nail in the coffin, but we didn't show particularly great signs about going up the year after that. So right. Yeah, I was given another year. Fair enough. Not Barker. Bowles a beauty, absolute rip snorter that's bounced off a length, and Proctor's obliged.
Good on
Flew through to Donald, didn't it?
Yeah. Wow.
Where does that come from? Is that the tide coming in, or because it's not done that since the new ball, has it?
We haven't seen one of those for an awful long time, haven't we? Did say a while ago, didn't we? Really, that I think when Abbas was bowling this end, really, wasn't there? Not lots happening, and you think, well, you're just waiting for one just to take off a little bit off a length. That one has. Where did that come from?
Fantastic delivery.
Whoa.
You couldn't do a lot about that.
No, you just got to put your bat under your arm and say, fair play. Fair play. It's the... well, I mean, is that bowling or is that the wicket? It's probably a bit of both, isn't it, really?
Bit of both.
Yeah. There is we have seen a spot there, haven't we? I know Andrew's mentioned it a couple of times, and you wouldn't have seen it. Last night, Ian Holland bowled a ball round the wicket on that same area, and it jumped a bit at Gay, I think it was, and that's why they went off, because of bad light. And we've seen it once or twice, but that's the first time we've seen it for quite a while.
You got to take your hat off to Barker. From ball one this morning, he's not got a massive run up, but he does run in with rhythm, and obviously he's got a lot of body strength to deliver the ball at the pace he does, but he does swing it.
Yeah.
But that ball is as quick as his first, and that's testament to the character of the man and testament the way he's playing his cricket for Hampshire.
Agreed. So for Barker, who took 3 wickets in the first innings, he now moves on to 47 wickets for the season. It's just incredible, isn't it? I mean, you've got Abbott, who's over 50 now. You've got Barker closing in on 50, and you've got Abbas on 38. That's... you're going to be up there or thereabouts, aren't you, with that, with 3 bowlers taking those sort of wickets, still with 2 championship rounds to go after this.
Yeah, and if we get these 15 overs in now, this is a crucial part where Hampshire can really turn the screw.
Yeah.
As the clouds do start to thicken up a bit in the background, don't they?
Bit of conjecture as to whether Josh Cobb would carry on at number 4. I know Andrew was saying, will he, won't he? He's back in at number 4. Chance to redeem himself. Not a great shot in the first innings.
Back on the bike as Barker comes in round the wicket. That's a high full toss. Surprise ball hit high on the bat. That's going through third man. They'll pick up a couple.
I think he's gone for the Yorker there.
And they sprint it back for 3. That's good running by Gay.
Do you think he's gone for the Yorker there, or he's just slipped out? Or bizarre ball, wasn't it? Tried to bowl a James Sales ball. Yorked him first ball after lunch. Didn't get that right at all, really. Just having a chat with Brad Wheel, who I think is very unlucky not to be in this side at the moment. Very, very good bowler. He's played his part at times in the championship. He's also been loaned out.
Yeah, he went to Gloucester, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Played on a flat wicket, as I understand it. 8 wickets he's taken at 17 apiece when he's played for Hampshire.
Barker back over the wicket to Gay. Pushes him back onto the back foot, and Gay's just looking to run that down, but goes straight to the man at 3.5, 4 slip.
But I agree with you, what you said a few minutes ago. I think Gay's a big wicket here. I think the concentration that he's shown here and the technique, he's shown, you know, players that have played a lot more cricket than he has actually how to stick at it and
It's a
work
good prospect.
hard. Yeah, I agree. Couldn't agree more.
Barker over the wicket to Gay. Trying to guide it again, this time off the front foot. This goes straight to the man behind square. There's no run.
I think when you play it as late as he does and balls are going behind square off the face of the bat, I don't think there's a lot you can do wrong.
No, and I think he's earned the right to do that. You know, he was playing gun barrel straight with the full face at the start of the innings, like a lot of, you know, fine openers do, and now he's showing the skill to run the ball off the face and play it later as Barker comes in. Well, that's turned off his hip. It's gone straight through to Donald.
Lily's tweeted at Solent Sport, met Lily up in Yorkshire a couple of times this year. She's listening because there's no play in the Roses match at the moment, and she sent a lovely photo of her and myself and the BBC Yorkshire commentator Jonathan Doidge and their summariser Dave Townsend. You'll know Dave DT, won't you? You used to do a bit for Middlesex with Kevin Hand.
He did.
He does a lot up there as well.
Barker to conclude the over, runs in. Oh, that's a beauty to Gay. That's jagged off the pitch and bounced. And Gay, luckily for him, has missed it. What a great over that was.
That was, wasn't it? 2 balls in that over have done something, haven't they?
And it sort of coincides with darker clouds coming over, doesn't it? The sun's starting to go. And we see that often, don't we, in county cricket, where something just suddenly happens when it gets a bit more like the temperature drops, a bit more overcast.
Direct correlation between the overhead.
You used to say, look up at Laws, not down. If it's cloud, it was a real temptation to bowl first.
That could be flat. Your time there is flat, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's changed a little bit recently. Played an interesting wicket there last year, did a bit. Dawson will be round the wicket to Josh Cobb. So 133 for 2, Northants following on, 92 behind, 15 overs if we can get them all in left in the day. Hampshire's over rate has improved slightly in the last few minutes. It's now just -1. We'll just have to take that into account, especially if they can get Northants out and not have to bat again. So I'm sure that won't happen as Cobb plays it into the ground, fielded at short leg. Cobb, as we said earlier, just played a bit of a hoik off Barker and was caught at mid-wicket. He was out for 2. As Dawson bowls, Cobb forward quietly, plays that out on the onside. Temperature's just dropped a little bit as well. Quite fresh, quite nice actually, because we've had quite a long period of some intense hot sun shining directly at us. Cobb's forward quietly, plays that out behind square on the offside, fielded by Joe Weatherly. I think the floodlights is very quick. This is the trouble this time of year. Very quickly the light changes, and it has changed very, very quickly indeed. The lights, I'm sure, will come on shortly as Dawson bowls. Cobb forward.
Just looking round the field to see who may be warming up. You know, Abbott hadn't bowled for a while, but Fuller's warming up in the outfield. I wonder if they're going to try another impact spell from him, because that was so effective in the first innings, wasn't it?
2 quick wickets, wasn't it? Proctor and Taylor in quick succession. Do you think in this light he's going to get away with bowling? Could be marginal. Here's Dawson. Cobb gets a foolish delivery, which he works wide of mid-on, and that's going to race all the way up to the boundary for 4 runs. Nicely timed by Josh Cobb, who moves on to 7, and it's 137 for 2, 88 runs behind now Northamptonshire. Would you as an umpire, well, no, we're not umpires, but
the light's not in play today.
Well, they will be. I just think that because it's changed so quickly, I don't think anybody's had a chance to ask anybody to switch them on. I mean, literally, it's changed this over, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gone to like almost night time.
They should be signalling now, shouldn't they? The umpire.
They've got to, yeah. Get them on.
Want to keep bowling the seamers.
Yeah. Maybe it's not as bad out there in the middle as it looks up here, but we've gone from literally intense sunshine to it feels about 7 o'clock in the evening. 137 for 2. 14 to do. A few minutes ago it looked like 14 would be no problem. Now it looks like 14 is an awful lot to do. This was the point where they went off a bad light, and that was it last night. 14 overs left.
Did they have a chance to get the lights on last night then?
Well, somebody switched them off when they were off. It was really bizarre. So it looked like the whole thing was called off, but it actually technically wasn't. I heard that they were switched off mistakenly, but there was no coming back from that light, to be honest. It was when they went off, it wasn't great. Well, it looks like it's good enough for Fuller.
Probably can't afford to have them on in this environment.
Say next year could be interesting. It's a good job it's not a winter game.
Some bloke out the back starting up the Jenny.
Yes. Just find some cooking oil.
As Fuller runs in round the wicket to Gay. Short, he's in behind that. Half fielded by short leg, and he does well to retrieve it, so there's no run.
Very well sent back by Josh Cobb as well, running on a misfield, and that would have been very tight indeed. He was off, wasn't he? Gay, he was off. He likes a quick run. He's a bit of a live wire out there, actually, isn't he? I mean, he's very calm when he's playing his defensive shots, but when the ball comes off his bat, he's looking for a single. You have to be alert at the non-striker's end.
Busy around the crease.
Yeah, it's good. But you like that. We like that.
To admire, yes. As Fuller comes in again, bowls to Gay. That's worked off his hips. It can be a dangerous shot with the leg slip in. Vince's position a leg slip, so it makes it awkward if the ball grows and bounces on the left-hander.
That's the one, isn't it?
Yeah. It was quite a regular position when the fast bowl was around in the 80s, wasn't it?
Because the bounce as well as the pace, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Tucks you up, doesn't it? You can't help but try and flick it away. Lights are coming on.
Fuller. Oh, and that's hit him bang in front, and he's gone. Great bit of bowling by Fuller. Probably didn't bounce as much as Gay expected, but you could just tell he looked guilty, the batter, didn't he? And Gay has to go, but that is an impressive innings, but equally impressive from Fuller. He's had a crackerjack of the day, hasn't he?
Crackerjack of the season, and that sums it up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Twice he's come on in the first innings, came on, got rid of Luke Proctor quickly, and then Tom Taylor shortly after that, and then here he is again on wicket. It's happened time and time again this season, and he's done it again. And you could see the celebrations there from Fuller, and one or two of the players saying, as you clap, you say, "You've done it again, mate. You're doing it again."
Golden arm.
There he is. So played well though. We had a warm round of applause. I know there's not many people here, but the people at the far end of the ground will have appreciated that knock. And he walks off 130 balls, I think that is, for his 74. But that is a really good 74. He might, at the end of the season, they'll say, "Oh, you got a couple of hundreds this year." But I didn't see those other hundreds. Andrew did. But for me, that 74, that's a good one.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. When you follow on in tough conditions against a really strong attack, you look back at innings like that and had a good hand for his side.
2 wickets for 7 runs. Is the collapse on again in the first innings?
There you were a couple of overs ago, looking for a change-up, looking for something different.
Well, I was, yeah, but that's why I was never captain. If you were head coach, would you ever have appointed me captain? If I'd come back, well, you wouldn't have actually re-signed me at Middlesex, would you? You said, if I'd become available when you were head coach there, knowing how much I used to love Lords and I'd played there, if I'd become available, would you have signed me?
I don't think you're enough as a team man. You probably know what you average, don't you, with bat and ball?
No, there's 1 or 2 others that do know. I'm not 100%. There's one that knows to the nearest 3 decimal points.
Of course I would, Kev.
Would you really? If I'd have become available, would you have re-signed me?
Definitely.
Really? That's really kind of you. Thank you.
Multi-dimensional cricketer. Yeah. As Fuller comes in, to Keogh. Short, he's left that. So similar tactics from Fuller here, going heavy lengths, short to start his overs or at the new batter, and then maybe looking to get it up there and swing it.
Yeah. Well, this guy's another good player. In fact, if you go back to 2013, the last time these 2 sides played in a championship match, he got a double 100 here. And he's a good player, this guy. Got a really good one, didn't he, from Abbott in the first innings?
Did.
Edge behind.
Fuller again with the lights on. Oh. Pushes him onto the back foot, and that's busy batting from Keogh. Pushes it into the covers and neatly takes a single to get off the mark.
Would you have made me captain, though?
No.
Why not? Can you not even think about that before you give an answer?
We wouldn't have seen any of the captain's expenses across that bar, would we?
What, in the Royce Tavern?
Right, okay, back to business. Fuller in, and that's a good shot through mid-off. Fantastic shot by Cobb. He'll get 4 for that, so that's a really good off drive to finish an over, but Hampshire will take that.
Yeah,
really good breakthrough from Fuller.
Yeah, always a little bit more expensive than the other bowlers, but picks up wickets at times when you think, just when Hampshire needs something, he pulls it out of the bag. That's been his season, and I know the end of season awards are coming up they're literally on the Friday, which is after the Edgbaston game, and it's going to be a Hampshire with the Southern Vipers combined at Doon, and the awards, of course, will be handed out. I think they're still selling tickets for that if you're thinking of coming. And not you personally, Scotty, but well, maybe you are, but I think there needs to be some sort of award for Fuller this year. It's been terrific. 142 for 3, 83 behind Northamptonshire. That was your over, so this one's mine. So it's Dawson. Still, that over 8 is -1 for Hampshire, but it was -2 a few overs ago. 13 left in the day. Clouds staying high at the moment. As Dawson bowls off the back foot, there is Keogh, steers it into the covers. That's a nice shot past the diving, I think that's Nick Gubbins. No, it's not, it's the Brad Wheel, the substitute fielder. And that's nicely timed by Keogh, 4 runs.
Yeah, smart shot, wasn't it?
It was nice.
Quick on his feet, timed it beautifully through the offside.
Couple of hundreds for Keogh this year as well. He's averaging in the mid-30s this year. Yeah, 35. He's averaging this season. He's forward, plays that out on the onside, but actually overall averaging 30, so he's slightly improved his career average. Playing slightly above himself this year, which is all you can ask, isn't it? There's Dawson bowls, Keogh forward, quietly out towards extra cover. So a slightly different complexion to the innings now, having been 130 for 1 and now 146 for 3. 2 relatively new batters at the crease. Keogh's forward, pushes that out just in front of square. 2 quick wickets in the space of 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I think all Hampshire fans will just be praying for like 2 clear sessions tomorrow.
Yeah. Yes, that's all it will need to be taken as Keogh pushes that forward to the bowler. You get the whole 12 overs in tonight. I think it will be a good effort from Northants to keep all these 7 wickets intact. Still a lot of overs to face, even with 2 good players in the middle. As Dawson bowls forward, is Keogh, plays it back to the bowler, and there is no run. End of the over, 12 to do. Keep looking up. Every time I think of the number of overs, I look up at the sky, past Telegraph Wood, and whilst they're fairly grey, they look very high, which is good news. Just the light, I think, to worry about at the moment, but it's okay. With Fuller bowling, it must be okay. Cobb has 11, Keogh 5, and it will be Fuller again. Umpires are allowing him to carry on bowling. Something will happen this over, you feel, one way or the other. It won't be a dull over.
It won't be. It'll be a mixture of lengths and certainly a lot of pace as Fuller comes in. Cobb on strike. It's short and he pulls it away. There's a man deep who will circle around and retrieve a 1 run to the score.
He was quickly on that, wasn't he? It was short, but just outside off stump. So you could argue it was a slightly risky shot.
Yeah, that's right. You do question, like, with 12 overs to go, you know, what is the mindset? Are they going to try and take what they can and try and get a lead? Because you'd expect Hampshire to bat again, wouldn't you, at some stage?
I think they will now, don't you?
Yeah, as Fuller comes in to Keogh. That's a pretty straight ball, and he's worked that beautifully through the leg side. So chase on in the deep, and that's well fielded. Brad Wheel out there, good bit of fielding. Keogh comes through for 2.
Nice shot. He does leak a few runs here and there, James Fuller, but as we've often said, he gives you something different, and 2 balls look ordinary, the next ball you will go, wow. That's what we like about him.
Fuller approaches. Keogh presses forward, solid defensive shot. Oh, Abbas has just misread that. He thought Fuller had actually fielded it and it deflected off Fuller, and they've come through for single.
That's really good alertness from Keogh, isn't it?
Yeah. You tend to be quite alert when you're facing someone like Fuller, don't you think?
That's true.
Any opportunity, we'll just get down the other end.
150 up for Northants in their second innings. That's come in the 41st.
Especially in this light.
Yes.
Cobb on strike as Fuller approaches the crease. And again, it's a wild shot to a shorter ball, and he's almost sat on the back foot looking for the pull shot. And the modern day thinking, I think, is, yeah, let's take it on, let's back myself to impose myself on the game. But you just wonder in these circumstances that if Northants can get to the close without any further loss, you know, with weather possibly around tomorrow, they'd have a chance of salvaging some from the match.
Yeah. That's right off the toe of the bat there.
Very offensive shot at this stage.
Isn't it?
As they put another guy out, so we got a deep square behind square, and we got a deep mid-wicket now as Fuller comes in, and that's full. Almost tried to york him, and he's forced to mid-on, where Abbas gets down and fields it well at mid-on.
That was good intent there from Fuller. I like that.
Yeah.
That was very nearly a very, very good yorker. Wasn't far off. Just ever so slightly overpitched. But good thinking.
Interesting to see if Vince RC umpires will think both seen from both ends. Now he's caught up with the rate. Might be worth a dart with Seamer from the pavilion. And it's Fuller bowls. That's a short ball, and that's a cracker that's flown past the outside edge of Cobb's bat. And that's the over bowl with the score on 150 for 3.
Yeah. Well, now they haven't quite caught up, but they're still showing -1 up there.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure it won't be long. If you think how long it took to get from -2 to -1, it seemed to take that long. And
yeah, and I'm not sure. You know, if you get to -1, you usually there's a few allowances to get you back to parity.
Yeah.
In terms of wickets taken, or you know, sometimes you have a bit of a break, and you, as long as you're not -2 or 3, I think the umpires look at it quite favourable.
Should we get Andrew Radd back? Are you?
Yep.
We'll get Andrew in. You come in this side, Scotty. Is that all right?
Yep.
Or do you need to go? By the way, do you want me to do these last 11? Are you happy? Do you want a break, or do you want to stay on for another 15 minutes? Say?
I'll do another 15.
Yeah,
if
do
that's
another
all right,
15.
and then,
yeah, and then I know you're desperate for a drink over the other side. You've got people to see and places to go. I know. Well, you're like that these days. There's that 150. Whereas I've actually got nothing else to do. I mean, I can spend as long as I like here, do all my stuff, get home when I feel like it, because nobody wants to know me. As here comes Abbas bowls. That's a length ball pushed by Keogh up to mid-on, and there is no run. You'll have to remind me what it's like to be busy. We will have a drink later on, so you remind me then. What it's like to still be known. No, I'll hang back until you bought one, and then I'll come in. Andrew Radd is back from BBC Northampton.
I don't know about having a drink, a mug of Ovaltine or Horlicks. Other bedtime products are available. It's getting pretty late here. Nevertheless, still fascinating stuff as Abbas comes in, bowls to Rob Keogh, plays it out to the covers, and there's no run. Northamptonshire, who were sailing along in relatively calm waters at 98 for no wicket, suddenly 3 wickets going down fairly quickly. Young for 20, Proctor for 19, Gay for 74. The one thing I would say, in contrast to the clatter of wickets this morning, is that on this occasion I think they've been got out rather than getting themselves out, which I think was the big difference from the little start of the collapse this morning. Abbas in again, bowls to Keogh, pushes that up to mid-on, and there's no run. I think all 3, to be fair, Richard, have been got out, haven't they?
They have, and you know, take your hats off to Northants. Good resilience shown. They'd have probably had a chat at lunch, you know, just to sort of flag that up. And they're making it really hard work for Hampshire. We all enjoyed watching young Gay bat, and I'm sure the Hampshire players and the Hampshire supporters are glad to see the back of him, but it was very entertaining.
Yeah, played nicely, didn't he? Here's Abbas in again, bowls to Keogh, just squeezes that down behind square on the onside for a single. Takes Keogh up to 9, and Northamptonshire to 151 for 3, so still 74 runs behind. I just wonder, we've got what, 10 overs to go after this one. The lights are on. Doesn't the just wonder whether the light is going to be good enough to get through those last 10, even with the lights on, because they came off last night with the lights on. If it gets to the stage, of course, where the artificial light takes over from the natural light, then we may well be off. But all right at the moment, as Cobb comes forward, plays that next ball up to Barker at mid-off, and there's no run. It won't surprise you, Richard, I wouldn't have thought, to know that I think we're probably the only game now still playing. Down at Taunton, close of play there, Gloucestershire 246 for 5 in their second innings, so Gloucestershire are 341 runs ahead with a day to go. Also close of play in the Roses match, Lancashire 203 for 3, 224 runs ahead of Yorkshire. There's Abbas in again, bowls last ball of the over to Josh Cobb, who gets an inside edge onto the pad, runs down into the slip cordon, end of the over. Cobb is 12, Keogh is 9, 151 for 3. Northamptonshire still 74 runs behind. They are, however, still playing at Canterbury, where they're basically trying to finish that game off. Kent following on against Essex, 117 for 8. So they're still 292 behind. But presumably the chance of a result, so they've got extra half hour and all sort of things available to them. I think they're in a similar position at Trent Bridge, and in fact that is now over. They did manage to get back on at 10-6, and Nottinghamshire have wrapped up victory there by 241 runs against Leicestershire with a day to go, so they've taken whatever weather we get tomorrow out of the equation.
Yeah, as Fuller comes in to bowl to Keogh, that's a full length. Keogh works it nicely into the leg side, wide of mid on, and they'll come through for a single. Yeah, and I think sides like Notts will be really grateful for that, because you don't want to be sleeping on the weather tonight. And
no.
Even down in Canterbury, you know, Essex will be desperate to finish that off. And if the light's anything like it is here, you know, they'll be really sweating on getting those extra 2 wickets.
Yeah, absolutely right. At Cardiff, where they're also still playing, Glamorgan 232 for 7. Against Worcestershire, so 222 runs behind Glamorgan, and the close of play at Derby, which I'll come to in a second.
Fuller, and that's a really good delivery that bounced outside of off stump from a good length, and Cobb plays and misses.
And close of play at Derby, Derbyshire 185 for 7 in their second innings against Durham, so they're 268 ahead. If they get a full day tomorrow, that could be a really interesting final day. 268 ahead, 3 wickets in hand, and a day to go. So that's where we are. 1 or 2 games still playing. This one's still very much alive.
Fuller tries the Yorker. Cobb drives really firmly back and hits the stumps the other end. It's one of those shots that you rue as a batsman that's really well executed, and it drills the stumps the opposite end, and you think, well, maybe it's not my day.
Yeah, they say hit straight, and that's all the good it does you. Get absolutely nothing for it, apart from very nearly giving the umpire a very sore shin. What is admirable is the way, considering how late it's getting here, 6:10, there's still quite a few spectators still in. The diehards down below us.
As Fuller approaches now, bowled. That's short, and Cobb pulls that strongly away to the man at deep square behind, who fields and retrieves, and it's a good throw over the top, 1 run.
Just starting to see the shadows being cast by the lights now. Let's just notice that as James Fuller was running into bowl.
Yeah, and that's usually the telltale sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, that the umpires will start to look at. And they'll be basing it around the light that they went off
on the first day, yeah, and of course again yesterday. So we shall see.
As Fuller approaches the crease and bowls to Keogh. That's wide, and that's an easy lead for Keogh.
Northamptonshire, I suppose. The forecast, I've just had a quick look at the app. It's not great for tomorrow, to be perfectly honest. Down this way, it's heavy showers, and as we've seen today, stuff can miss you, and you can possibly get away with it. But I don't suppose Northamptonshire would be exactly hugely crestfallen if it was a bit of rain around tomorrow.
No. Fuller bowls, that's wide, and Keogh actually has a big drive at that where he probably didn't need to, and It harmlessly goes into the leg side, no run, and that's the end of the over. The umpires look like they're going to have a bit of a chat now.
Yeah.
I think Hampshire need 2 sessions to win this match.
Yeah.
Because I think Northants will just get a lead if they bat properly. And
that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
That then turns the equation, puts it in a slightly different light, doesn't it?
It's a lot of overs, isn't it? Another 64 overs on top of what's left today if they can get these 9 in. But the umpires are talking, and you do worry that they might take them off.
Well, I mean, it's naked eye, isn't it? And it can just be so deceptive. But my feeling is it's James Vince is now wandering over to get involved. My feeling is it's not a lot different to when they came off last night, or indeed on the first day. But that's based purely on the naked eye, and that's not with anything scientific like a light meter. And I think they're going off. They are.
Yeah, you just wonder whether they were given the opportunity to both spin, but whether it's just if bad light is bad light and that's it.
Well, that's a very interesting one, Richard, because my thought was these days it was they take a reading, and if it's fairly simple, and if it's too bad you come off. But I was talking to one or two of the Northamptonshire support staff last night, and they were saying, well, no, Hampshire were actually given the option. Yesterday was where we were talking earlier about Ian Holland coming into the attack and almost taking Luke Proctor's head off, but they brought Liam Dawson on and Ian Holland, and apparently they did say, yeah, we will stay on if you bowl bowlers other than the sort of the quicker ones. Whether that option was available there, I don't know, but I think from the point of view of consistency, I don't think you can fault the umpires there. As I say, I think it's pretty much on a par with the light that we had on the first 2 days when we came off. I suppose there is still a possibility that it may improve, although looking around us, Richard, and you say you know the weather patterns on this ground much better than I do, it doesn't look as though it's probably going to improve a great deal. It doesn't. It's an awful lot of cloud around, but we've still got 9 overs to go. But I just wonder, was that an announcement? They've pulled the stumps out of the ground, so maybe
that could be it.
Well, it could be, because I suppose we've gone past the scheduled close, which would have been 6 o'clock. So it may be that is that. We'll hang with us, and we'll bring you confirmation or otherwise of that. But I'm rather suspecting the scoreboard has now gone back to 0. Like, is it the Ray Bradbury short story when everything goes back to naught? And I just think that may be a sign that may be the end of the entertainment for the day. 153 for 3. If you're just joining us and just want a bit of a recap on what's been happening through the day, we were a little bit late starting this morning. Northamptonshire resuming on 77 for 1. And they were then bowled out for 175. Terrific performance by the Hampshire seamers. Last 9 wickets falling for 98. Only Luke Proctor battled away for 3 hours for 40, offering very much resistance to Kyle Abbott, 4 for 52, Keith Barker 3 for 41, James Fuller 2 for 18, and Mohammed Abbas 1 for 49. I'm just getting a text through from the Northamptonshire scorer who confirms that is close of play. That is it for the day. And then following on, Northamptonshire went in again at 10 to 3 with 52 overs maximum in the day. Opening stand of 98 between Will Young and Emilio Gay ended when Young was caught behind off Ian Holland for 20. That was 98 for 1. Then Luke Proctor caught behind off Keith Barker, a ball that really spat off the pitch. He was out for 19. That was 130 for 2. And then the long resistance of Emilio Gay brought to an end by James Fuller. He was given out LBW for 74. That was 137 for 3. Gay having faced 129 balls, hit 13 fours. Keogh is 10 not out, Cobb 13 not out, but that is close of play. So 153 for 3 at the close. It means that Northamptonshire are still 73 runs behind. We have, in theory at least, if the weather is kind to us, 96 overs on the final day tomorrow. The forecast, as we say, is not fantastic for tomorrow, but it's been known to be wrong, and when it's sort of thundery showers and the sort of things that are being forecast, obviously it can miss you if you're lucky. But there we are, 153 for 3. Close of play this evening from Richard Scott, from Kevin James and myself, Andrew Round. Have a very good evening, and we'll be back on parade with you first thing tomorrow morning at around about 10:30.